Good morning, everybody. What's happening? It begins. Yeah, I wanted to begin sooner, but I'm still working on sorting out my sleep schedule, which is like not ideal. So we're getting there, bit by bit, piece by piece, minute by minute, hour by hour. We get there. I actually did sort out my sleep schedule, but I got interrupted by a few things. Well, not sorted out, but yeah, was able to actually go to sleep on time, which is good. And then get up at a good time, bit by bit. Anyways, hope everyone's having a good day. I have actually a lot of fun things to talk about that we're going to go into, which I'm quite excited for, because it's like, well, it's kind of like a couple things. One is obviously, as you can see by title, Solo Artificer. We're going to be doing more Solo Artificer. That's going to be a good time. But also, there's some other interesting things on the horizon. Also, tomorrow is patch day. Well, it's maintenance day, not really patch day. We had the patch last week. So tomorrow is maintenance day, but I think tomorrow's patch day in Lord of the Rings. So we're probably going to end up looking over at some Lord of the Rings patch notes. Unless there's some drop during the stream, but I'm going to keep lotro.com open on my other monitor so I can not lose track of that, because that would be kind of good to be able to look at that. They closed Tower of Orthanc? I did not know that. Yeah, it's the perfect time to pop in. It's like the best content. You don't have to see me or my poor skill at playing this video game. It's way easier. Anywho, I can put this on me, I guess. I'm just chilling, not doing anything. DDO. Yeah, found some interesting stuff yesterday. That I thought was kind of neat. So I was playing I did some interesting testing and looking over some different mechanics, and we did find some very interesting mechanics of things that are working a very particular way. There's currently a bug in the raid Relentless that makes it very easy to complete, which is funny because you might be like, raid's not terribly complicated already, so like, what's up with that? What do you mean very easy? Let's say there's a bug that lets you negate the hardest part of the entire raid. So it's interesting stuff. So it'll probably get fixed at some point. I don't know if they can, but we'll see. Splash screen for Raven Things supporter pack. They are showing the character with cosmetic dagger held vicinity tile in one hand and the bow in the other. How do they do that? Through the power of video photo editing. It's possible that character was like an NPC character as opposed to an actual real character. One of the things we learned from watching Nobob put a quest together, which is when he did Catastrophe. When they do NPC designs, the NPCs actually have like set outfits and other things they can put together and mix and match. So unlike us, where the players get like the armor pieces, everything, instead they actually get like boots and pants and shirts and other things they can mix and match, including what goes into each of their hands. So they could probably just take dagger, put it in hand, invert it so it looks one way, and then throw a bow in the other hand. Something that we as players can't do, but they can slap on an NPC, take a good screenshot, and go from there. A lot of people want something like a photo mode of some kind, so they can take pictures of their characters. I don't know about you guys. Every video game that I've ever played that has like a photo mode, I have just never really engaged with, other than for taking like goofy, silly photos of something. Because I'm not a photographer. Several of my friends are like big into photography, so like we'll be going somewhere and then they'll be like, okay, everybody stop, and they'll like pose people and then get the lighting right and then they'll take like these really nice photos. Whereas I have like no patience. It's either whip a photo and go like boom and then we capture the moment, or that's it. Yo, what's up, patient Bazkoth? How you doing? Good morning. So yeah, let us go to the climb. Also, if you're wondering why I'm doing the climb, this is a good warm-up to my day, is just do 10 climbs. because I have the keys. It also means that I can do some coin giveaways later. So instead of giving away keys, then people have to go do the climb. Instead, I can give away coins so that people don't have to do the climb. Which seems like it'd be a nicer thing to do. Good morning, Arcarian. How are you? But yeah, other than that, I'm trying to think. So there was something exciting that I did want to talk about, and because there's fewer people here, it's going to be an easier conversation to have, which is that yesterday, the Path of Exile people released the information for the Frisia League with all of the different like characters and stuff and changes and exactly what's going to be going on. If you don't care about Path of Exile, you can like tune out this section and go get a cup of coffee. But what's exciting as a player like me, for those that don't know, the Frisia event is basically they're taking all the classes and adding entirely new ones. So Path of Exile has 19 unique classes in the game, and they are replacing them with another 19 unique classes only for this 2-week event. And so it's pretty cool, the remixes that they're doing and some of the unique stuff. And they ended up taking a lot of those ideas and adding them into the base game somehow. So they were like, oh, this thing that was part of this Frisia event, people really liked it. So they added options in the game to get access to those same tools. And so I thought they're going to have to nerf a bunch of these things and make a whole bunch of changes, because if they don't, like, you're going to be able to double stack all of this stuff. And so I go into the big patch thing, not the patch notes, but the announcement, expecting nothing but nerfs, nothing but changes, reworking of things. And it turns out they're like, oh yeah, we're going to be making it so that like they pretty much buffed everything all over the place, except for like 2 very hyper-specific, extremely overpowered things. So now I don't even know what to do. Also, they did a really interesting design choice that I'd never thought of, which is they just flipped something. So there was like a character, one of the character classes called the Behemoth had a big restriction, which is it makes you bigger and it gives you a bunch of stats, and everything in Behemoth is super, super, super strong. But the requirement to enter Behemoth is you cannot cast any spells. So you can use Warcry abilities, so like where your character like shouts and you get like a bonus and it adds onto your melee attacks and stuff, but you can't cast any spells. And spells are all over the game. Not just like I'm a magic user, but like if you want to cast like a buff spell, of which there are many, many incredible buff spells, all buff spells are disabled in that character. And so it made for this, like, you kind of have to give up too much to be able to play this character for it to actually be interesting. There were a couple cool builds that people came up with it, where like the not being able to cast spells restriction actually did some really cool things. One of which, there was a helmet that the way it worked is it basically gave you these things called spirit charges every time you got a kill. And then whenever you would hit somebody, it would cast a spell that would consume a spirit charge and then deal a bunch of damage in an AoE around you. But the thing is, the spirit charges themselves gave you a ton of damage. So if you could just like, and the idea is it's meant to be synergistic, like you get a spirit charge and then it casts the spell, which does the extra damage. People figured out, hey, if I wear this helmet and I can't cast spells, I can't cast the effect, which means I just get to get the spirit charges for killing stuff, which means you get infinity damage. That was kind of cool. They changed it, so now they're like, you're like, how do you balance this? How do you change this? Their solution is they're like, oh, you can cast spells, now you can't use Warcries. So all the builds that were doing the Warcry stuff before, you can't do anymore, and now you can do the weird spell shenanigans, but you still can't use any auras. And I kind of love the, like, literally just be like, let's try something else. Let's just do a 180. Just change the 2 abilities and flip them. And I kind of love it. Yo, what's up, Swope? Excellent, Kevin Head. How are you guys doing? What's up, everybody? Hope you're all doing well. Yeah, that's like the kind of the best way to balance something I've ever seen in my entire life. So yeah, again, is that going to be good? Is it going to be interesting? Is it going to be fun? I don't know, but I am going to play it. I have decided. So I will be streaming some of that here on the live stream. So hopefully it'll be fun. I have not decided what I'm going to play, but we'll talk about it later at some point. When I have like my head more tightly secured on my shoulders. Again, if you're wondering why we do climb, I think it's just a good way to warm up. Good way to warm up the fingers and the hands. Just do a quick 10 runs of climb. It doesn't take terribly long either, which is nice. Although I do need to get better at my air dashing, figuring out some of the best points to air dash, which is why I'm specifically using this character. I could actually do a little bit better if I had action boost sprint as an example. I could probably do a little bit better and cut some corners. but you know, what are you gonna do? Like, yeah, we can do that cut there, and now then we fall instantly. And by we, I mean specifically me, only me. But yeah, good old do a shortcut, make it longer. It's like when your friend is like, yo, check this out, I found a way to make this like activity actually shorter. Oh, hold on, look at this, and then they try to do the thing that they're telling you about and they fail like 3 times in a row, and you're like, shorter, huh? And they're like, yeah, no, it's like really fast, like it's like really good, don't worry, it's like actually very fast. Yeah, it's like 3 minutes. It's not bad. And it's the reason why I run the climb. I just prefer the climb to the slide. Some people will do the slide. I just prefer the climb. The benefit of the slide is you get more bronze coins if you are collecting all the bronze coins. Yeah, I just want to be able to warm up the vocals and talk about some stuff. How are you guys doing? How's everybody doing today on Ye Olde Tuesday? I got a phone call from my girlfriend this morning. I was lying in bed asleep because it was like 6 something in the morning. And she goes, hey, we forgot to take out the garbage yesterday. And I was like, oh. That's not good. So I leapt out of bed and I gathered up all the garbage around the house and took out the trash, because we had both somehow forgotten. Which is good that she saw that and noticed and then told me about it, because holding onto your trash for an extra 2 weeks is not ideal, especially like when it's in wintertime where, you know, there's nowhere for it to go. Neither the climb or slide. I mean, but I like the climb. I'm a biased person, but I like pretty much any type of like 3D jumping puzzle or platforming. I do like it. I like the fact that in Destiny 2, all the dungeons and raids have weird platforming sections. I do find that fun. I do like the fact that I've been playing some Guild Wars 2 recently. I made an Elementalist because I wanted to try it, and I had not tried the Elementalist yet. And so I've been running around, and there's jumping puzzles in that game that are also quite fun to engage with. So I've been doing that a bunch off stream, but yeah, it's been good. The trash out in the curb, I started putting it in the shed. Yeah, unfortunately we don't have a shed. We have the inside of the house. Where I used to live, that is what we did sometimes, where if we forgot to put the trash out, you just put it in the shed, and it's winter time, so as long as it's in the shed, the animals can't get to it, and it just freezes, so it's not a big deal. But here, I don't have access to a shed, so if I can't put the trash out, the trash stays in, which is normally not that big of a deal. But if you're unaware that something needs to be trashed, or like something is going to be staying with you for a long time, that's where it gets like mildly complicated. So what I mean by that is there is, let's say you have like, I don't know, like meat scraps from a meal that you've eaten. And then you know that if you know that it's like, let's say like tonight, because today's garbage day, if I'm going to be keeping it for 2 weeks, I can just like put that in the freezer, you know, and then I don't have to worry about it making a rancid odor that billows throughout the whole place. But if it's like, you know, the Sunday before garbage day, and then I forget, uh-oh. Oh god. In first-person shooters, third person is better for that. I mean, I like both of them. I actually don't mind in first person. Oh god. So yeah. But no, the Guild Wars 2, I have been playing Guild Wars 2. It was really funny because I was told that the Elementalist is like the most complicated class in Guild Wars 2, and I was like, is it? How complicated is this character class? How could it do more? I was gonna say, but yeah, I wasn't sure how complicated the Elementalist class was going to be, One of the things that is my something that holds me back with the combat in Guild Wars 2 is that there's too many keybinds. This might sound like kind of weird, but the game is much more action combat oriented. And so the fact that there's so many buttons in Guild Wars, a game that's action combat oriented, the game wants you to focus on the moment-to-moment gameplay, your positioning, where the direction you're facing, even like the angle of which your camera is tilted. Unlike something like World of Warcraft, where in WoW, I can just like target an enemy, and then once I've targeted the enemy, the rest of the details don't really matter. So like if I'm playing WoW and I'm playing a mage, I target the enemy, and then I can just turn my camera to look at whatever. I can be kind of unfocused and do my rotation without thinking about it. But in Guild Wars, everything is moving all the time, you're moving all the time, the monsters are moving all the time, and there's like hundreds of quadrillions of ground effects that you need to watch out for. So they focus very, very heavily on like the moment-to-moment gameplay, but then also your character has like 5 buttons, and then you have a weapon swap for another 5 buttons, and then you have on the other side of the bar, you have 5 more buttons that are interchangeable, and then almost every class has like an extra 3 or 4 buttons that give you a different form or stance that converts all your buttons to other buttons, and it just gets like overwhelming. It's like more keybinds than I really want, because like I'm trying to focus on the gameplay. Like pick a lane. Either do the like big traditional MMO key binding situation, or where like I can have a lot of those buttons, or alternatively, give me the action combat. Don't make me do both. And so I don't really like it that much. I get really overwhelmed really quickly. Also because of the fact that there's like no resource management in that game. Your resources are your cooldowns, because just everything has a cooldown instead of actually using a resource. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the amount of buttons they ask you to push. By contrast, I look at a game like Elder Scrolls Online, which is extremely similar in terms of the combat. If you've never played Elder Scrolls Online and Guild Wars 2, they function almost identically in terms of the way in combat is delivered. But Elder Scrolls Online gives you a total of 12 buttons instead of up to 25. And I just find it easier to manage. It's easier on my brain. Maybe I'm just like a chimp and I can't handle too many things, too many buttons I have to press, but yeah. Yo, what's up, Braddock? How you doing? No. Your rate's taking the garbage to dump yourself. I mean, I could take the garbage to the dump myself, but then I have to drive out to Carp, and I don't want to do that. Ugh. Is Elementus one of his 5-minute DPS rotation? Yes, it is. 60 buttons on bottom of screen. I mean, you can compare apples to oranges. Like, the reason why you have a lot of buttons in DDO is not because these are active combat buttons, which I feel like is pretty clear, but in case it's not clear, in Dungeons & Dragons Online, a lot of these things are just stuff that's in my inventory that I don't need to grab on a moment's notice. So for example, if you look here, this entire thing is a bunch of stances. I don't really turn any of these off. I just leave them on because it like lets me visually see have them. You can just drag them off and not have them here, but it also lets you, the player, or like the viewer, see what I actually have. I don't need these. These are just static potions in my inventory that give me buffs that last for an hour. Again, these could just be in my inventory. So like almost all of the things on here, these are like out of combat buffs I don't have to use in combat, is this row. These are like teleporting items I don't use in combat. Of my combat abilities, they are here. But even still, of my combat abilities, the only ones I actually use in combat are Mass Hold Monster, Burst of Glacial Wrath, Consume, Stricken, Dreadmist, and the other Dreadmist. I have 2 Dreadmists, so that is 6 buttons on this bar. And then on this bar, I have 2 heals, my Wave, my Black Tentacles, Reaper's Potency, my Wellspring of Power. I've got the Null Magic Aura, maybe Dimension Door, and Time Stop, which is 13 buttons, which is almost identical to how many there are that I use in Elder Scrolls Online, and about half of the amount of buttons you'd use on your regular character in Guild Wars 2. So again, my point still stands, that I just think that there's kind of just like too many buttons that you gotta press in that game in terms of like kind of like understanding the whole macro of like how to put all of the things together. Now that being said, that is for me and my taste and my liking. I wouldn't want the game to change to accommodate me. Because the people that play the game obviously like it very much, and they like it with that. And as somebody who doesn't want to have that many buttons, the other games that don't force me to use as many things also exist, which is good. So I can I can just instead choose to go do something else, which is what you can do with your time, which is what I generally do. However, where I was going with this was the Elementalist is interesting because they don't let you weapon swap in combat. So usually in Guild Wars 2, your weapon determines what skills you have. So like if you use a sword versus a dagger versus a hammer, it'll actually give you actual different skills in their entirety. Which I think is actually a really, really cool concept. And so, for example, I have a Necromancer that I play that's like high level that I've done like PvP and other stuff with. And I play the Reaper, which lets you use a Greatsword. And so I use Greatsword on the main hand. And then on the offhand, I use I believe a Dagger and Scepter. Because it gives me a lot of flexibility and also a lot of like defensive utility. So when I'm in PvP, I can have extra skills to quickly get some life back or debilitate foes that I can just swap between, which is really, really nice. On top of the other things I'm already doing. Again, not saying I can't handle it, just that like it is a lot. It can be really overwhelming all at once. But one of the things that I found was kind of interesting about the Elementalist is that they don't let you swap. So in theory, you might be like, okay, well, if they don't let you swap weapons, instead of having 10 different abilities to keep track of with your weapons, you only have 5. So that makes it easier, right? But the way the Elementalist works is that they have 4 elemental stances. So if let's say I have a greatsword or a sword in my hand, so I have all the sword skills. If I'm in fire stance, I have the fire sword skills. At any point, for no cost, with a very short cooldown, I can swap into water, and now all my skills are water skills that are entirely different. Sometimes they're like kind of similar. So for example, there's a fire breath skill that you get for daggers, lets you breathe out fire, and it does damage. If you swap into water and you use the water breath, it's like an ice breath that heals allies and damages foes that are caught in the breath. So it's kind of like it's the same skill in terms of visuals, or like the performance of the skill, but functionally it does something different, which is interesting. Versus another button, which is like the fire skill is for one of them is it's like a dash where you dash to a location and explode, dealing damage. Whereas the ice skill, by contrast, instead of dashing to a place and dealing damage, instead you drop like a bubble on the ground or like make a zone of frost that you can use to make combos and also protects people that are inside of it. So it's interesting. But then you go, okay, well, that's kind of cool. So you have like extra abilities, but there's 2 things that make it even more interesting. Number 1, you also have wind and earth. So as opposed to a regular character who has 10 abilities, you have 20 abilities on the Elementalist, which is always fun. And then the better part about that, remember I said Guild Wars 2 has no resource system? There's no mana in Guild Wars. So if ability is off cooldown, you can just press the ability whenever you want. This is not a bad thing. This is just an interesting thing. If I use all of my fire skills and then swap to water, even though it's the same button locations, all of those skills are now off cooldown because all the cooldowns are stored separately. So you can just roll between all your different elements, going like, whip all my fire skills, boom, flip to water, whip all the water skills, boom, flip to air, whip all the air skills, boom, flip to earth, whip all the earth skills, flip back to fire, whip all the fire skills. It is very interesting how you can do stuff with specific setups. And so in theory, it should be very overwhelming, as I just mentioned. But for whatever reason, because of the theming, and also because you don't want all of the skills, which is another big one, I actually don't find it as overwhelming, which sounds really, really weird. So what I mean is like if I swap into ice and I'm playing solo, I don't need to use like the ice group protection spell. That's a waste of time. So instead, I'm just going to swap into ice, drop down the comet, and then swap into something else. So as a result, I can compartmentalize based on the weapon type that I have exactly what skills I want to use at any given moment, because you are always going to have skills that just aren't as relevant for your character build as you go through. So it actually, even though you have 20, you're basically getting trimmed down to like 12 that you want to actively use and a couple situational ones, which makes it a lot easier for me on the brain to think of, even though it's probably supposed to be more complicated. If you're doing an active DPS rotation, like even all the fire skills you don't want to use, which is kind of a weird way to think about it. So it's been interesting looking at this So I'm excited to explore it more. It seems like it's going to be a lot of fun. That being said, I haven't gotten to the point with the elite specializations that get more complicated, because the Weaver looks really cool where you get to wield swords and become a full melee, but then you're combining elements and that looks overwhelming. So we'll see how it goes, but I'm going to try. More and more buttons, which I don't like. Yeah, like all the new ones that came with the, there's like the new expansion that came out. A lot of them look really, really cool, but they're like so overwhelming. I got two new kittens. 2 new kittens? Aww. Aww, look at them. They want the mouse. They're trying to catch a mouse. They're trying to help you. They're trying to get rid of pests in your house. This is great. Aww, look at those kittens. They're trying to help you trade. Hold on, what are we buying? We're buying a spear with crit chance and attack speed. Crit chance, attack speed. Where's the plus to skills, man? You need plus to skills. You can't just get crit chance and attack speed to save your whole life. I guess if you can add a flat damage other places, you don't really need the actual damage on the spear. You're doing poison. Wait, doesn't poison still use plus to skills? Because the poison damage scales off of skill level. I admittedly have not played Poison Spear. What's up, Safa? How you doing? My spear journey was playing Lightning Spear like everybody else, and then it got nerfed and I didn't play Amazon again. I tried to play an Amazon in PV2. I went back to it later, and I had this thought of making like a kind of like a bow character that uses a different setup of skills. And then I found just everything in Amazon specifically was like you must use spear, and it was very depressing. It's like you have to use a what was it? It's like a non-melee attack with a spear to like scale some of the bonuses, which is depressing. Tried spear for like 2 hours. Yeah. Yeah, like last when I played the most recent Path of Exile 2 League, I played yeah, Blood Mage Wyvern. It was good. I enjoyed Blood Mage Wyvern. It was fun. The only thing is I kind of wish I'd gone like the wolf route, just because the wolf is just like faster. Not like, oh my god, grab please. This is the hardest part of this whole quest. It's just this one section of grab where sometimes the game just doesn't grab. I kind of wish I had done the wolf, because the wolf does seem kind of cool. Or maybe just the bear. Like bear Blood Mage was probably smart, because you just get like raw armor and tank it up. But yeah. Oracle doing plants. Yeah, Oracle doing plants is also a good idea. I saw a lot of people playing the plant build. Please grab. I will be so happy if you grab. Thank you. Ugh. If that thing came down the tiniest bit so you didn't have to grab and you could jump onto it, oh my lord. Yeah, I was using plants. I used like the big thrashers on my build, because the Blood Mage gets lifesteal, and so I would open every combat with Thunderstorm plus plants plus Frostbomb, and then flip into the Wyvern form, and that, because I got 10% spell damage as lifesteal, would basically always keep me at full health 100% while I'm actually playing. It was good. Finished my Bark Root Blessing. Oh my god. Working on Void Mantle. Oh my god, you guys are talking about mythics. I only have one mythic, and it's the Oaken Soul. I got it, and I was like, damn, this is cool. And then I didn't use it. I do plan on returning to ESO and exploring around, but I'm going to do that after the big quality of life patch that's coming out. It's always the hard part when you know that a big patch is coming to a video game, or like a big change is coming, where I'm like, man, you know what'd be cool? Playing the video game. You know what else is cool? Not playing the video game and waiting for the quality of life that they announced it was going to be coming. It's like how Dungeons & Dragons Online has been horribly laggy, so even though there's been like all the cool experiences, you're still just waiting for the lag patch before you want to come back and play. Although, that being said, DDO is not laggy at all. So fun fact, by the way, so in my Discord, there's the stream clips section where I ask people to post like their favorite clips from the stream, which thank you to all of you who did that. It's been great to like just relive my own life, where I don't remember anything that has happened. So I'm like watching it for the first time. How did we deal with the game being so laggy for so long? Like, I have a memory of how bad it was, which is not, like, it wasn't even that long ago. It's only been like 2 months of lag-free DDO, but it's crazy how bad it was. Like, I'm watching so many clips of just like on hardcore, we get frozen like every 3 seconds, and I'm like, and we just dealt with it. It's crazy. Yeah, if you're on the airship, you're gonna have to experience lag, but like getting 1 2 to 3 second lag spike in a 5 to 6 hour gaming session, I don't mind, because the comparison is it used to be multiple times per quest every quest. Or worse. No, why did I click? Not burning out before the new patch. My guess is that there weren't as many good games back then. No, there were good games. Stockholm Syndrome is probably the answer. Leech Life. Oh yeah, they made a bunch of stuff with the most recent patch. They changed it to be not Spear exclusive. It used to be more Spear exclusive on launch. Sorry, I was referencing when the Amazon first came out. It was like basically play a spear or go away, and it's more open now. I'm gonna grab onto this someday, or I won't. One of the two. One of the two. Yeah, I think this is gonna be my last one, even though it's gonna do more keys. I am getting frustrated by this little sticking point here. Shrim Barkroot Blessing is a cosmetic that requires 10 different antiquity leads to get. Oh, it just makes you look like you're very sick. It gives you the body armor. Oh.
Anything that would help in slaying a giant.
Or not body armor, but it gives you like the Barkroot body. I actually really don't like that. I think it's extremely ugly, and I would not want to farm for it. Yeah, I really hate that in a deep way. So I hope you enjoy it and you are able to get oh, did you get yours? Oh, you finished up. Nice. Congrats. Yeah, I hate it.
Keep up the good work.
Demon Bear or Wyvern? Yeah. Yeah, I just use a spell damage leech. Yo, what's up, Kentos? How are you doing? As a fair warning to all the people who are watching in chat, yes, we will in fact later today be talking about Path of Exile and because of the new Freesia stuff, because I have some crackpot ideas to go over, and so I need to espouse them to somebody so I don't keep them cooped up in my head like a madman. But don't worry, that will not take up the brunt of the live stream. That will be a short 10-minute detour at some point later today. Bad? Oh, I'm sorry, man. Well, hopefully, you know what? Thinking about, I'd like to be like, oh yeah, well, we're getting close to Friday, but it's Tuesday. I got nothing. Summer and Winter Wings? Nice, dude. What if I want to talk longer than 10 minutes? Well, we probably can. Is Freesia full league? It's 2 weeks. 2 weeks, and Freesia is all new ascendancies. So, all new ascendancy classes. Crazy event. Ebon Dwarven Wolf. Oh, that looks sick. No chance I'll get the cloak. Yeah, the Reaper cloak, you need to get a hardcore character at level 20. If you get a hardcore character to level 20, then you can just join a farming group and get it taken care of, but you have to do that. Technically, you don't have to get to 20. People are like, yeah, you can do it at 15, but like, yeah, you kind of have to get it to 20. And yeah, the farm is extremely boring. To learn how to play. Path of Exile 1 is very similar to Path of Exile 2, except the movement's entirely different, and the power fantasy is very different. Oh, you just can't make yourself do it? Oh, yeah. No, I feel that. I would like to get the hardcore, or the hardcore wings, but I don't know if I'm going to have the energy to actually farm it out. I'm currently doing it on the Artificer, so we'll see. No. Please. I beg you, game. Beef. Please help me. Please. No. Oh, no. Grab. Yes. Beautiful video game. Just the third grab.
result.
There's a via leveling plus golden moat, so 0 farming. Yeah. Yeah, I'm hopeful that I'll be able to wings with just leveling, but we'll see. Yeah, fortunately, I did it with a group for farming out some of the stuff. And with the group, there was one person who would like just complete Haberdasher and just wait at the end. And then another person whose job it was just to reset Grim and Barret. And so it was run into Grim and Barret, spawn the moat in the first like minute and a half, kill it, then go outside, enter into Haberdasher, get the instant completion, go back into Grim and Barret, and it was like a 4-minute cycle per run. Or per moat, somewhere around there.
Hey, good. But
Okay. Alright, I only have one more key. You know what? I'm doing the last key. I wasn't gonna do the last key, but I got one more key. Yeah, it was pretty wild. And you might be like, oh, how long did you do that for? 4 hours, dude. 4 hours. It was 4 hours. 4 hours. It was brutal. Watch YouTube, yeah. It's a long time. That's why I'm like, you know what? Do I need the cloak? And the cloak does look really cool, but here's the thing. I'm never gonna wear it. So, like, I don't wear almost any of the cosmetics that I have access to, because I'm just not like a fashion guy. So I'll just be like, yeah, that looks good enough, and then I stop. I'm not like somebody who likes to sift through all of the options and try to make the perfect fashion character.
here for folk light our path.
What am I farming? I'm just doing 10 keys. I'm doing 10 keys while talking to chat, and the goal is to just warm up my voice so that when I start doing the solo guided artificer stuff, my voice is warmed up and I won't sound horrible in the video. That's all. I actually don't need anything. It's just this is better. At least this is farming something. Plus, also, I'm going to buy some stuff, and then I'll probably have some coins left over. So as we get closer to the end of the Snow Peaks event, I will do some coin giveaways. Or I'll like buy people stuff that need things. What's up, Wolf Kobold? How are you doing today? And 80 pulls and wish, no hard chart, no climber's remembrance. Oh no, dude. RIP. That sucks. Why is it not working? Oh? You know the difference between swine flu and bird flu? Transmission and severity. The main problem is less so, is that my main understanding is that the swine flu was much more transmissible than bird flu. But then also, the bigger thing that's more dangerous about them is that they're not like novel, as in we haven't heard about them before, but they're not like active in transmission. So if you have had the flu before, and then you got H1N1, it was different enough variation of the flu that your body would have pretty much no defenses against it, so you'd have a much more severe reaction than getting the kind of more standard flu that kind of goes around seasonally. And so it just would cause a bigger reaction, so it can be more dangerous. Because it's not entirely a novel virus, but because we understand it, but to the body it's more novel, so it can cause bigger problems. So that's kind of the issue with both of those. For those people who are wondering, it's like, why should I be scared about this? I get flu all the time. And it's like, because it's mildly novel to your own body. So the defenses that you have against like the seasonal flu are not quite as robust. And then needs tweetment. Oh, it was a pun. Well, thank you for the pun. Anyway. That's funny. Nothing to buy? Yeah, exactly. That's same here. I don't have a ton to buy. Hey, let's solo guided caster ranger, everybody. Wee, wee. Anyway, what a character to play. I've been a bad for the managed to get a place to live next month. Contract is currently in the post. Oh man, I hate that when you're living somewhere and the person who owns the building is like, hey, by the way, I want to sell this. And you're like, yeah, but I live here. And they're like, yeah, but I'm selling it. So you have to move now. And you're like, damn, I guess I do have to move now. Hopefully you've had a good amount of time to be able to scope out and find a new place. Because yeah, some places, depending on where you live, they might not have as strong rules for tenants. And so some places can be like, yeah, I'm selling it, so you have to move out right now. Are Snow Peaks rubies worth it, or have there been better rubies with recent updates? Well, the Snow Peaks freeze ruby is really good at low levels. It completely tapers off around like level 16, but it's good for low levels. And then the other ruby, and then the cold iron ruby is also just generally good for throwing in somewhere. So yeah. And he sell it with you as a bonus. Yeah, it comes with this guy that lives in this house. All right. I'm going to sell before I start doing this. And I'm going to summon my dog and go get a ship bus before I start doing this. Yeah. In the Gold Curse Dagger is a great example because Gold Curse Dagger is level 3, the Ruby is 4, so it does mean you have to wait till 4 to get the dagger, but now it has 2 chances to stun pretty much everything. Alright, let's get rid of some garbage. So we'll put on the haggle stuff. Did I have my haggle on for the entirety of Ravenloft? Berber. Also, Lom, welcome back to the stream team. Priest is running a fantastic day. Glad to be here. Hope everything's going well for you. And I am grateful for you for tuning in. Dodge 6, Insightful Combat Mastery 3 is interesting, except it doesn't stack with my Insightful Combat Mastery from Know the Angles. So I like this, but I'm not going to use it. I got back last night, and also I'm tired. Ooh, being tired. You got to make sure you get some rest, man. You can't just stay up all night burning the candle at both ends. Because you know what happens if you burn the candle at both ends? That's right, you get tired. I got a Fear Gaze with Mythic 3? Damn, I can't wait to sell that out of the game. That's awesome. Ah, sleeping for 10 hours is definitely the play. What's up, Epahu? How are you doing? All right, so we turn on Rune Arm Charging, we summon the dog, we go get him some ship buffs, and then we head into the quest. And then we're going to be continuing. For those that missed yesterday, this is the solo Maverick Hunter. So this is basically a solo Artificer melee character that I've been playing for a little while. The goal here of this character is just to play the game solo and show how other people can also do it. Generally, I've been doing a lot of the harder quests while leveling up, so choosing quests that are intentionally more dangerous than less dangerous, with the goal of showing how to get through some of these encounters and how to manage it. So for example, you don't have to do black and blue and newcomers because those quests are very, very dangerous, but should you decide that that's the way you want to go through your level 10s, that is one quest you can decide to go select. As I said, the goal of this is to make it as repeatable as possible. Everything I've gotten, I don't have any like really, really rare gear. Obviously, I have some good stuff, like I got this helmet that gives me 8 points of intelligence, so it is nice to have, but again, it's something that you can get yourself. It's not insanely rare, and at this point, once I get to level 15, 8 to my intelligence is not that rare anyway, so, you know, having it a little bit early is nice. Anyway, we'll be continuing it with the level 12s here, and doing some of these quests. When noted, I will make sure to inform you guys when there are traps or there are dangerous things you got to pay attention to. But generally this quest and this quest chain isn't too bad. The most dangerous part about this quest is you can get overrun by slads, and they can be quite dangerous if you're not prepared for them. So I'm going to be prepared for them so I don't get overrun. Go level 5. If you haven't done the waterworks, I like doing waterworks. I also like doing the Chanticleer quest chain, and also pretty much all the quests outside of the tavern there near the steam tunnels. There's a whole bunch of quests. You can run all of those. Those ones are pretty fun. Explosive Situation used to be a solo quest in the harbor. It's now a group quest, and the XP on it can be quite good actually. Doesn't have any cool unique loot, but it's nice. Good old puzzle.
The ground shakes.
PvE builds have I thought about? A few.
Shrine door rolls open.
All right, so now in this door, we're gonna search and disable. There is a trap box here. There are trap boxes for all of these traps. You don't have to disable them because if you actually run through the trap, you can, on the other side, there's a lever here that will disable the trap for your friends if somebody can like run through. However, if you decide to do that, then unfortunately you will not be able to disable the trap for the XP. And so because I do want to get the additional experience points from disabling trap, I am going to actually make sure I disable the traps. What are some of the pros of melee over repeater? One of the big ones is you don't have to hear the over and over and over again, which some people find very grating. Also, I like playing melee, so I'm going to enjoy it. And also, when you get surrounded, melee characters can feel a little bit better because you kind of have that built-in AoE. However, Artificers are kind of like the kings of AoE with their ranged attacks. There isn't really a reason outside of flavor to play a melee Artificer at this current point in time. Because the one advantage that our melee Artificer had, which was kind of like when you get surrounded and dealing with like a lot of enemies in melee, used to be a bigger problem. But Artificers, ranged Artificers specifically, the Shatter Defenses is actually a ranged AoE attack, and so is Thundershock Weapons for the ranged. It's also AoE, so you can trip entire rooms full of people with a ranged character, but you can't do that with a melee one because life is pain. So yeah, it's always fun. No, not the burning blood. One of the reasons why my character might feel like oddly tanky, if you're like watching me just take hit after hit, is partially because I have a good amount of physical and magical resistance rating. Well, physical resistance rating anyway. But it's mostly because the elemental damage. A lot of these guys add a lot of elemental damage. So like these salamanders, for example, they obviously add a lot of extra fire damage to their attacks. But I don't have to worry about it as much because of the extra elemental defenses that I do have on my character by casting all the resistances. Getting resistance 30 to everything is really, really, really nice.
Waves of intense heat billow out.
Ooh, an emote is here. Life is pain. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I can't be out here telling you that like, oh yes, I am playing I'm playing Melee Artificer because Melee Artificer is better. It's not better, but it is cool. And I like that it's cool. And that's pretty much it. And when this guy shows up, he's gonna get knocked down. See ya. Don't you dare go invisible again on me. Cast this spell so I can protect myself and beat up the Displacer Beast. Yeah, so far I've been handling the moats pretty handily as well, which has been nice. Granted, oh, we're so far away. I'm only 1/3 of the way through. I guess I'm technically 1/3 of the way through the leveling process. Wait, what didn't I do? Did I not pull a lever somewhere? That door's supposed to be open. Uh-oh, I missed a lever somewhere. Looks like I didn't pull... I killed everything in this room, but somehow I didn't pull this. That'll happen to you. Here we go.
There's a massive rush
But yeah,
of air
melee is just a preferred playstyle for me. I just don't really like ranged characters in DDO. Another big reason why I don't like the ranged characters is because of the desync. If you've ever played a ranged character, sometimes you will shoot an enemy and you watch the crossbow bolts or like your ranged attack hit the enemy, but nothing happens because there's a weird desync. Or other times the actual attack animation that your character is making doesn't match up with the actual attacks hitting your enemy. So which is to say, like, you fire your bow and then the enemy takes damage, and then which is how it's supposed to be. But then sometimes it'll be a situation where like it's just so out of sync that the actual attacks coming out of your character on screen does not match when the enemy takes damage at all. So yeah. So these slads also can be quite dangerous if they knock you down in a bad spot. You also need to be mindful there's a lot of traps in here, which I'm being careful of. So I'm just going to be very, very careful with this one. There's also lightning water. Touching the lightning water is very dangerous. You don't want to touch any of the lightning water down here. But yeah, the blue slab, basically I want to like knock it down when possible, so I did. Kind of direct targeted it and then took it down. Alright. Yeah, but that's also because they like balloon in their health values. As I said, we're going to try to just skip past all of this. There are a lot of champs here, unfortunately, and my dog is probably going to die because either it's the AoE or it's the lightning floor, but we'll see if we can get him out. Alright, he's alive. Good boy. Again, more traps here, so I'm going to use my tumble to get past a lot of the acid traps that are quite dangerous. And then go for this guy, because the blue slide is the one that knocks you down. Another blue slide, going to wait for him to come in, and then get him with the knockdown. Again, identifying which monster is the most dangerous for you at any given moment is a key part of the experience of going through. So, you know, if you're like, oh, how do you know what to target? Experience. Also getting knocked down by blue slides and then overrun. Where all of a sudden you're like knocked down on the ground and they're just like beating the heck out of you. And you realize, oh, you know what? Maybe I should be more careful around this monster type in particular.
The voice croaks. Did you think so great a prize would be easily won? Come
Anyway, the boss spawns right here. So I'm just gonna wait here. Ichthanor. Ichthanor's Signet Ring is a item that I really wish worked properly. Basically, it's a ring that is really cool. It gives you increased caster levels to your arcane and divine spells. So it's like whenever you cast an arcane spell or a divine spell, it's actually slightly more powerful. On top of that, it also gives you like more resource generation, and it's just overall a really cool item with what it does. There's a lot of really cool stats on it, and use magic device. The main problem and why I'd say it doesn't work is that it says arcane and divine spells, which is completely wrong. It actually only increases the power of sorcerer, wizard, cleric, and favorite soul spells, and nothing else. So all the arcane casters, like warlocks, alchemists, artificers, bards, get nothing, and the divine casters, like rangers, druids, paladins, sacred fists, and a few is that it? I think it's it. Don't get anything. So you know, charisma 6, insightful spell resistance 9. It's kind of cool. If I had a spell resistance item, I could use that. Ooh, okay, this one's great. Sheltering 17 is really nice, and my boots are not that great, so this is a good option as an upgrade defensively. So I will keep these. The spell sight's not insane. I don't care about spellcraft for the most part. It does give me a little bit of damage on like my rune arm and stuff, but it's mostly the sheltering. That's kind of cool. All right, time to go to I Know Who Done It. I Know Who Done It is a quest in which you have to figure out who done it, who stole something. The solution to this one is not going to be the same. There are multiple different solutions to this one based on like what factors are. There are 4 people who can be responsible, and so you just have to go through and investigate all of them until you can figure out who in fact is responsible. So the way I'm going to show you the route that I take that just checks everywhere, and eventually will get you what you want. You come down here. The reason why you come into the kobold area first is because if the kobold guy is responsible, if he's the one that did it, the gnome that's down here, then you pretty much instantly complete the quest because all of the stuff is in here. Most of the characters have like the hidden evidence all over the quest, but the kobold guy is just all here. Who spells a cleric gets bonus from the arcane augment. Interesting. That's wild. That should not work like that. Oh, we have one piece. There's one of them. Yeah, so this gives you a chance to just instantly finish the quest, which is why I always check this first.
This kobold idol smells like charcoal and brimstone.
He is very bad at hiding his evidence.
The influence of Zoriat or Kyber. Has Aether been
Hey, we got a mode of music already. That was fast.
What do these fools worship?
Unfortunately for me, uh-oh, tiny bit of lag. No, not the lag. Get him, doggy. Wait, druids have arcane spell failure on fire shield? I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I actually knew that. So that is a horrible revelation. Alright, let me just beat up this bugbear guy, kill all everything else. Wow, I didn't know that. See, that's weird, because bards don't have that same problem. Oh, I got knocked down. Woo. Huh. Things I did not know. That's definitely at the top of the list. Also, I cursed them out. It's really funny. Oh, look. More evidence. So now we're at 2. All you need is 3 pieces of evidence to convict somebody of the crime. So once I get 1 more piece of evidence, it's over. And since I already have 2 and I only need 1 more, and I'm still in the 1 section with this 1 guy there's a good chance that I'm going to be able to get him.
Finkelberry manages to pacify the remaining kobolds. He reprimands you for provoking his research
Anyway,
subjects.
sneak over here. Spells with somatic? Yes, they have to have a somatic component. Somatic is basically you have to use your arms and legs to cast the spell. Like you have to do a large sweeping motion, which is why you get arcane spell failure, because it's difficult to cast spells with large sweeping motions when you're wearing full plated armor or you have a shield in your hand. Which is why those things give arcane spell failure. Theoretically, weapons should also give arcane spell failure, but they don't do that. So what are you going to do? Okay, so there's nothing here, unfortunately. I'm going to quickly check down here because I have 2 pieces of evidence, and if there's kobold footprints, I can be done right away. But it looks like it's not Aethor Finkelberry because there's no other evidence. Wow. Okay, so it's not Aethor Finkelberry. I got 2 pieces of evidence right away, and unfortunately, I didn't find the third. What are you going to do? Sometimes it happens.
Feather may have belonged to Danis Derpinshire.
Anyway, we're going to continue investigating.
Radiant idol you've seen around.
I should actually drink more water.
Is someone
I've been
afraid of
very
this
thirsty
poor
today.
soul?
I drank like 2 huge glasses of water when I woke up, and I had another one before I started stream, and I'm still thirsty. Yeah, I've never seen the arcane spell failure on Druid. That's crazy. Oh, there's the kobold footprints. There they are. Never mind. It's Aethor Finkelberry. So we got a cultist hood, and we have the kobold footprints.
This cultist
Hey, get out of here.
is just big enough for a
All right,
half-orc
so
head. And look,
since I have the evidence for Aethor, I'm just going to go check him off right away. If he happens to have it, the quest is right away over. Another thing about this is this is a quest where it's so much faster if you have multiple people. If you do this quest with like 5 people, everybody
Aether
will be able to just go a different direction, and you will be very quick
You
to
are
complete
led
it.
to believe Aether is
Anyway,
up to no good,
no, is this
even
no?
if he didn't steal the eye of Serania.
Attack it then. Whee. So be it. Attack them, my pretties.
In the heat of battle, Aether's illusory disguise ripped
Oh no, it was a Rakshasa the whole time.
innocent and vile
Rogue agent
Rakshasa
of the Lords of Dust.
rolling in the
Unfortunately for me, I don't have any way to get true seeing right now. So that's kind of annoying. Anyway, I get the key, and now we find out, is the quest over instantaneously? Yes, it is.
You hear a dulcet chime as the
Sweet.
binding
So this quest can be quite long,
unravels
but
in the
it's
eye
not
of
here,
Serania.
fortunately.
A portal blasts open to a
And now we wait for the
painful
dialogue to go through,
place.
which is a good time to drink some water. Yes, that is correct. That's the reason why I don't see SSG making like a full caster class as opposed to making things that are like part casters or reworking other stuff, just because it seems like it's a ton of stuff. Also, I love it's like, oh, thank you. It's like, sister, you're supposed to tip the mortals. These are adventures, risking their lives in a gig economy. True.
They insist that taking it away from everyone
I got nothing.
is for the best.
Also, there's a lot of crazy items you can get from this quest chain, which is one of the reasons why I'm doing it. Almost every item that you can get, the named items from this quest chain, are really, really good in modern times. So fantastic for leveling. Definitely something to look forward to. I mean, look forward to assuming that you can get them and you don't pull nothing. Sabotaging Ring has Seeker and Deception on it, which are great stats. Increase crit and sneak attack. But then I lose the magnetism, which I don't really want to lose out on because I can't sneak attack easily. For those of you that don't know how sneak attack works, you might be like, well, you can't sneak attack, Tom, you're an artificer. The way sneak attack functions in DDO is as long as the target does not have aggro on you, you get to sneak attack it, which is way different than what a lot of people intuit sneak attack to mean. So what that means is, let's say I send my dog in first, all my hits against all the targets, because everybody's aggroed against my dog, will get sneak attack bonus damage.
The Eye of
So it's actually really easy to get sneak attack even when playing solo. If you have a pet, that will obviously solve that problem, but we can go even further beyond that. Instead of just going, oh, I have a pet, there are effects that can force sneak attacks on targets, like the effect Deception, which is when you roll a 20, you can now sneak attack the enemy target. And you might think, okay, well, I gotta roll a 20 to let that happen. But like, you attack pretty quick in this game, so rolling 20s is not that uncommon. So it'll happen pretty regularly. In pen and paper, an effect like that would be pretty rare. Like, you're not going to roll a lot of 20s sitting around at the table. It happens, but it's not happening all the time. Yeah. Is this the Knoll bow stuff? I don't know what you mean by Knoll bow stuff. So I'm not sure what you mean. Knoll bow stuff. Like, like the Windlasher bow from the Sands of Menectaren? Is that what you're asking about? Oh, the fusible items. You're talking about the fusible warbow, the null bow, maybe.
More than here. A faint humming sensation.
Ooh, and then we have a crest down here. Here you're trying to find all the crests. Jumping down here, you have to fight a bunch of scorpions, but yeah. Yes, there is some stuff you can fuse. It's not this quest chain that drops those items. This does have scepters. There's the fusible scepters and the malleable scepters that you can combine into a quarterstaff. Don't ever do that, by the way. It's always just worse. There's no reason in the game to fuse them together. It's just worse than not fusing them. Now you can climb up that like series of rocks here to find sometimes a crest here. Although I believe if there's a crest, it's either up here or down in the canyon. I don't believe it is both. But yeah, that quest chain is the Invasion of Stormreach chain, which also takes part in Lord Smart's Plaza. I don't do that quest chain very much because I don't like it. But if you don't mind, you can. Sometimes it can be in the water, so just check out for that.
The surface of the underground pool begins to
Then we kill Neris Lana. It is dead. We got another crest here. There's always one crest here, so it's a guaranteed. There's two guaranteed crests, the one in the scorpions at the beginning and the one here. And then, yeah, and then we gotta check around for the rest. And this is the last one. Nice. All the crests are done. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Just make it so two-handed items have 8 stats. Or 4 stats on them. So if a one-hander has 2 stats, like a prefix and a suffix, then make it so two-handers all spawn with 2 prefixes and 2 suffixes. Problem solved. Alright. So, this is a puzzle here, and you need to solve this puzzle. And you might think, how am I going to solve it? I don't know. You have to press buttons. So maybe I press this, and you can look at it and examine it and be like, okay, that moves that. And then this one, that moves that. Okay. And you're trying to use your brain to solve this puzzle. Great idea. However, what if I said there's a faster way to do it? 1, 2, 3, 4. Isn't that cool? So every single one of these puzzles in the whole game is solvable with 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, or 4, 3, 2, 1, 4. Every single puzzle in the entire game you can solve with that combination. That's one of these standing stone puzzles. That might change in the future if we get different designs or different shapes of standing stone puzzles. But yeah, all the ones can be done like that. Die, jerks. Alright, we're good. The Moorlands one? The Moorlands one, you can just do the Moorlands one is 1, 2, 3, 4. It works every time. The Moorlands one is static, and you just hit it with 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's it. In Vecna, yep. It's not even 1, 2, 3, 4, 2. It's actually just 1, 2, 3, 4, and you're done. It's really funny. You have to go through this section to like fight these ghosts, and then find like somebody who died to read their notes to find out like what the actual solution of the puzzle is. And it, yeah, 3, 1, 2, 4 is the solution of the puzzle, but also 1, 2, 3, 4 is the solution of the puzzle. So you just slam 1, 2, 3, 4, and you're done. Anywho. Now this section up here is kind of neat. So there's a bunch of monsters you're supposed to fight on the way, but you actually don't have to fight any of them if you don't want to. You can just sprint through this section because there's a door at the end that none of the monsters can fit through. So if you don't actually feel like fighting everything in this section, you don't have to, and you can just ignore it and just keep going. Like all these Lantern Archons, they can't make it through. There's a bunch of golems, they can't make it through, so you can just kind of ignore it all. I am going to fight it because I like fighting the monsters, but just, you know, keep giving you guys the options in case you just want to change up your game plan or you're like sprinting through these quests. Also, it's not the safest to sprint past monsters because you never know when you're going to take too much damage. Another thing I really like about getting higher level in DDO is that your spells actually just last a lot longer. So my spells last for 1 minute per level, so they're like 14 minutes. So now I don't have to like worry about rebuffing during a quest. One of the things about the early game is that if my character as an artificer has a lot of buffs that I rely on to make my character powerful, if I have to rebuff like twice between each shrine or before the quest is over, you end up spending a lot of your spell points on buffing, and I don't have as much for just general healing. But because now I'm only casting my row of buffs, which cost me like 150 mana once per quest, I have the rest of my mana bar just for dealing damage to enemies. Anyway, I'm just gonna beat this lady up, and we are good. Protect myself, if I didn't drink haste potion, and then away we go. Yeah, for those that don't know, level 1 spells, or pretty much every buff spell, not every buff spell, but pretty much every buff spell, a few of them are still exempt, now have a minimum duration of 5 minutes, which is huge. Back in the day, this was not the case, so if you were level 1, you would seriously cast like shield for 1 minute. So you had to really think about when you were casting your spells and using your spell points. Ooh, Malleable Scepter of Nullification. Cool. Useless for me, but a cool item. Nowadays, you don't have to worry about that. However, there's still a couple. Resist Energy is still 1 minute per level. It does not have a minimum of 5. Same with Blur is also 1 minute per level. It does not have a minimum of 5. So it's always fun. Resistant Cloak. Elementally resistant cloak. Electric resist, light resist, sonic absorb. Bleh. Magic resistance rating, insightful combat mastery. Bleh. Don't want any of this stuff. It's all garbage. Alright, now we get to the quest that most people hate out of this quest chain. Beautiful Nightmares. A lot of people don't like navigating through this adventure. I don't mind it. I'm going to show you how to get through it, so if you don't know where to go, you can follow my example and make it through every single time.
Oh, right. You remember that you've come to the House of Langor to find and retrieve.
Also, I very much appreciate that the narrator for this quest is like describing the quest, like being like, I'm sleepy. What's happening? What's going on here? And then they're like, oh, right. And they snap into queue because even the narrator is under the spell of the creatures that are in here. This is a good quest. You can pet all the animals. We are not petting all the animals today, unfortunately. Anyway, how do you solve this puzzle? Corner, corner, or like edge, 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 and then corner, and that's it. 3 edges, 1 corner.
The last light. At first, you feel a sense of calm and relief. Yet that
You only hate it because it completely sucks? I don't think so.
As you notice, you blink awake. You realize with a jolt that you. Oh.
Yeah, this quest is a super cool adventure, and I personally quite like it. Do I need cold iron for these guys, or is it crystal? I don't know what damage bypass I need. Blocked by energy resist. Damage blocked by energy resistance. Cold iron. Okay, it is cold iron. So we're gonna use cold iron for this one, so I can bypass immunities on these guys. Yeah, so those monsters traditionally would be bypassed with crystal damage reduction, but I don't have to deal with that. So, fun fact about this quest is that you're supposed to fall all the way down there and then climb your way back out of the pit. However, if you just do what I did and jump out and then come back in, eventually all of the monsters should spawn in here after a while, and then I should be able to progress without actually having to go down there. No, do I have to actually fall? No, I have to actually fall. No, there's a bunch of invisible walls preventing from moving. Alright, I'm just gonna wait till eventually everything loads. Once I see a monster load, I can go.
Not to worry, love. I'll
There we
send
go.
my dear friends to help you get back.
Don't fight any of the monsters in here. You don't have to. Just keep yourself alive. All the monsters in here are ranged monsters, so they don't move. It's not going to affect your dungeon alert. And they're really annoying to have to go individually fight. So I'm just going to avoid them. Yeah, if you have 2 people, once you get to this valve over here, the valve on this side allows you to just simply end this section, because you can pull it and it drops a ladder that lets everybody walk out. If you have a second person with you, instead of going down, you have one person go down and another person just jumps from here, or like stays up there, and then they quickly jump over and hit the valve, so then everybody can just leave. Because then you get the way out. Anyways, back to work. They real quarry? They fake quarry? They are real quarry. It's either that somebody made it so the regular core eye that you find in other quests, you need crystal to be able to bypass their damage reduction. It's one of two things. Either the person that made this quest forgot that and just added cold iron because it sounded right, or guidelines had changed since the core eye were added to the game many years ago. So it's possible that the guidelines have changed. So like the modern books don't use crystal as a type, so they're just like, oh yeah, it's not going to be crystal. That could also be a thing. Or it could be because crystal weapons are very rare in DDO, they didn't want to make a quest. Like, it makes sense that if you're going to go to a quest chain that's all core eye, to make them crystal DR, because that means that, you know, you should be prepared when you go to fight these things, versus there's only one quest that has these monsters, and it wouldn't be that entirely fair. Sandstone puzzles square hole? Yeah, for the most part, yeah. And that, like, to me, that's a fair reason to not make it crystal, is that this is only one quest out of all of them. So maybe that's why they wouldn't want to have it be crystal. Love that that guy turns green when he's a Snow Peaks champ. It's kind of cool. Hey Strim, I was wondering if I should buy Feywild or Lamortia for my next pack. What do you think is more essential? Lamortia. General rule of thumb with DDO, the newest expansion is the best one to purchase. However, bear in mind, if you are wanting to buy them for DDO points, I believe Feywild and Sharn and Ravenloft are on sale for 99 points still right now, which is what you want to get instead. Because 99 DDO points is like an hour of game time, so I would highly recommend you go for that first.
You can clearly see the courtyard below, as well as 2 other doors on this level.
So 99 DDO points in-game to buy Feywild, and then Lamortia either with your hard-earned monies or however you want to do it. Where's your favor in an hour? Yeah, if you play on like if you go load onto a new server you haven't played, you get the first time bonus. If you're somebody who's new, absolutely worth it to farm it out. You are correct. 400 favor in 1 hour if you don't have any first time bonuses is a little, yeah, it's you're not gonna get 400 in an hour. If you're looking at like 4 hours of gameplay for the average player, 100 favor an hour is pretty appropriate. It can get faster depending on your play pattern, but yeah. I wish I could hit incorporeal targets. It's really slowing me down. Yeah, how much favor do I have on this character? This character is at 1,000. Ooh. All the adventures I've done. Yep. Yeah, Feywild being 99 points on special in the store right now is insanely cheap. So get the 99 point Feywild, and then if you were going to buy an expansion, I would buy Lamortia. Lamortia gear is insanely good for leveling. It's insanely good for endgame. So it kind of does, it hits both notes and does everything you want to do. But then on top of that, it's also just really fun. Like, it's just a fun adventure. Same thing with Feywild. Feywild's really nice for leveling. It fits right in a good level range if you don't own any other content. The quest pack is just generally a good time. I really enjoy it. So
to a corridor overlooking the Twilight Chapel. Yet you cannot simply drop down. The room is blocked by a magic barrier.
alrighty, let's move on.
Alas,
And then we have another puzzle
so
here.
near and yet so
You'll see me doing something I do all the time, which is solving puzzles backwards so I don't explode.
You will need to choose between the 2 trials I have prepared for you.
The eye's voice fades, and the vines blocking your path forward.
Although I guess you don't
disappear.
explode with this puzzle. But yeah, just good habit. Always solve puzzles backwards in case there's like... Also, if you solve puzzles backwards, you see the route way faster. Because going forward, there's tons of routes that are meant to lead you in the wrong direction. But when you go backwards, you really can only go one way.
Power flows into the signal.
What's up,
crystal on
Hermits?
the
How you
wall,
doing?
Dispelling the barrier.
How
atop
often do
the
expansions come
Twilight
out?
Chapel.
In DDO, so it used to be we would get an expansion like, you know, every like 3 years or something. More recently, it's been every. We used to get an expansion every 18 months. 18 months is about the average, yeah.
I have lulled these mortals to sleep. Years during which they believed they kept me
18 months sounds about right.
When in fact, I had been the one.
Anyway, there's fire creatures in this next room, so as long as I have fire resist, I should be okay. And I have fire resist, so I should be okay.
Yet you still wish to shake them
I still
away?
add fire damage with my rune arm, so I'm actually going to swap to my other rune arm, which adds physical damage, but yeah.
It would be such a shame to rip them away from their happiness.
Nice. Hopefully you can finish off your loots. There's only like a week more of the event, so hopefully you have time to get everything done.
If that is truly what would bring you peace, I will oblige you. But if you believe
time for sure.
these
Yep.
trifling illusions
Yeah, if you don't
are
own
my
VIP,
true
it takes a little bit longer to do the normal hard elite stuff.
disappointed.
But it's not bad. There's a lot of like really quick quests you can do that you can just slam out normal hard elite. Info is key as an example where it gives a lot of favor and it's really fast to do normal hard elite.
One last challenge left.
Is this guy a construct? No, he's a giant. Interesting. Anyway, I'm just killing the giants because you actually don't need to kill the elementals. So I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna give myself defense and just go for this guy. And he's dead. Oh, you do have to kill the elementals. Ooh, I'm just so used to them dying so quick. Also, my dog is like frozen. He's just not doing anything. Dog, please live. Or just join a harbor group. That's true. You can just join a harbor group and then let them carry you through a few quests. Also a perfectly good option.
Well,
It's another quest complete. Again, I really like this quest chain. It's very fun.
despite the challenges I have thrown at you.
And nothing. No named items. Damn. I like talked up the named item. Oh, I guess I got the fusible scepter of nullification. Nothing I could use though.
Come to an end, drained of power yet again. For the moment, at least. You have managed to break the spell.
What's the skin on the sword? So this sword is actually the Underdark Warrior's sword from the Underdark Warrior coffer pack with the new weapon aura that comes from the Midnight Wing coffer pack. This is the Midnight Wing aura on top of it. I actually really like the aura. I think it looks great. All right. Anything useful? We have a Dodge Insightful Repair Amp chest piece. Actually sick. I think I'm going to use this because the electric absorption's okay, but the extra repair amp will be really nice for me, and I really like the dodge. So I'm gonna take that, and I'm gonna take level 15, so I will immediately equip that, and I'll put the old one on my dog. Yeah, it's okay. I'll have to resummon him anyway. He's about to get despawned when I level up. All right. Hello, Artificer Trainer. What's up? Let's do some artificing. So again, you'll notice that I'm putting points in a jump, but the convenience of being able to just jump relatively high all the time is fantastic. I forgot what feat I'm taking. I think it's greater single weapon fighting, but this is one of the reasons why I write this stuff down, because that way I don't have to think about it. Actually, can somebody hit me with exclamation point solo arty in the chat so I can just read my own build real quick? Because I can pull it up, but I don't know. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. 15 is Insightful Reflexes. No, I took that. Greater single weapon fighting. Yeah, okay. I'm pretty sure that's what it was, but I need to double check. And now I have 6 level spells. Now, many of these spells can't be learned other places. So, for example, Deadly Weapons is a rare scroll. Tactical Detonation is a rare scroll. So you want to make sure you take the good stuff. However, I'm going to take Reconstruct. Reconstruct is full health whenever I want it. It costs 35 spell points and it brings me back up to full. Excellent spell. It is the best oh shit button you can possibly get. And I'm a big fan. I could just go learn the spell, but I really don't need a whole lot. So we're going to slap this on here. And now if I need to heal, I can just go whoop, and I made a reflex save. Did I heal myself at all? Yes, I healed 432. It didn't come through, but I healed 432. I love the fact that it didn't display the number. Anyway, if I put on my new repair amplification docent, I cast it 550. So it's more than my entire health bar for one spell cast, and all it cost me is 45 spell points. So pretty sweet. Very, very good for that. Now my dog, who has not gotten any gear for a very long time. Here you go, buddy. Whoosh. Now his armor class is 52. Yay. Goodbye. Anyway, sweet deal, man. Sweet deal. I'm going to sell some garbage out of the video game. It does give a little haste effect on here, yes. What other spell did I get? Level 3? Okay, I can take Seal the Faith Mass, I guess. Sure, why not? Gives me and my dog extra armor class. Alright, let's put on the Haggle Helm and do some haggling. And then I gotta buy some potions, and we're gonna move on to some other stuff. I actually don't know what 13s I want to do. Oh, I also have those boots I can wear now, which I do want to use. Which gives me more physical and magical sheltering, which is quite nice. So we're going to put that on instead. There's a mana potion here. Usually you use mana potions, but I'm lazy and forgetful, and I don't use mana potions. So I'm going to have to go get more greater heroism. Oh, this is a regular greater heroism. I don't need that. Okay, everything is good. Sell. Let's go buy some more potions. Do Myth Draenor. Oh yeah, I could do Myth Draenor. That's true. I could do Myth Draenor. Myth Draenor is fun. Gear for Lamortia will be farming for years. The heroic Lamortia gear is very, very easy. Isn't jump maxed at 40? So yes, jump is maxed at 40. The problem is I don't have max jump during the leveling process, and being able to jump over things is really, really nice. As an artificer, I don't get access to the jump spell. I sort of get access to it because I can drink potions and they give me a higher effect. But there are some skips and areas you can do, which are quite nice. With this type, with having a high jump score. So I'm going to buy 200 more potions. I'm spending almost all my gold on haste potions, but I promise you it's worth it. Do enter the kobold at 15. No. Go away. So yeah. Yeah, it just gives me the ability to jump while leveling and be able to climb over minor objects without having to worry about it. Again, I can buy jump potions. For example, I have this jump potion here, jump 10, which actually gives me 20, so it brings me up to 32. However, that's still not high enough to be able to do some of the skips in the game, because it's not going to be quite as high. I think about the leveling process quite a bit, and so having access to that is kind of important. Okay. Yeah, let's do Myth Draenor. Good idea. Actually, before I do Myth Draenor, I'm going to go to the bathroom. But then I will and get my dog some buffs, and buy a new hireling, and then we'll go do Myth Draenor. No spell and cross class? Yes. Paladin at least is not too bad. Most paladins will be strength based, so it's not as hard. Okay, we can get Rage, the Warforged Barbarian. Or we can get Sigil, the Warforged Cleric, who has Finger of Death, Scorching Ray, and Wall of Fire. I think the monster is going to have too much health for Sigil to do anything. There's also Skeen, Warforged Favored Soul. He's a melee favored soul. Shrimp, hope you're doing well. Are there any of the expansion ultimate packs that are worth the price? Myth Draenor gives you a +3 racial tome for all your characters, which is really crazy. You guys want Sigil? I can grab Sigil. Seems neat. I'll grab a couple so we have it. Also, if you're wondering, like, oh, Strim, why are you using only the Warforged hirelings? It's just cool. I don't know. It's just fun to... I'm playing a Warforged character with the healing, so I might as well use a Warforged hireling. Seems neat. Is there a way to fix the thing where tooltips just flash for like 1/10 of a second instead of staying visible without relogging? What? I don't know. I've never encountered that bug. That's a new one for me. Oh god. I gotta go to... I went to Lamortia, which is the wrong place. I've never encountered that bug. You've definitely seen that bug at some point in your life? I couldn't tell you. I've seen a lot of bugs. I don't know that one. I went to the wrong place. I gotta teleport to somewhere else. Racial trait level 1? On every character on your account for the rest of time. Yep. So I have it on this account. I haven't used it on this character because I'm trying to make sure I'm playing as close to what you could expect to do. So somebody who is like doesn't know anything. But yes, I believe it is Myth Draenor. I'm just going to double check. Myth Draenor DDO. So there's the Magic of Mithranor expansion, and the bonuses, Unlimited Tome of Racial Enhancement +3, yes. So that tome is 3,000 DDO points per character if you want to get the +3 racial tome. If you buy the Ultimate expansion, not only do you get the sick cosmetics, all the cosmetics in there look really good from Mithranor, you also get the Druid Rana Leafheart, who is actually a surprisingly good hireling, not something you would expect. But you also get the Dimensional Hireling folder, which lets you use the shared bank space. But also you get the Flying Carpet, which people like. But then you get the Tome of Racial Enhancement, which you use on every character. So every character till the end of time gets +3 racial points, which you can just spend on your tree at level 1 right away. Which is nice. It makes your race decision a little bit more impactful because you get some free stuff. So for example, as a Warforged, I spent 3 points to get the Mechanist for the extra repair amplification. You can just get that at level 1. Other than that, it's a tougher sell. That one's just so high yield. The +3 tome is really silly. All right. Don't want to beat up dinosaurs first? No, not currently. I'll take this because this is 10 more health and 5 repair spell power, which is nice. And then I'm going to take a quick trip to the washroom. I'll be back in a moment. Then we're going to do Mithranor. Some of you might be wondering, why are you doing Mithranor? The answer to that question is that Mithranor is hard. And so I want to showcase how you can do Mithranor in this type of character and stay safe. So it is harder than your average questing area. You do not need to do Mithranor. Easier areas include Giant Hold as an example, especially if you're grouping. There's probably a Giant Hold group right now. Literally Giant Hold group right now. So if you if you're like, you want to do some stuff, just jump in Giant Hold, get some free XP. It's good. Other areas, other 13s are also good to do. There's even a Mithranor group going, but I will be doing Mithranor by myself to show you how to do it and get through all the things. This is a very long quest chain. It's also huge and gigantic. If you don't own a horse, if you do not own a mount, don't do Mithranor. Please don't do Mithranor if you don't own a mount. It'll take you so long to get to any of the quests. Anyway, I'm gonna go use the washroom. Did you have any targeting issues after that last bounce pass? No, I've had no targeting issues that I can think of, but let me think on that a little bit more. I'll be back in a minute. Let's go to the washroom. I'm back. Stream Wash Guy visits the washroom to get even more washed. True. Semi-related, just to give people a reminder, as I said yesterday, today will also be a slightly shorter stream. I'll be ending the stream at 5 p.m. today because I have other activities to take care of in the evening. We'll be back to regular longer stream Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I just want to let you guys know that I'll be doing that. So you're not surprised. That's all. Okay, where were we? Okay. All right. Room has a date night? No, I don't. All right. So we're going to do Mitranor. Now, the things to keep in mind with Mitranor is that the monsters hit harder, they have more health, and they have a couple of varied statistics. There are a few monsters in Mitranor that are actually quite dangerous, and I will keep you apprised of what those monsters are, and also a couple of unique mechanics with the Red Wizards of Thay. The Red Wizards of Thay, some of them are necromancers, and they control these necromantic skeletons that they use to their advantage. While the skeletons are alive, the Red Wizards of Thay are actually more defensive against your attacks, so you want to take care of their minions first. They kind of like offload some of the danger. We're going to go to the Ettercap incursion, so I can also show you one of the more dangerous monsters that you can find in here, which are the Carrion Crawlers. Carrion Crawlers are a monster type that, if you've never seen before, are really gross. They're these weird, horrible bug thingies. And yeah, they're just like really, really gross. The thing about Carrion Crawlers is they attack you 6 times, which makes them kind of spooky. So they just go like boom, 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 and kind of hit you repeatedly. And on top of that, they are also, they have a paralysis effect, which makes them quite spooky. Fortunately, I don't have to worry about that nearly as much because the paralysis effect doesn't work against me because I'm Warforged. The other caps are also kind of dangerous. They hit really hard. However, they're not nearly as dangerous when you get up to higher levels. The first time you experience Ether Caps can usually be through the Isle of Dread expansion. And in Isle of Dread, the Ether Caps do end up hitting you quite hard because you're not ready for what they have incoming. Sigil, for example, is getting absolutely cooked by these Ether Caps. Hopefully he will keep himself alive. Like, I don't want to have to heal Sigil, and it looks like I don't have to. Yeah.
The great cave where the
Would you like one? Well, no, date night, you can also, like, if you have a significant other, I do encourage you guys to go out on date night. It's fun. It's a good way to make sure you keep, like, the romance alive in your relationship. So date night, good. It's just not date night tonight. Also, it's like middle of winter time out here in good old Canada. So it is cold as heck. Anyway, those are the Carrion Crawlers. They can be quite dangerous. Fortunately for me, I'm just gonna cook them. I do way too much melee damage, and they can't handle it. The Dragonless quest can in fact be dangerous, yes.
The freed elf tells you his story.
All right, cast this, cast this. So I have cold iron weapons for dealing with all these monsters, and then when they pop, we're gonna get them. Get knocked down, sucker. I didn't knock him down. Triad. Hopefully I don't have to deal with any epic creatures, but we will see. I might do some of Vecna Unleashed, but I'm not sure. All right. Also, Sigil he's repairing the turret and the dog, but not himself. There we go. Good boy, Sigil. I'm Canadian too, you bet. Yeah, it's cold and icy and snowy, so we don't have a lot going on, or like any recent outings for date nights. Our anniversary is actually coming up this weekend, so it's in a couple days. So I will, in fact, be taking time to do that. But that is, like I said, in a few days. Yeah, it's gonna be exciting. Again, because of middle of winter, we're not doing a whole lot. It's also like a bit of a gauntlet because it's Christmas time, which happens, and then it's her birthday, and then it's our anniversary, like boom, boom, boom. And so you get a bit of like celebration fatigue by that point, where it's like, oh yeah, doing activities. Oh no, these drained my wisdom. My wisdom has been drained. I can do nothing. Unless these guys stop howling, I literally can't do anything. So hopefully they will stop doing this, but yeah, we'll see. Get him, Sigil. You can do it. I literally can't do anything for minutes at odd ends. Go, Sigil. Get him. Chain lightning. I assume Sigil's doing good stuff. I honestly don't know. Hard to tell. Just do it all on. Yeah, and then Valentine's, yeah. Although fortunately for us, we don't need to have a very strong Valentine's tradition. And the reason I say that is because for the past couple of years, the new season of Love is Blind, the trashy TV or trashy reality show on Netflix, has released on or around Valentine's Day every day for the last few years. And so it's like, oh, what are we gonna do? Let's watch that. It's good. You gotta imitate the sound. Yeah.
The way into the cave is open.
7 days each other. We get really caked out. Yeah, that's why you gotta change it up. Sometimes you do cake, sometimes you do pudding, sometimes you do pie. Alright, this dragon can be quite dangerous, can hit you quite hard, which is why we're going to add cast a radiant force field before we go in, and then I'm going to start wrecking this guy. The reason why it's also dangerous is if you get knocked down, so don't get knocked down by this thing. Block. Oh man, I thought I blocked, but I didn't block soon enough. And I'm just going to keep myself topped up all the time with Reconstruct, because the cost is very low by comparison. Also, watch out for these circles. The circles are dangerous. They explode, and you take huge amounts of damage.
The elves will once again be able to walk these woods undisturbed.
And I got a treasure chest. Anything good? Nope. All right, and now we do the gauntlet. We're going out into the Mithranor. As a reminder, I said if you don't own a mount, don't run Mithranor. You will see why. It is a very, very big adventure zone. Most adventure zones don't really require a mount to get around. They just feel nice when you have a mount, you know? Like, Feywild used to feel big, and then we got mounts, and it's like, now it's pretty good. Interesting, it's got tumble on it. Huh, those boots are interesting. What do I want to use these instead? One less sheltering, but I get insightful spell site, which I can't really use. No. It's neat. I'm just gonna get rid of it. Although the Dex Insightful Dex Feather Falling boots, I just kind of skipped over. Holy crap, if I was a Dex build... I don't use Dex for anything, but that'd be kind of cool. Okay, anyways, now we go out. And I'll be handing everything in later. So yes, out into the quest. Hey, what's up, Gwen? How you doing? So as I said, this adventure zone is massive. So if you don't have a mount, it will take you hours to run across this place. I'm not joking. It's cool because it is kind of like the whole ancient city of Mithranor. So there's a cool element to it. But unfortunate reality is that this is also a very, very, very empty zone. So you're walking through a bunch of buildings. It looks cool. It feels interesting, like on maybe like a first walkthrough. But after that, for me, it really lost its luster. So now we're just chilling. Just going through. And we start with the first quest just over here in Tyrantur's Hall. This is a quest, one of many. If you have Dimension Door, it is super duper fast. And if you don't have Dimension Door, you are doing a lot of walking around. A lot of walking around. The plus side is, at the very least, with this quest chain, now that I'm outside in the Mithranor area, I don't have to summon Sigil every time because he will just teleport to me through each individual quest, which is good. Yes, there's a lot of empty space in Mithranor, which is my personal big complaint about this quest chain. I like Mithranor as a quest chain, but the actual adventure zone just doesn't have anything in it most of the time. So when you're like, oh, but I'll explore around, I'll find something, and the answer is no, you probably won't. It is very unlikely for you to actually find something interesting to do or look at inside of Mithranor. All right. This quest can also have a lot of like respawning undead. So just keep that in mind when you do this adventure quest or adventure chain. Yeah, I don't know if it should be like Ravenloft teleports. Again, I just think if the area was like 1/3 of the size, or if they added like if there's like 50 rares and like 80 explorers, you know, where you're like I could get a whole level from doing rare hunting and exploring, that'd be sick. But this has like the same amount of explorers and rares as like Ravenloft without the teleporting. Because at least Ravenloft is like big empty space as well, but like you don't need to explore all of it.
You hear someone calling out from behind a doorway.
10 purple named rares, yes. Anyway, talk to the door, and we go back. What are they fighting? What are we fighting? What's going on? Oh, there's like a bunch of ghouls down here. Ghouls! I also appreciate that my hireling can't figure out that he's upstairs and is just casting through the floor. Yeah, Barovia is also annoying to walk through, but you don't have to, which is nice. Ooh. I saw you guys complaining about that in the Discord today. You ain't wrong. Yeah, I hear rats. All the squeaking. Squeak, squeak, squeak. And we killed the Feyfound. I'm surprised that Feyfound made it all the way through. Either it's like a typo that like no one has noticed, so it's just called Feyfound, or maybe they wanted to call it a Feyfound because it's like tongue-in-cheek because it's like Fey, and then it's like a Feyhound, so they just call it a found. I don't know. Anyway, kill Gorthor the Ravager. Sounds way more dangerous than he actually is. Don't forget to pick up this crest that you find here. I always forget to pick up this crest, and then I have to go find it later. That it's a Feyhound, it's a found. Well, nobody's good at everything, and that's okay. Also, I don't have the spot to see a lot of the invisible creatures along my journey, so instead I just use my weapon to determine where the invisible creatures are, or the stealth creatures. I just attack. Yeah, there are teleports in this area for the record. You can teleport all around. However, you can only do it after you've completed most of Mistranor, which is not ideal. Also, I feel like I should have gotten the melee hireling. I think the melee hireling would have been way better because I can actually just heal it and keep it alive really easily. Oh! Whoa, I took like 150 damage from one of these guys' attacks. What the? Whoa, that was spooky. My dog took like 500. Also, solo loot. Died at 17, just a couple levels higher than me. Spooky. I don't want to run into a bad place, but, you know, I'm also doing the solo loot thing. They exist are totally impractical? Yes. Yeah, some of the teleports don't really work as well. Like, they function as in you can physically take them, but they're not good teleports. They don't go where you want them to go. Or where you think they should go.
The lever is pulled. You notice that
I agree with that.
quieting as the barrier above deactivates.
Okay, there we go. Learn from their mistakes by making wilderness too big. Lamortia is the perfect size of the wilderness. You don't need any teleports. The area that you spawn in, like the town central area, is relatively close to pretty much every single quest. There's only a couple of quests that are out of place. Specifically, the last quest of the entire saga is the furthest quest from the adventure zone, or the start, which feels appropriate. And I just really like the layout and the design of the area. The city layout with the streets also makes it relatively easy to navigate without feeling simple, because you still are like going through a sprawling area, but it doesn't feel like too simplistic, if that makes sense. Yeah, so I actually quite like it. If they deleted all Explorer Zones, I'd like the game more. Honestly, I totally agree with that statement. I think the reason why they started adding Explorer Zones in the first place is because, you know, at some point, people who play World of Warcraft come to try out Dungeons & Dragons Online, and they go, where's the overworld? Why can't I explore the overworld? And so I think that's why they added Adventure Zones in the first place, is try to appease that, like, World of Warcraft player who like wants to do some overworld quests, and then it's just kind of built from there that every expansion has to have it. Some of it does feel like interesting world building, again, if you can put some interesting places. I really like the Lamortia Adventure Zone for the character that it gives you the city. I like the fact that they mention that they have been like cutting down all of the trees and they're running out of trees for firewood, and you can actually go and see the fields of cut stumps where there's like no trees left. And like, so some of that does feel good, the environmental storytelling mixed in with the actual, like, what you're hearing the characters say and do. So I do appreciate that quite a bit. Yeah, because for those of you that don't know, there's an area called the Searing Heights in DDO, and the Searing Heights was the first adventure zone added to the game, as in just an adventure zone. Also, no, Leoric was slain at level 30 by a walking ancestor in Isle of Dread. Ooh, dang. So when the game first came out, we had adventure zones. There was like the waterworks and other places that were adventure zones, but they weren't like just adventure zones. The waterworks is a quest area. Chanticleer is a quest area. Threnal is a quest area. When, oh god, he's just trying to cast spells, ain't he? When they first added, Searing Heights, there were no quests in Searing Heights whatsoever. So it's just an adventure zone for the sake of like, you fight monsters, that's it. And it was not very popular when it first came out. It was okay. The monsters were like harder than average because you had to fight all these like spooky ass drow. So yeah, they eventually did add 2 quests to that zone, but it is still like the least utilized piece of DDO content, I would say, in the whole game. Which, for the record, is fine. They don't have to, like, make sure everything is, you know, has, like, a essential stuff to it. But, yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why they did it. Time-wasting game. I don't think it's made to waste time. Doing Slayers is worse than doing a day job. Oh, damn. Kentos, tell me how you really feel. Okay, we have a solar gem of strike through heroic. That's kind of cool. I do use strike through, and I do have an extra solar gem socket. That's nice. Solar gems drop out of Lamortia and Mithranor. Everything that came out after Lamortia drops solar gems, and I have an extra solar gem in my cloak socket, so I could actually use that and get some strike through. Ooh. All right, and now the next quest I want to do is up here. I don't know exactly how to get through Mithranor. Okay, so let me just get lost in peace. Reaver's Reach has 3 adventure zones that are all really cool that, yes, are very, very underutilized.
Long ago, Cormanthir's greatest wizards
all right, buff time.
Share new spells and discuss their latest research. Yet not even the Empire's greatest wizards could.
All right, everybody got their buffs. Feeling good to go. Get the crest, and don't miss out on any of the crest room, Tom. This quest is also relatively simple. The only thing I have to be careful of is there's some Nothics, which can do force damage, and then of course the carrion crawlers that are everywhere in this expansion. They are very, very dangerous, especially the chaos crawlers that cast magic and will randomly absorb 1 element. Makes them very fun. Yes, the Dragon Touch armor was very cool. It was a very tedious process, but it was a cool process. People, surprisingly, of all of the weird grinds in DDO, a lot of people do look back on that era fondly. Which is weird. The Faithful Departed area. Yeah, the Faithful Departed area. Talking about Forgotten Adventure Zones. How many of you guys knew that the area before the quest Faithful Departed, a quest probably none of you have done before, is in fact a full adventure zone? Oh, hello? DDO? Uh-oh. Spike. You can't mount there, but if you go in with a mount equipped, you can be mounted in there. Uh-oh, this is a really bad lag spike. This is probably the worst lag spike I've had in 2 weeks. Uh-oh.
This was once the library.
Well, fortunately, the entire game froze, so I didn't get killed. It was not just me. The servers also couldn't do anything. So, sick. All you heard was this, like, as the game was trying to do stuff. Black Anvil Forest? I mean, Black Anvil Forest's a pretty cool area. I'm also lagging still. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. With all the Nothics pointing at me and I can't move? Uh-oh. Oh, man. Please don't die here. I think I'm gonna leave this quest and reset the adventure zone. Oh, shit. Oh, no. I'm kind of worried. Okay, I'm gonna go upstairs, but I might just reset this quest because something is wrong with my quest. We'll see. I'm not doing the mode. I'm skipping the mode. I'm really nervous about the lag in this quest. So it's not the client. There are some quest or like servers. So the way this game works is there's instance servers. So when you load into an instance, the game loads you onto one of the many instance servers that the game has to handle, you know, the play. I can't hit this guy. Fuck. Okay. I need true seeing. Man, the most dangerous monster in the quest, being a champ that I can't hit it unless I have true seeing, is very annoying. What is the concealment on this? 70%? 80%? 90%? It has like an 80% concealment chance. That's kind of crazy, actually. So that's good. Anyway, yeah, this is not good. This is not good, you guys. This is not good. And the lag might have passed, but anyway, there's individual instance servers, and sometimes an entire instance server will just be like crashing and not functioning, and then you kind of get stuck. So just be mindful of that. It might just be the server itself. So you like leave the quest, go back, like reset it, go back in, it gives you a new instance, and now you're on the instance server that isn't lagging. Again, not always the case, but can be the case pretty often. See, I just want to be careful. I don't want to like lose my character out of here. Oh, I'm on the guild airship server? Oh no. Also, you don't have to kill these spiders here. I'm just doing it in case my hirelings like wander into them for some reason. Yeah, I'm not doing the moat. I'll do the moat in another quest, but that lag is too spooky. It appears to be gone, but still, I don't know. I don't trust it. I've had hardcore characters die to lag in the past. Quite a few, actually.
Of course, this brings risks of its own.
And I just don't want to have it be this one. Helmed horrors are kind of neat because they all absorb a particular element, so just don't use that element against the helmed horrors, so neither of them are set to fire, so I can hit them now. They rotate through their elements as well. They also all absorb force damage all the time, which is neat.
Of course, those are the only things available in the safe vault. I'm not ready to call upon our last defense just yet. The invaders
Alright, we're good.
are in the city.
Paranoia keeps you alive.
They were just too many. Our defense
Also, usually if the DDO gate, like if DDO is lagging and I'm playing on the regular server or like regular settings, I don't really care because it's just like whatever, you just wait. You know, it's a good opportunity for me to check my phone. But when it's on hardcore, it's a little spooky. Chaos Crawler. This does a lot of help. Another reminder as to why you can just do giant hold. The monsters in here have 800 health each, 800 to like 1500 health per monster. In giant hold, the monsters have like 300 to 500 health per monster. So it is just a lot easier to do. You will be able to fight creatures that have lower hit points. But again, getting extra damage is something you just sort of slowly build into over time. Like what I've got going on here. Oh, and I got a rem chest. Give me my remnants, baby. Crest goes in the socket.
I am going to the safe hold.
And the final boss here is not dangerous at all, so it should be fun.
Our last defense.
Rescue the octopus. Ooh.
I can only pray to the gods that I
Power curve mobs will have next year. Yeah. Hey, I got the icon of the elves. It's mine. Oh, did I not click on Kalgoth Dark Song? Oops. His corpse is just outside. I guess I didn't click on it because he was underneath the big root man that spawned earlier. Name escaping me. Did I say due to the minefield due to lag? Oof. Yeah, like I said, DDO's been really good for me usually, so that lag spike that just happened is very like out of the ordinary. So apparently I did not find Kalgoth Darksong, whose corpse is just outside this room. So I'm going to loot my chest so I don't have to come back in here. Unless it won't let me loot the chest, but it did. Okay, good. I got a solar gem of magical resistance rating. I'm going to be honest, that's better than the strike through. That's 10 magical resistance rating on this cloak, instantly going into the cloak, instantly. So now I get 10 extra magical resistance rating on top of 6 constitution. Okie dokie. Sick. Insane. Insane. Hey, what's up, Kelgoth? So now, my magic resistance rating is up to 32. Sweet. Which means I take 24.24% less damage from elemental damage. Magic. Yo, what's up, Wrath? Good morning. How are you? Alright, so now the quest I want to go to is to the west here. Just pretty much due west of where I am. Use the Blightcaster build. When should I switch from Thorn to Acid? Level 20. I believe I do a full respec at level 20 in the build, and I believe I say that in the video, but yes. Blightcaster, level 20 is when you want to do the swap. Because before level 20, Thorn is really, really, really strong and gives you everything you want. There's no Thorn support in Epics. There are no Thorn things that work in Epics, so that's when you swap to Acid. I'm doing pretty good. I'm awake, I'm alive. I got hit with a nasty lag spike, but fortunately I did not die, which is good. Play through Restless Isles? No, we're not doing Restless Isles. If I can choose to never do Restless Isles ever again for the rest of my entire life, I will choose to do that. Oh, good. I love climbing. Freesha in different builds? Yeah, I also spent quite a lot of time thinking about Freesha in different builds. Okay. Also, if you see any of these guys with like a blue symbol around their, like not blue symbol, but like a blue circle around them, that means you have to be into melee to reduce their defenses. They started doing this thing starting with Myth Draenor, where monsters would be resistant to range damage, and the way you bypass the resistance to range damage is to get into melee with them. It's basically a way to make it so that melees feel a little bit better. The problem is you can just stick a tank next to him, and then the range characters can still just shoot him. But it's a good attempt. You do need to make sure you have somebody there. Ooh, a purple. Uncommon. Let's go. Yeah, they started doing it with the raid in Vecna, but they started like incorporating it everywhere here. Alright, Song Hunter Hag. Again, I don't think I have a lot to worry about here, so I am going to cast my Radiant Force Field just in case. I'm going to help Sigil because he's getting murked by the Harpies. Heal yourself, Sigil. You can do it. I believe in you. What do I need? I'm like not dealing any damage to this. Oh no, I am dealing damage.
How do I TTS purple at an ear-shattering decibel?
Excellent question. I think if you use capital letters, it works. You just need to be louder. Just use capital letters and it'll go louder. Also, thank you for the bits. Appreciate it. There we go. Nice and fun. Is gear more important than at that point any key items I should go for? Gear is always important, so I don't know why it would be more important. Gear is always a good thing to focus on. Should I keep my Dragonlord pure and get the Defender or Ravager tier 6 cores, or splash them and pick up other abilities? That depends. What do you want to do? Like, why would you multi-class is the question I have for you. Like, what do you want to gain from multi-classing?
You venture down.
Yeah, I have a list of builds I was thinking about running for Freesha, in terms of what I want, or what I want to do. So I have my list that I wrote down. But the things that kind of stood out to me, so the last time Freesha was out, I did a Facebreaker Wild Speaker build because the Wild Speaker lets you summon wolves, and these summoned wolves basically allow you to add flat melee damage onto your melee attacks, which is really important because as a Facebreaker build, it's really hard to get flat melee. So getting a whole bunch of free flat melee damage is really impactful. It's basically having an Abyssus built into your character, which you can then stack on top of having an Abyssus, which is very cool. Then I was thinking about Doriani's Fist Behemoth, because one of the things that came out is there's a chess piece that gives you like unarmed crit chance, and also lets you cast spells when you get kills with unarmed weapons, which is a really, really cool effect. But the problem with it is that
Would seem that the Red Wizards have
with the Behemoth, you weren't able to cast spells. And with the new change to Behemoth, you can cast spells, which means it actually works with that new chess piece. So I could run it and play like a unarmed type character, which would be kind of interesting. The problem is it's reliant on some uniques, so I'd have to basically play another build until I got there, which would be kind of annoying, but I could probably do it, no problem. The next one was there was a change to the Harbinger, which made it so now that Harbingers easily get access to 100% increased or faster debuff expiration rate, which means if you have a debuff on your character, it expires at double the speed. So any debuff that lasts 20 seconds only lasts 10, which means you can get your character to where the boots Beacon of Madness, which give you a disgusting amount of stats, but you have to deal with some debuffs. However, with this, you can make the debuffs so short, they never actually stack up, so you don't have to deal with any of the consequences. So instead, the boots just give you, like, insane stats for almost no cost, which is very, very, very valuable. So that is something I was thinking about there as well. And then last but not least, actually, I've got more ideas. Herald of Purity, stacking with a Monarch with the Herald is interesting. So Herald of Purity lets you summon 4 Sentinels of Purity, which are like these minions that attack when you... they just get summoned when you attack stuff, and they're kind of like these ghostly Templar dudes that have these like big weapons and they hit stuff, but you only get 4 of them and they're not crazy powerful. However, there's an item called the Dark Monarch, which is a helmet that lets you double the amount of minions you can summon of any one type, but the consequence is you can't summon any other minions. Now, usually you'd think this could be good, but doubling your Heralds of Purity from 4 to 8 is not really that many, and you can't get any extra Heralds of Purity. Technically, there was a way to get more Heralds of Purity, as there was a helmet that was added in the last league, which was a Foulborn version of Joffrey's Crest. Joffrey's Crest normally lets you get 1 additional Summon Holy Relic, so you can have 2 of them. However, the Foulborn one lets you get extra Sentinels of Purity, which was kind of cool. However, 1, it would conflict with the Dark Monarch, which is also a helmet, so you wouldn't be able to wear both. And 2, Psych, it was only ever added in the like the database for it. It's not actually in the game. They never did add the real helmet. So as a result, you can't use the real helmet. So I could never play that build regardless. However, the new Herald has a change where you can get +2 Sentinels of Purity with the Dark Monarch, giving you a total of 12 Sentinels of Purity. So now you have an army of guys. Is that good? I don't know, but it's interesting and it looks neat. The one downside is you can't have any auras for buffing your heralds, so I don't know how exactly you make it work, but yeah. Anyway, same thing with these guys. You got to kill the Thayan Bone Guard and then you can hit the wizard, so make sure you kill the Thayan Bone Guard first, and then he takes full damage. If you're wondering why he wasn't taking damage, I was just talking and I wasn't paying attention. And then the last build I thought of was the Duelist Paladin, because the Duelist Paladin gets a bunch of aura bonuses and a bunch of link bonuses. So instead of having a bunch of minions, you just use a Reaper, you link it to give it all the crazy auras, you make it super powerful with your link, like you use like Destructive Link, so you can wear something that has a really high crit chance, give it to your Reaper so it's critting constantly, and then use that as like a one minion build, which I thought could be kind of interesting. Those are my thoughts going into the Freesia League of what I kind of wanted to do.
During the titanic battle in which
which one am I going to do? I don't know. But those all ideas came to me and I was like, So I thought about it. Anyways, now I'm going to read chat. So it's just talking. First question for any multi-class is, what am I prepared to give up? Yeah, exactly. Like when you multi-class, you lose a lot. So you have to make sure you want to know what you're getting. Like if you don't know what you're getting, the answer is you shouldn't multi-class. If you're like, I could multi-class, but if you have no ideas, it's always a bad idea. Because you just make your character a lot weaker for probably nothing.
Untouched by the passage of time. Its pristine state is due to
I was thinking Barb for the movement speed pass and maybe a sprint boost 2, temp HP, and maybe more strike through. Well, the downside of that is you lose out on a fuckload of damage. So if you do decide to multi-class Barbarian with Dragonlord, you lose a fuckload of damage. So as long as you're okay with losing that, then you're fine. Because you can get the temp HP. I wouldn't say you necessarily need it on a fighter type character like that, because you do have access to second winds, which you'll also be losing it on. You won't have as many second winds, but you could do that.
You must stop
Also, you,
Thayan's
again, if
before
you
they can
wanted to
gain
get the
control
Ravager
of the
capstone, which gives you the instant kill, you would also be losing out on the instant kill as well, which may not be ideal. So again, it's going to depend. You do get the movement speed though, so some people would multi-class there. Also, you don't need to be a pure Dragon Lord. If you're going like main Dragon Lord tree, the Dragon Lord capstone is quite good, but it's not necessary, versus the Ravager capstone, which is insane and irreplaceable if you want to use it. I'm just revealed choosing my next life. There's still Barbarian Fighter, Alchemist, Monk, Rogue. Which one do you suggest? I can probably tell I'm not fond of melees. Oh, you don't have to play any of the melee. Play Bow Paladin. I love Bow Paladin. Big fan. Come on, Ildranath. Let's go. Open the door, please. Here there are blue Abishai, so be careful about the blue Abishai. And knock them down first. Just kidding, I missed because my accuracy is too low. I actually can't hit monsters reliably, which is unfortunate. This is one of the hard parts about doing these expansion areas, is unless you have an accuracy item to keep up, you will oftentimes be just a little bit under in terms of the accuracy on hitting some of these guys. Bog Shaman? Yes. Bog Shaman seems interesting. I was looking at that. Okay. Skyborn, Blue Abishai, again, they're the most dangerous ones. Like, I can't do anything to it until I get the knockdown. So I'm gonna just wait till my knockdown's off cooldown. Okay, knockdown is off cooldown. He's moving everywhere. He made a save. Made a save. I didn't have that. Oh, but my dog got him. Good boy. And then that Abishai instantly went invisible. Very fun. Able to get Monk Pass Life? Yeah, you can play Dragon Disciple to get a Monk Pass Life. It's basically a spellcaster, which is fine. Alchemist is easy. How do you level a first life from 5 to 7? You do quests that give you experience points. If you want the easiest path is Three Barrel Cove if you own it. It's the easiest and fastest way. One Warlock isn't bad. Oh no, Float, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, you're saying, oh, if you plan out a 11 barb Age Dragonlord 1 Warlock, you can make an incredible build. I totally agree with what you're saying. But the question being asked was, oh, should I just add Barbarian? Like, what should I multi-class my Dragonlord? I'm assuming some BZ, or Busy, sorry, has a like level 16 Dragonlord. And they're like, yeah, I could throw like 3 levels of Barbarian in there into their build. That was my implication from how the question was asked. And usually multi-classing when you've already got like majority spent and you haven't thought about it yet, and you're like, it's like a later on decision, is not usually the way I would recommend people do multi-classing. Definitely something you want to think about ahead of time. That being said, DDO is also a game that's designed around being fun. So if you want to just like throw on a character class, just do it. I remember when Warlock was first added to the game in 2015, I was playing a Paladin at the time. And so I actually just decided to finish out my levels. So I was 15 Paladin, and I just did 15 Paladin, 5 Warlock, and used the Enlightened Spirit stuff, and it was a lot of fun. It wasn't good, but it was cool to have like the aura. This is also when they first added it, where the aura was unaffected by arcane spell failure, which is not the case currently. So that's also a thing. It was different times, different times. Okay, Shadowleaf Dryad. If you're using a capstone of the Universal Tree, the multiclassing isn't as punishing. That too, yeah. If you're gonna go like Vistani Knife Fighter, then you can kind of multiclass whatever you want whenever you want, because it doesn't matter. It's only if you're like planning on using a pure class that it becomes a little bit more complicated. Or like you really want a actual class capstone. Alright, hold on one second. Sorry. That was my service provider calling me. And they'd called me like every day for the past like 4 days, and they didn't leave a message, but they called me like every single day. So I'm like, there's probably something important that I'm missing, but they didn't leave a message. So I don't know, maybe it's like new policy. They don't leave messages. Maybe they don't send emails. I couldn't tell you. So anyway, I decided to just answer the phone right there. And who wants to guess what they actually called me about? You don't have to guess. It was because they wanted to offer me something. We have a special offer for you today. Go away. I'm busy. That's so annoying. Just send me a text. Just be like, hey, by the way, sorry we missed your call. Here's what we want to talk to you about. Ugh. It was like, I don't know, it's like, what if something like, oh, my bill isn't being paid or something, or like they're changing the price of the service. No, dude, I don't need that. Don't call me every single day to then tell me something. Like, if I'm not answering the phone, go away. Leave me alone. I understand that that's also like somebody's job, and I absolutely just hung up the phone on them, but I don't care. It sucks that that's the person who has to receive that at the end of the day. I was not trying to be rude. They like called me and they were like, how are you doing today? I'm like, I'm busy. That's why I haven't answered the phone. Because they never call me like when I'm not streaming. They only call me when I'm streaming. So I'm like, hey, I'm busy. Go. And it was like, yeah, we just want to give you some offers. I'm like, okay, thanks. I don't want them. See ya. Enjoy your day. I don't care. What is this guy meleeing? He's just meleeing the air, eh? I definitely should have gotten the things. Okay, anyway. Play anything as an Inquisitor? True. New uncommon card for the deck. Okay, new uncommon card for the deck. Melt Strider's Resolve. 1 mana or enchantment aura. Enchant creature you control. When this aura enters, enchanted creature fights up to 1 target creature. Okay. Enchanted creature gets +0/+2 and can't be blocked by more than 1 creature. Okay, and how is this card good for what I want to do? I guess it's just for shoving something through. So if I have a big, if I play 1 big creature and put it on this, it gets to swing every time because they can't block it with multiple things, which is pretty easy. You can put it on the Ruby, which is really good. Although the Ruby only gets bonus stats when attacking. So I guess I could, can you do a thing where you like enter the combat step or combat phase or whatever, and then you attack with the Ruby, and then during attacking, before they choose blockers, cast this spell because it gets +2/+2? Or do I not have timing for that? Oh, I can't play it during that step. It doesn't have flash. Okay, card seems kind of mid. I don't know if I'd craft it, but it is an interesting thing to think about. Because that's the time where I would want to use it. Like, I guess... okay, can I put it on the snake? Or do I have to pay the ward cost? Because I want to target it. Stream just to ask you in chat? That'd be nice. Yeah, like the Tolarian Terror. Big snake. Big free snake. Ward is only for opponents? Oh, okay, cool. I didn't know that. Do I have all 3 crests? I was like kind of spacing because I took that phone call and I got distracted. Okay, it looks like I explored everything and I don't have the 3 crests, so I fucked up somewhere. So I missed it. So where did I miss a crest? So I'm just gonna go scan the entire game now and see if we can find it. Think about that for a second. True, some kids don't even have snakes. I don't know where I missed the crest. Okay, I was just curious. Because, like, I've never tried to cast a spell on a creature with ward. So, yeah, I don't know. I would have, like, personally, if I'm just reading ward, I would just assume that you have to pay the cost to target it with a spell. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm gonna be searching this quest area for a while, aren't I? Because I don't know if you can use the backspace trick to see through the walls to scan stuff. Uh-oh. Maybe I just missed it somewhere easy. So yeah. Eventually I will find this. Someday I will find this. Where is this crest? Did I miss a room somewhere? I feel like I just searched every single room and I didn't see the crest. And I killed all the optional bosses. So I don't know. It's probably just, again, it's probably just somewhere that I just didn't see and I didn't pick it up. So we're just gonna do a quick scan of everything again. Oh, there's a imp here in this room. Okay. Crest at the beginning where the ritual was. Did I take the crest at the beginning where the ritual was? I think so. Maybe I didn't. Okay. I guess that's a good place to check. Up here? Is there a crest that spawns up there? I thought all three were in here. Did you get the first crest and the NPC is chilling? I don't think so. I don't think I did that. Two and quarters, one by NPC. Okay, then this is probably the one that I missed. And this is why we have haste potions, baby. For getting around. Yeah, there it is on the table. As previously mentioned, I don't really run Myth Drannor very much. I really dislike this adventure zone. I think Myth Drannor is probably, in my opinion, the worst expansion in terms of content that's ever been added to Dungeons & Dragons Online, which sucks, but I really dislike Myth Drannor. I hate everything about it. F tier, probably F- for me. I'm only running it because it's challenging. I really hate this expansion. There are a lot of quests in Myth Drannor that I like, but there are too many elements of Myth Drannor that just rub me the wrong way. So yeah. Oops, I fell. Oops, I fell. Come on, please jump. Mashing key, thank you.
3 empty
All right.
are built into the back of the 3 thrones. The third
Then we go back here.
placed.
Yeah, I'm just not a big fan. I'm not a like the area is huge. Almost every quest is relatively long, and it just definitely feels like the XP is good. So it's not like it's a bad time to like actually run through. Also, this is a expansion where pretty much the entire expansion is like if you can split, it's so much faster. So what I mean by that is like this quest, you have to split multiple different directions. In the yeah, pretty much every single quest is like you got to go 2 different ways, and so if you can just split up your party and one side goes one way and another person goes to another side, this quest chain is wicked fast, and if you can't do that, it's very long. It's really unbalanced in that regard in terms of like the time. Up, summoning bad guys. Die, please. I really gotta find a way to get True Seeing. I get True Seeing in Epics, but I don't have it yet. So it takes a little while. Gatekeepers, and as you see that goes my finger points, and they point to the key to the mythal. True. Okay, so you find one crest in one of these rooms, and once you have the crest, the other crest is just chilling outside here. We'll get there. Are you Endoris then? Yes. I didn't watch the Andor TV show. I'm not sure what you're asking me. So I don't know. Ah, mistype. I've been there. You ever do that thing when you mean to type a message to one person but you accidentally send it to another because you're not paying attention to which chat you're in? I've had that happen to me. Not all the time, it's very infrequent, but I've done that a few times. You send somebody a message and like, huh, I don't think you meant to send this to me. And you're like, no, I did actually. Like, I think it was a couple weeks ago, my girlfriend was like asking me like what we needed for, if we need, or if there's anything we needed that we were low on for like groceries, because we were gonna swing by the grocery store on the way home. And I was just like, oh yeah, no problem. So I checked and then I replied to her, but I didn't actually reply to her. Instead, I replied to Horse. And she was like, and Horse was like, I don't think I needed this. And I'm like, no, actually, these are the groceries. If you could grab them, that'd be great. You could pick up the groceries on your way, way back, Horse. That'd be great. Twice because of wrong chat in your streams alone. Yeah. Oh, it's not actually here. Oh, I thought that was there every time. Dude, this quest is confusing. I'm gonna be honest. I'm learning I don't know how this quest works at all. I thought this quest worked one way, and it does not work the way I thought it did. Only have one of these. Is there a shrine down here or no? There is a shrine here. Okay, well, I'm lost. I'm gonna use the shrine. So actually, I'm confused. I'm not sure how to complete this quest. Did Horse get the groceries? No, he didn't. He said no. Yeah, unfortunately, Horse is no longer with us. In terms of like in the chat, he's no longer with us in the chat. He's still alive out there. Okay, so I only. Oh, it's over here. It's on this side. It was on this side of the room. Oh man. It's funny because I will often. This is one of the reasons why I recommend running quests solo sometimes. Because I know a lot about this game. I've played this game for a long time. I know how to do pretty much every single quest in the entire game. But judging based on my performance in this quest, you'd think I don't. And the answer is I don't. Whenever I do Myth Janor, I open up a group, and very often, by the time I get to this quest in particular, this is like my 5th quest, you'll have like a relatively full group, and I am not that hard of a Zerger. I do Zerg. I do run through quests relatively quickly. If you've played with me, you probably are aware of that I do sometimes like go through quests quickly, but I am not nearly as hard of a Zerger as some other people that play on Thrain or that join groups. I didn't know how to get through the end of this because I've never gone down here and picked up the crests. There's always somebody who gets here before me. I don't think I've ever picked up those crests. So yeah, I didn't know that they spawn in like different places. Oh, if you want to get rid of these bone guards forever, I don't think there's any in this room, but you can use a null magic zone to get rid of those guys. So even I am subject to the joining a group, they zerg real fast, and then I have no idea what's going on.
Disembodied voice fills your mind.
Alright. Ooh, I got a periaptive constitution. It's a trinket! Oh, with constitution, insight, fortification, force absorb, and fortitude. Cool. I don't have a trinket equipped. Yes, my first trinket at level 15. And it's a good item.
Just before the phylactery crumbles to dust. My soul is bound to.
Okay, hold on. These are more cards.
In time, my body will
Beastie beat down. What is this? Okay, we're going to the right here, so we're going due east. I believe that is Onagleam. So that is House of Gems. I'm also going to put this on because that's sick. More health, more fortification, force absorb, and some bonus to fortitude saves. A +7, which is massive. EC beat down. Green and red. Sorcery. Choose target creature you control and target creature opponent controls. Dealing with the former card type summon graveyard. Put 2/1/1 counters on creature you control. Creature you control deals damage to its power equal to creature your opponent controls. Okay. It feels like it's more expensive than the Melstriders. I kind of like the Melstriders more, if I'm being honest with you. And then Edge Rover. This quest has lots of dangerous parts in it. So this is a very dangerous section here. 1 mana 2/2 with reach. When this creature dies, each player creates a lander token. Artifact with tab, sacrifice, search your land for a basic land. Oh, so I ramp, but I also get my opponent ramp, and it's a 1 mana 2/2. A 2/2 with downside. I don't remember where all the traps are in this quest, but I know there's a lot of them. Whoop! So I'm going to do my best to disable them. Usually if I was playing this, I would just tank my way through all the traps, and I honestly probably can do that here as well. But I'm going to do my best to disable as I go through, so you too can see where they are, because you might not have exactly as much health as I do. All right. It is also worth more XP. True. This quest is loaded with traps. You can avoid this one if you don't want to deal with all the traps that are present in here. All right.
It looks like this was a lecture hall.
And do I have to come in here, or do I? No, I just opened this door because I'm an idiot. I come into this room every single time thinking this is where you're supposed to go in the quest. Oh, this is what happens when you don't solo Mr. Nor all the time. Robin Thicke? No, I don't think that is the case. Interesting question though. There's more traps here, I just don't know where. Double blue Abishai, and I miss with my knockdown attack. Oh god. Oh, actually no, never mind, it didn't go through. Apparently it was just ate that as a basic attack. Alright. I get a feeling there's a trap here. Okay, I knew it. I had a sixth sense there was a trap here. There's blade traps. There we go. Like I said, my character can kind of run through the blade traps for the most part because of just being tanky. But yeah. So that, and then we drop this. Roland's clearly a name of a pun. I don't know about that. Die. Fight the Feyfound. Also, I find sometimes it's weird to target. The moats, the base of them, is like really wide. So I find what happens all the time is most of your attacks end up going into the thing. I was farming out moats on my Warlock, and the Warlock blast, almost all of them just went into the moat because it's just so big. So it just eats up all the blasts. It's very annoying.
A large stone pipe dominates this vertical shaft.
Holy cow. Is that legal in standard? Can I play that? It is standard legal, but it's white. I don't want to play it. Oh, somebody's not playing a white deck. I can't use it. Alright. And now we go under here to pull some levers. More Kithkin? Yeah, I don't have an affinity or appreciation for the Kithkin. Alright, as we swim through here. White being the best color? Probably not. And the main reason for that is that it's just the control element of it. Ugh. Like, it's like blue cards make it so they counter your stuff, so your cards don't get played. They don't hit the table. Whereas white is like, yeah, no, play your cards. Don't worry, you play your cards. And now you can't use them anymore. Oh, I'm sorry, did you want to use that card? Sorry, I played Dress Down. Sorry, I played Pinnacle Star Cage. Oh, did you have cards on the field? Sorry, Day of Judgment. Jeez. Man, that sucks. Oh yeah, the one where it's like all your cards enter tapped. Authority of the Councils. I actually don't mind that card that much. Because it doesn't matter if all my things come in tapped, if eventually I am going to hit you with a 12-12. You got to figure it out. One of these things about being a Warforged is I don't have to worry about like breathing underwater. It's very convenient. Kithkin are just a hive mind. Well, the Kithkin are just hobbits. Like they're literally just hobbits. That's all it is. No. Are they psionic? I don't know much of the story of the Kithkin. I don't know a lot about magic cards, and I know even less about magic lore within the cards, or what the cards do. I can try to intuit it as much as I want, but most of the time it's just like it could be possible that the effects are really well themed and I don't know it that well, but I find in a lot of cases it just kind of turns into what a lot of the modern card games are, where when they got started, the themes, so the name of a card, the art of the card, the style of the card, are like indicative of what the card is supposed to do. So you as a player go like, oh, I'm playing this type of card, it's going to do this type of thing or have this type of effect or something will work, and you can kind of intuit something about it. Whereas I find almost every Magic card that I read, the name, the art, and the color have almost, well, it's the color usually, but the name and the art and the flavor text have almost nothing to do with what the card actually does, like 99% of the time. So it's hard for me to grasp the concept of like there being lore in a card or like in the game when it feels like there's no consistency within the cards themselves. And sometimes there's cards that are like really good for that. A lot of the spells are usually pretty good for indicating what the effect is supposed to do, or like not the spells, but the sorceries in the instance. But the creatures, man, the creatures don't do anything. Holy Cow is an excellent example of like, why does Holy Cow let you scry? Because they wanted an extra scry card, or they didn't know what to put on it, so they just put scry. Hey, he's dead. Oh yeah, right, I gotta finish the quest.
The spirit naga falls lifelessly to the ground. You find the phylactery nestled inside a delicate.
Now what I did last time I did this is I went the wrong way and I didn't do Ogma's Song. Now Ogma's Song is also where I can get my golden moat, which is exciting.
It's time to return to the elves' encampment to report your success.
Shadow Fiend, Wall Shadow. Good old Wall Shadow.
City's gem cutters could raid, trade, and safely store jewels.
Magic is Fortnite, just except that Bender from Futurama killed Lady Gaga. Yeah, exactly.
The House of Song was a temple
okay.
the god of music.
So now we go to Ogma's Song. This quest is great. It's one of the many it's one of the like that's why Mitronor is so annoying to me. It's really polarizing. It has some insanely good quests and some insanely annoying features. This quest is fantastic, phenomenal adventure. Very well themed, fun music on the inside, voiced by Amelia Tyler. Good story with the character Zalira. Alright, so now we go and grab this, and then we have to go and get the other music. You need all the musical information. I can't jump high enough to climb all of this. I'm so frail.
Icon of the humans hasn't already been crushed under a pile of rubble.
Character's so weak.
The temple's main hall.
Frail's the wrong word, but yeah. Don't have the strength.
The House of Song was once known for is now.
Yep, I will be doing the golden moat in here because that's what I have. Yeah, you get to fight all these animated loots. It's actually one of the few quests where having Sonic resistance is a good thing, so I will actually cast the spell here, even though I hadn't cast it before. Yes. Now we have to go to the library. Also, there's a good chance I'm going the wrong way and I don't know where the library is. If that's the case, don't worry about it. I believe the library is actually on the right here, so I think I am actually in fact going the wrong way. Yes, I am in fact going the wrong way. It is here. Yep. Alright, so it's this room, I think. Nope. Shoot. Crap. Alright, hold on. It's here? Library of Song. There we go. This door opens. Perfecto. And then in the Library of Song, you can find the rest of the notes, so then you can actually play all of the things and open up all the doors. Your goal here is to solve 4 puzzles. Again, another reminder that this quest is good, and I do like it, but it is another example of Mitronor is so blisteringly fast if you have multiple people running this quest chain. If you do not have multiple people running this quest chain, it takes a very long time in comparison. So this will probably take me 2 hours to run all of Mitronor solo. In a group, you can get the whole thing done in like 45 minutes. It's wild. Just because of how much faster it is when you can split. So I love that this monster has been invisible the entire time. Is Mitronor's booking? Oh, yeah. But you can do it. You can get it done. No, maybe like an hour. Anyway, standing stone, and we come down here.
Definitely the right notes. In the right order.
Okay, so now we have two things. Number one, this puzzle. The way this puzzle works, some people don't know, you just follow the hands. So the hand direction is pointing this way, and then this hand is pointing this way. So you just follow the hands and click the statues. That's pretty much all you do. So we go statue, 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 follow this one, statue, follow this one. Some people do not know how to solve this puzzle. That's how you solve that puzzle. Then you might notice, ooh, illusory wall. Ooh, this is added just for the Fae event. So if you're watching this after the event ends, which is a high chance you will be watching this after the event ends, you probably can't come here to do the golden moat.
Tranquil, shady glade, and immediately
Anyway.
spot the golden moat floating in its center. It's surrounded by a horde of Fae.
Unfortunately, I can't make anybody leave because I don't have any stats. Although apparently I did make somebody leave. Let's go with Haggle. Sure, he's gonna stay here. I guess I could use spellcraft on some of these guys. I didn't even notice that was an option. Okay, so now I talk to everybody. You can't make me leave. I can talk to her. Bluff.
Your conversation.
Unfortunately, nobody actually wanted to leave, so I had to kill all these guys. It's not too big of a deal. They're not that dangerous. These, oddly enough, these guys are actually weaker than the ones you get from the actual moat itself, which is kind of funny.
Ominous rustling of leaves and a low rumble can be heard.
Okay, and now we have the Glade Root. And that's it. So now I'm at 764 on my loot. I click this, I touch the moat, and now we're at 793. So that gave me 200 and something. It depends. Each golden moat is different. Additionally, once you complete the golden moat, you also get the sheet music, which lets you play the music from each area. Each area has its own unique music, and all of it's quite good. But I got the durability. You didn't get the music? Weird. The tar pits one is kind of dangerous. The salt marsh one is very cool. Can be dangerous as well. Hey Strim, would the crafting gear from Lamortia give you the Season of the Fae bonuses now? I never checked. The crafting gear from Lamortia gives you the Season of the Fae bonuses if the item is a Season of the Fae Lamortia item. So if you got your Lamortia item before Season of the Fae, no. But if you got your item after the Season of the Fae started, then yes. Oh, I don't have the music? Oh, I can't get any of these doors. Oh, shoot. I thought this gave me the music. Oh, this is the music. I clicked the wrong note. Fuck. I gotta do this. I gotta play this game solo more often. I'm so used to just, like, never being the first one into the quest, especially when doing Mitronor.
Those are definitely the right notes.
Okay.
In the
do this.
right order.
Right here, then here. I'm like getting bamboozled. I've mentioned this before. I don't use the super move speed strats that a lot of people use. For me personally, I am okay with the way the game normally goes through. So that's just kind of how I play the game. Whereas some run the super high speed movement tech, where they're always going for like the absolute fastest movement speed physically possible. Whereas that is not me. But again, I understand why that is like how some people prefer to play the game, and that is okay. That's just not how I want to play the game. Okay, that has to go this way, so which means that has to go this way. I don't want to explode. Okay, I shouldn't explode from doing this.
the nearby crystal lights
Okay,
up.
one more crystal. Yeah, as I said, that's just not a way that I prefer to play the game. And so oftentimes when I do group quests, especially in a large open area like this, I don't have like the monk level, so I can't do like the fast recall to get out.
Those are definitely
As another
the
example.
right notes in the right order.
So these crawlers are very spooky. Also, what's up, Death Drummer? How you doing? How's your day going? What's happening? All right, last puzzle here. 1, 2, 3. Did you picked the starting 2 notes? I don't know what you mean by picked the starting 2 notes. 1, 2, 3. Easy. All right, now we're done. There's 2 musics? What? I know what you guys mean by 2 musics. Sorry, I'm like misunderstanding. Crafted items have the fate bonus on the item during the event. If you craft it, yeah. Did you play Terraria? I've never actually played Terraria before, no. Oh, is there one here? There's none here. I got this one, but if you're talking about this note, like I pick up this note and I pick up that note.
Woman humming a tune.
So I'm not sure what you mean by 2 musics. I don't get it.
The other members of my party left.
Might be a language barrier thing. But no, I've never played Terraria because Terraria looks like Minecraft, and I've never been a big Minecraft person. Now, from talking to other people who have played Terraria before, they tell me that no, Terraria is not just Minecraft. It's very different than that, but it does look like Minecraft, and there's mining and crafting. So I'm going to be honest, it probably just is Minecraft. You might be like, no, Shrimp Tom, that's not correct. The aesthetics of like it, I don't know. It just looks like Minecraft, so I don't really like Minecraft that much, so I don't really want to play it. It might sound really stupid, but I have done no more research than that, other than it does in fact look like Minecraft. Alright, give me the song, or not the song, the icon of humans.
So far, you have proven your wit, says the Sphinx.
Which is funny, because I actually don't mind the aesthetic of the game, like both Terraria and Minecraft. Actually, I think it looks good. I like I'm a big fan of pixel art, so I actually like the way that the game actually looks. I think it looks cool. But yeah, I just don't know anything about it. Shocking Longsword of the Fallen Age. Cool! If I got a, like, Shocking Bastard Sword of the Fallen Age, that'd be sick.
She nods towards the back of
Alright,
the room,
moving on.
where a door begins to open.
A new world, but I've got
Found
time
the
limited.
icon of
New
the
world.
humans. As you turn to leave, the bard waves to you, smiling sadly.
Yeah, because you get the statues earlier.
The icon! Oh, it's
Alright.
good to actually set my eyes on it. I got
I can craft a Bastard Sword right now. I don't have Keeneth crafting, so I can't really. I mean, I guess I could do Lamortia crafting. I wanted to avoid Lamortia crafting on this character because Lamortia crafting is very, very, very good. It's very, very powerful, and it kind of trivializes the entire game if you do it in heroics. So I wanted to avoid doing it. 2 Fallen Age weapons to trade? What do you mean? I really hated Mithranor. I didn't really play it that much, so I don't. I apologize. What do you mean by the crafting? How do I work with this? I have 2 weapons here. So, what does that mean? Is there like a trade-in where I can take any 2 weapons and get any weapon I want out of the thing? Oh, interesting. Okay, I didn't know that. That's neat. Like, this might sound really weird. The Mithranor expansion for me was so bad, I didn't play the game for like a year after it came out. I really hated this expansion. The lag was happening at the same time, so a lot of it's like colored perception, where it's like the lag was happening while also like the I really did not enjoy exploring the adventure zone. On the Lamortia weapon, the item that you want to get is called Dolorous Acid. Dolorous Acid is the only effect that matters. Everything else doesn't matter. Dolorous Acid.
This is a seed of Moanda, seething with vile energy.
Can use the energy weapon? Oh, yeah, true. Oh yeah, Dolorous, the cold one, is also quite good. Oh, wrong way. Dolorous cold is also a good idea. Team Mrs. Ray, I'm gonna have to do a new world now. There you go, you gotta get all the achievements. I am not much of an achievement hunter. Some people are, not me, personally. I've never cared much for hunting achievements in video games. I think the only game I've ever 100%ed was like BioShock on Xbox 360. I got all the achievements in that game. But outside of that, I have like not done all the achievements in any game. Oh, my hirelings are all gonna die to this room. Oh crap. Okay, hold on. Hold, passive, stop moving. Yeah, my hirelings are gonna die to this room, unfortunately, because they can't handle the acid. They're not smart enough. Alright. You'll fall into the hate category? Yeah. I think Threats Old and New is a really good raid, and like I said, there's a lot of cool quests in this expansion. I guess I can do this. I don't have my guys, and I'm limited to where I can stand, but yeah, it should be fine. Let's go. I can't target the red cap because he's underwater. That's really funny. To stand in the acid to hit this. Cool. Get acid killed. Jerk. Symbol of stunning in the acid. That sucks. Well, we're fine. Yeah. All right. More oozes. I don't want to fight these oozes. I'm just gonna split them all and then hit them with a fireball. For some reason, when monsters split, they respawn as their normal variants and not the like elite or reaper variants. So splitting oozes or splitting creatures is a good way to get all of them killed at the same time very quickly. The one downside to doing such a tactic is that when the oozes split, they can spawn reapers. So you also have to keep that in mind. I mean, I like the longer quests, but they ran into a real problem with this one where splitting makes it too, like, again, here, then here, then here. If you have 4 people in your party, this quest is like a quarter of the duration because everyone can just go a different way. So I don't mind the longer quests, but longer quests with none of them being linear is like one of those ideas that sounds good until you realize like you're like tripling the amount of time you're spending doing each quest if you do it solo. If it was like, if most quests split in like 2 directions, it would be okay. But most quests split in 4 directions, all over the place. There's 4 splits everywhere. Everywhere! You can't escape it! Anyway, if you're somebody who really likes Mr. Nor, either because you like the general storytelling of the place, nope, don't do that. If you like the general storytelling of the place and you think it's interesting, oh, there's a beetle there. I thought that was like a fake floor and I was gonna fall down, but no, there's actually just a big boss. I'll protect you, Iron Defender. How do you split in times long past? I will show you how to split in times long past. It is a bug, but I will show you how to do it if you wish when we get there. Times Long Past is, I believe, the second last quest I do in Mithranor, so. Yeah, it is a time. Okay, let's see. I want this to come down here. What are we trying to do? We're trying to get this in here. Why is this one sticking out of the ground? It's like a weird angle. Oh, wait, I can do this. Shit, that doesn't work at all. Okay. So we go this way. That also doesn't work. Maybe we just go up further here. And I have to come down this way. Hold on. Oh, no, wait. It goes this way? Yeah, okay, so we go here. And then we go this way. And then it comes down here, and then I can turn this. Ha ha ha! There we go. By the way, there's definitely an easier way to do that than what I did. I just didn't see it. We wouldn't have carrion crawlers, the older brother of Ettercaps? True. Would you say Lamortia crafting is really strong? Does it largely make Canis crafting redundant? No. Lamortia crafting is bugged, Wolf Kobold. The effects you get from Lamortia crafting in heroics are the legendary effects. SSG didn't put heroic effects. They might have wanted to put heroic effects, but they didn't. They only put legendary effects. So as a result, you craft legendary weapons at level 8, which are way, way, way overpowered for when you're supposed to have them. That's why they're so good. It's not that it like invalidates the thing because the crafting system in general is good. It's that the weapons are super broken. Yeah. Yeah, it's the specifics of the effects that are on there. Oh no, the Chaos Crawlers are coming. There's a key, a Docent of Sunlight. That could be good. So we're gonna recall out here and ignore the Chaos Crawlers. Go get them, team. Sweet. That's why I'm not using it. Because if I was to use it right now, it would be really, really busted. Oh, I grabbed one piece of loot on my way out of the portal. Ooh. Acrobat's Boots of Feather Falling, Reinforced Repair Amp, Refurbished Necklace of Charisma. Just like items that I don't want, but they're here. Uh-oh, Sigil died. Unfortunately for me, that means I don't have them anymore. Because I have no way to resurrect them. Speaking of no way to resurrect them, I got a Docent of Sunlight, which gives me accuracy deadly, quality deadly, protection. Well, you know, I do need accuracy, and that's accuracy 11. I've been noticing my hit chance has been I've been missing a lot. Sweet deal, man. Oh, baby. That's awesome. Oh, plus 11 to my hit chance, plus 6 to deadly. Oh. Does it look good as well? I mean, it's like not horrible. I wouldn't say it looks good. I'll just see it when I'm standing up. It looks interesting, for sure. My melee bird is using a level 8 land weapon at level 23. Yeah, it's really good. Again, that's why I'm not using it on this character, because it is insane. And yeah, the heroic materials are so fast to get. Yeah, let's actually see what the character looks like. I kind of like the armor. I don't like the fact that there's no pants on it, though. Like, there's no pants on this armor set. I actually really dislike that. And I wish there was something covering my legs. But what are you going to do? Sometimes you just don't have anything covering your legs. Anyway. I'm gonna put the outfit back on because I prefer it. But I will be happy about my current set of stats. The extra accuracy and deadly is good. 6 extra damage per strike might not seem like a lot, but like, goddamn. Actually, it's 8 extra damage, deadly 6 plus quality deadly 2. That's great, especially since I have the extra critical multiplier now, so that gets multiplied through there, which is good. So it's like an extra 20 something. That's more Mega Man looking. It is more Mega Man looking, but this is actually just the Raven armor, or Mega Man, obviously. Or this is the Dark Falcon armor. Because the Falcon armor is technically one of the armor sets you can get in Mega Man X5. And so yeah, this is the Dark Falcon armor. That's all it is.
A massive umber hulk claws its way up the cave floor. Its insect every move.
I don't know what's up with like all the monsters now, just doing like a spinny circle around. Bark, bark, please help. Alright.
Crashes to the ground, shaking the cavern.
His name is Green Falcon? What's Green Falcon? I'm not familiar with that. Oh no, women's howlers. Don't make my wisdom go low. Please. Oh, there's not enough of them. Yay! Yeah, the hook horrors were really dangerous in Heroics when I got attacked by many of them at the same time. In here, there are several drow, and there's also some traps around here. Just gonna be very careful. The traps are invisible, much like the drow are. You don't want to just randomly step on them. It's a bunch of spike traps that will get you all at the same time. Also, the guy hit me for like 150 damage. It's very cool. Your negative spells don't work on me. I'm a robot. So it's around that chest that's locked there. I just don't want to disable it because I'm lazy. Although I could. You know what? Why not? Oh, I can't. I don't have enough trapping skills to be able to disable that trap. Well, looks like we're not doing it. And then my search is not high enough. Or that's not where the box is, but I didn't even spot the traps, so I'm just not taking the risk. My search is like not bad. With that, it's 46, so. And look at all those misses thanks to my higher armor class now. I'm at 55 armor class. Ooh, baby. That's sweet. What's up, M Stu? How are you doing? Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I'm having a good day today. Other than the whole Mithranor part. Oh, God, I really hate Mithranor. And unfortunately, that thing is literally on the water, so I have to swap to my crossbow to be able to shoot it. Because it's in the middle of the water, which is really funny. Make stream your Canadian brother-in-law? Yes. All Canadians know each other and are related to each other, so yeah, for sure. I don't know how many there are of us, but can't be that many. There's like 20 of us, I think. Something like that. Nope, nope. Okay. This guy can walk on water? What the hell? I thought they're supposed to despawn when they go into water, not walk on water. He just ran out in the lake. Oh, no. So some magic cards. Been a bit stressful, but it's going to pay some bills. Yeah, hopefully, you know, selling magic cards to pay bills is not a good place you want to be in. Unless you have really expensive magic cards where you can sell them for a ton of money, at which point, you know what? It's, especially with the way the Universes Beyond stuff is going, just sell the cards and get cash in. Unless you're like a literal millionaire, you can't own all the cards anyway. So you might as well, it's a good time to jump off the ship. Which is not me trying to say that people shouldn't play Magic cards or things like that, or people shouldn't collect. Do what you want, do what you with your money and your time and everything else. It's more so that, like, my God, there's 7 Magic sets coming out this year. It's a really crazy number. Or if Magic sets were like closer to Hearthstone sets, where they came out with like 120 cards or something, I'd be like, hey, that's fine. But they're like 250 card sets.
The lead drow gives you a scathing.
I don't even know how you design that many cards. That means it's like, as a card designer, you probably have to do like 3 whole cards a day. And you gotta think about how it's gonna fit within like the package, and you know what other cards are being printed and other things. You get the theming down, you get the art. It's gotta do that department. The artist must be like working overtime. But it's also probably pretty fun to be like an artist for Magic. Some of the stuff that they draw, like out of all the card games that I've seen, the Magic art is just the best. They just like tippy top, number 1. No one compares to Magic. You're free. You're free, captives. Go free. I can't click on you. You're too far back. Yay. Oh, true, because it's a lot of reprints, right? Oh my God! I got the Arcblade armor again? What? I got the Arcblade armor the last time I did this quest. This has a 1% chance to drop from this quest, and that's 2 in a row. I got this last week. Okay. Well, now I have 2 of them. Cool. That's like a 1 in 10,000 chance. I hate blowing my luck like that, but yeah. Conjuration necklace I don't need. Don't need this.
Oh, I'm a rogue.
Double shot of parrying. I don't want that either. I'm just gonna sell that. Alright, now we town. Gives us a chance to sell, and then I will go finish off the rest of the quest. Also, emergencies only. Welcome back to the stream team for 76 months on a 76-month streak. Did you know that 76 months is like a really long time? It's actually 6-7 backwards. And if you say 6-7 to anybody under the age of 25, they get really excited. So, have fun with that one. Thank you for the resub. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate the support. Welcome back. Pure madness. Is there a vendor in here? Oh, I can't find it. Oh, there we go. General vendor. I'm like, I gotta sell. Gotta sell my gear, man. Una Lumben. What a name. Do one of these. Wrong button. Do one of these. And now we are set. Look at all these garbage shields. Get them out of here. Garbage Thaumaturgic Bastard Sword. Get it out of here. Items of the Fallen Age. Let's get this out of here. Oh, actually, I was supposed to recraft my Fallen Age thing, so I'll check that apparently if I can trade it in. No. These boots are crazy. You know what? I might sell them on the auction house. We'll see if we can sell them. Mana gloves. I don't really need the combustion, although I do like the repair amp. But yeah, mana gloves. It's a lot of mana. It's 150. I'm thinking about it. Nah, I don't want it. But that was 150 mana. Keen-eyed ring of combustion. Haggle combustion. No, I like the magnetism more. I don't need cure potions because I'm a robot. Wands I don't need. For this. And now we have 19,000 more gold. I do spend a lot of my gold on haste potions because my character's slow. But it's fine. Alright, so you say I go over to this guy. Not this guy. This guy. Not this guy. This guy. Heroic Trader. And I can get any item that I want. So if I go Bastard, I can either get Bastard Sword of the Golden Age or Bastard Sword of the Fallen Age. This gives me Keen, Aligned, Anarchic, and Anarchic Blast. It's kind of cool because it's aligned, but it doesn't give me the slashing, and the stats are just kind of worse on this one. So I don't really want this item, but if I did want this item, it would be very cool. But I much prefer my item because it works against Undead. It's got the Fire, and it's got the Holy, and Holy works on basically everything, and whereas Anarchic does not work on basically everything. Been sad for about the last 4 or 5 years. I used to compete a bit in a deck. Qualified for a tournament in 2010. Nice. All right, now we do the last few quests out here in Mithranor. There's 3 more, I think, or 4 more. So we're almost done. One of the things I have a few different collections, but I'm not sure how I feel about trading card games though. They're just designed like a hamster wheel to keep you spending money. You'll never be able to collect them all by design. Well, yeah, but you collect them all as you go. Like there's new ones coming out. I don't know. Because you can collect them in like small vacuums. So for example, you can collect individual sets. Like I think for the most part, when you look at a lot of things that you can collect, you can't collect all of them. So, and that's kind of one of the joys of collecting is that you can complete sets or individual pieces, but you're never going to be able to get all of one thing in its entirety unless something is like no longer being produced anymore. So like an example is like, you can take a product like Nintendo games, right? You could be like, well, I'm going to collect every original Nintendo game, all the ones in the Nintendo Entertainment System, so I can have them on my wall. And that's kind of cool. But again, you're subdividing. Nintendo makes lots of games. They make Super Nintendo games. They make Nintendo 64 games. Heck, they sometimes make Nintendo 3DS games. So you're self-selecting to say, I'm going to stop collecting past this time, and I'm only going to collect this one section, which arguably you could do for Magic as well. You could say, I'm only going to collect Ravnica cards, and I want the whole collection so I can have all of it in a binder and look at all the cards from the whole set. You're right, they do release new cards, but most of the time when you're collecting something, there's always going to be more and newer things to collect.
Something else captures your attention. A large, shining dragon.
So I would personally argue that it's very similar, but I can see where you're coming from. Also, it's like a blizzard outside. I don't know what's up with this.
The Platinum Dragon's librarian has unsealed the entry into the library.
Used to collect swamps. There you go. That being said, I'm not a genius and I don't collect anything because I am too forgetful and I lose things, and I don't have the passion for collecting that some people have. Yeah. Never pulled Art Blade ever? Yeah, and I got 2 in a row. Ooh. Yeah, I don't actually have the Art Blade. Yeah, there's a polarizing mechanic in Mithranor, which was the rare items. So rare items in Mithranor are basically items that whenever you loot a chest, there's a 1% chance you get the rare item drop pool, of which there are usually many items in the drop pool, which also makes people upset. So the rare items are unbelievably rare, but the rare items are just, like I said, they're rare. There's like a 1% chance to get them whenever you loot them off of a chest. And so the Art Blade is one of those rare items. Similar to the Art Blade armor, the actual Art Blade itself. It's just very, very, very rare. Now, granted, some of the the coolest looking swords in the entire video game are these rare swords. So somebody has one, you know they either got really lucky or they farmed the hell out of it. Well, okay, so you're right. It's not really polarizing. It's just a hated mechanic. I actually think that the concept of rare loot can work really well if it wasn't for the fact that exclusives were put behind rare loot. That's the only problem I had with rare loot. In my opinion, rare loot works best when instead of it being items that are exclusive behind the rare loot, it's upgraded versions of existing items.
More creatures defeated, more flames dissipated. You can now access the upper library.
Again, literally, if rares were just the same item but with +1 to all stats over what you would originally get, it would be kind of cool because now there's a rare thing to farm for. Or if you get the rare, you're like, oh shit, I got the rare. I got the rare. You're like, you're excited because you got the rare version. But if you're like, man, my build really needs a hard shard to function, or like you just really want it for your build, so you gotta go get it, dude, you just gotta go farm a hard shard. That's just how it is. Fair argument, you collect a dust. I do collect dust, yes.
Opposition in the upper library, but the Afriti escaped through the portal. Chase him down to guarantee he can't bring any more of his minions back to the library.
Process upgrading perfected artifacts being locked behind a rare item. Yeah, at least now you can just craft it. Like if you want to get whatever it is, the not the schism shard. What's the crafting material even called? And if you want to get the thing, you just get it. The nebula fragment, you can just make a nebula fragment, but you can't anymore. Or like you couldn't for a long time, which felt bad. I would love an expansion in like the elemental plane of fire. Look how cool it is. It's just like lava and some rocks sticking out of it. That's so sick. And then you, because like the simple lazy answer to something like this is what would an expansion be? Just a bunch of lava and rocks. Then you expand, you're like, what would an entire ecosystem of a place that is made of lava and rocks look like? What type of different places would you have? Gigantic crystals? Like, would you have like some like steam valley where it's all this like liquid water that's steamed in places? Incursions from other territories, different types of biomes and environments. I had to think about this because in my pen and paper campaign, one of the areas the players went to is called the City of Glass, and it's a city that is built inside of an active volcano. So they use magic to be able to like not die inside the volcano, so you can handle the heat as well as being able to like breathe the air, because obviously the air would be highly toxic from all the fumes coming off of it. So there's just like magic that was developed over the years, but as a result, the greatest forges in the world are contained within the City of Glass. But also, the entire place is made out of volcanic glass, so it's really, really pretty. All the buildings have like this incredible shine and colors to them. It's kind of like everything is, yeah, it's just it's a very beautiful, interesting looking area. But then also, it's like a place. People would want to live there. So there's like farms where they farm different types of animals. There's like these lava snails where they farm off of them. And there's all these different like types of creatures that would live in and around lava. And I had to build out like ecosystems and places to go. And I built the entire city for the players to explore. They didn't stay too long there, but it's just like a really, I'd like think, okay, I'm putting a city inside of a volcano and people do live there. Well, people need food. Well, you can't just ship food in because the food would ignite. So you need like either protection for it. We should say there's magic. What if you didn't? What if people had protection for themselves? They had to find sustenance inside the volcano. Well, that means there'd be creatures that live in the volcano. What kind of animals would live in the volcano? And if they did, what would the environment look like? And for me, that was like a fun process. And I feel like something that would be really fun of like doing something with that. Is that what you're talking about? No, dolorous acid. Dolorous acid. Dolorous. Dolo. D-O-L-O. Dolo acid. Why we didn't stay long? No, I'm not going to do that. And also, this is not me throwing shade. It was very much just like a statement of fact. But yeah, for me, that was like a really fun part of like, it's really easy to be like, oh yeah, fire area, lava, whatever. But then you have to imagine it as a fully cohesive place that is not just one thing that goes on forever. You just go like, what could it be? All right, so this quest, I also don't know how to do. So what I do is I go on the DDO wiki and I look up the quest Voices of the Dead. And then after looking up the quest Voices of the Dead, there's instructions where you just look at one of these tombs. So I click the grave so I can talk to all the people here. Perfect, thank you. And then I talk to the grave. And this one, I cast the spell and it says Alchemist is in Northwest. So it says Alchemist is in Northwest. So the coffin should be in Southwest. Thank you, and that's it. That is the total amount of work I'm going to do.
It's not likely it's run off. Little graveyard humor there. You get that?
And you may be like, hey, Shrimp, why don't you like learn the puzzle and actually do the work? What if I didn't? What if I just used the computer and piggybacked off the work of other people to make my quest experience faster? Huh? Yeah. Yeah, you don't actually have to do the puzzle. It just shortens the work. Because there's 4 rooms to check. This is just making it so you only have to check one of them instead of checking all 4. So we go south, and then we go west. So my dog is getting eaten alive, man.
It seems that you've placed something incorrectly. The dead are none too pleased.
I do like the way that they have the skeletons like dressed up in their outfits, though. They're like the old Cormantor elves, still wearing the outfits they had when they were buried. I really, really like that aesthetically. Anyway, and we walk in and we're done. And then a bear shows up and you talk to the bear, and then you follow the bear. So I actually don't need to do this moat, but I'm going to do it anyway. But yeah, so that is one of the things I really enjoy about D&D as a concept, and one of the things I enjoy about like the freeform nature of it is very specifically that one experience of like building out this like, or like of world building, is being able to write something that is cohesive and makes sense, but also is so out of this world and alien that you can understand it but not entirely understand it. You have to think outside the box. Like, you can't just grow food if you're in a volcano. So where does the food come from? Where does this other process come from? It was interesting. It was fun. And the reason why I enjoyed it is the same reason why I enjoy a lot of things. When you add limitations to something, it can oftentimes make an experience more valuable. What I mean by that is like, sort of like how I play a lot of my DDO characters. I usually just, if I really wanted to, I could just use whatever the most powerful build is in any given moment and just kind of run that over and over for my TRs. But I have fun finding ways to overcome the challenge of building something out that will still be entertaining, but maybe has a little bit of a limitation on it. So I have to like solve a problem while I'm also just trying to play and enjoy my game. And to me, I think that is a really fun challenge and something I enjoy doing all the time. Oh, screw you, Ezkir Taramer, you bastard. So, yeah. 4 days fine, slept 10 hours last night, feel like shit. Yeah, that's because your body was probably catching up on some horrible sleep debt. I'm in that stage right now where I have like a pretty heavy sleep debt that I'm trying to work off. So last night I actually got to sleep for like 7 hours. The past few days I've been sleeping for like maybe 4. And I don't feel better today, but I will once I actually do properly sleep.
The bear has led you to a hidden passageway. Squeezing through, you notice a glint in the wall in front of you. And notice that someone has gotten here.
I'm gonna stream, but it's not gonna feeling up for DDO tonight, so I'm just gonna watch some people and lurk. Yeah, do it, man. Do it up. Especially if you're tired, it affects everything. Like, if you're exhausted, I find it difficult to enjoy the live stream when I'm very, very, very tired. Because you want to be, like, on and peppy and, like, active and doing stuff. And also, you're splitting your attention a lot. And, like, I find my attention span heavily wanes when I'm tired. So, like, if I'm attentive and awake, I can read chat and also do stuff. But if I am not, I kind of just, like, space out. Yeah, for me, it's less of an insomnia, and it's more of, like, a, Okay, so you know that feeling where you're like, you're lying in bed and it's late. Are you still on a break from D&D game? Yes. You know that feeling where you're lying in bed and it's late and you look at your phone and your phone says some horrible hour, like you know, 3 a.m. and you're like, okay, if I go to sleep right now, then I can get up at 7, I get 4 hours of sleep. And then you close your eyes. And then you wake up, you open your eyes a little bit, you check the phone, and it's like, okay, if I go to sleep right now, I get 3 hours and 40 minutes of sleep. If I just fall asleep right now, and you get that like anxiety where you want to fall asleep because you really want that little bit of sleep, and it's all you can think about it is like that those minutes that you're missing. I currently am experiencing the inverse of that, which instead of that happening to me, it will get late, and let's say it's like 4 a.m. I know if I go to sleep and then get up at 9 in the morning, I will feel like garbage because I only got like 5 hours of sleep. I won't feel very good. But right now at 4, I'm tired, but I don't feel bad. So I don't want to sleep because then I can maximize the time that I don't feel like garbage because I stayed up too late, which is also an unhealthy way to think. And yeah, not good. Yeah, so that's why I'm trying to unlearn that cycle. So I have a hard cutoff right now of like of 1 in the morning of like I have to go to sleep. So if I don't go to sleep before 1 in the morning, I have a thing that like locks down a bunch of my my computer so I can't do anything. The problem is last night I did that, so I turned off my computer because I couldn't do anything, and then I went and I lied down on the bed that was right next to me and I went on my phone. So we're fight. It's a fight. It's a battle. But I did actually get a good amount of sleep. Sort of. I had a bunch of really horrible nightmares, which sucked.
Pray for assistance. You feel a rush of power as you pray at the altar. A fissure forms in the air before you, through which you catch a glimpse of something that should not be possible. An intact city, untouched by ruin. Stepping through the time rift, You find yourself in a pristine version of the temple centuries ago, before the city fell. Now that you are in the past, you should be able to learn more from the mages.
Yo, what's up, Mana? How are you doing? How's your day?
Your destination is the Mythal Consortium.
Never, haven't for years. Oh, me, I'm a nightmare guy.
This is the city in
Okay, so this quest is relatively long, but fortunately it is also relatively linear. There is one skip that I will show you how to do. I do not recommend you do this solo. It will brick the quest if you try to do it solo. Do not do this skip solo. It will brick your quest. You will not be able to complete it. Okay, so do not do this skip if you're playing solo. But I'm going to show you how to do it. So that way, in case you are playing with a friend, you can split up in this quest.
Just as you finished,
Like I said, don't do this solo.
a rift appeared. After stepping through the rift, you find yourself back.
Yep, up at 7:15. It's been great until recently at 5 a.m. no matter what time you go to bed. Yep. Yeah, that's the thing. I just want to put myself on a better schedule.
Echoing halls surround you.
That's all. I just want to be on a better sleep schedule. That's more regular.
Stairs up to the upper level of the consortium.
That was kind of the problem with like doing school. Was like I just had to make sure I was awake for class, and as long as I was awake for class, nothing else really mattered. So my sleep schedule kind of got a little wacky and a little wonky. And then when I had to do my placements with school, so I'd like go and work at the hospital for a couple months. It was good, and I had to be there for 7 in the morning, so I was cracking up and getting out of bed like at 5:45 so I can make it there in time because I love the bus system. So I ended up getting up early in the morning, and I had so I was going to bed at like 10 o'clock every night to make sure I could get up for like 5:45, and yeah, it felt pretty good. But again, I currently don't have that like necessary structure of you must be at physical place at specific time, and so it's just hard to convince myself to go to bed sometimes. But building in those structures for yourself is quite good. How far away from XP cap? I don't know. Not too far. It's 1.9 million, and I'm at 1.3 million right now. So we're getting there. Okay, here is the skip. If I go to this door, you cannot enter through the door. However, if you hit backspace, there is a waypoint. You can click the waypoint even though the door is in the way. That will allow you to immediately go to the end of the quest. However, it will not allow you to complete the quest. You will not be able to get completion by skipping through there because part of the completion is involved doing all this other stuff. So if you have 2 people, you can have one person go through this door early and do the end fight and all that other stuff ahead of time. But if you do not have multiple people, you cannot do this. So keep that in mind. Please don't break your quest. If you are solo, you cannot go through there. Just making sure that you guys know that. I'm blind. I'm blind. Actually, this blindness lasts for 30 seconds. Okay, where's the Soulstone of Iron Defender? Soulstone of Iron Defender. Got it. All right. And there's a door. You open door. There's a shrine here. I don't need the shrine. Key, please. Okay, where's the shrine? Res shrine, dog use shrine. Consortium mage. Where are you, Consortium mage? There you are. Thank you. Give me the key. What's up, Chris? How you doing? Just solo leveling a fighter in hardcore. Watch your solo fighter at least to my current level. Not sure if I want to follow exactly or what else I can do level. The cool thing about Dungeons & Dragons Online is there's like 150 quadrillion quests in this game. So you can kind of do whatever you want. So yeah, just keep that in mind. You have a lot of flexibility. As long as you own a lot of quests, either because you're a VIP subscriber, or you just bought them all with individual cash monies, you can do whatever you want. It's one of my favorite parts about DDO right now is you just choose whatever quest you want to do. I never do the same thing. It's the reason why I don't make like a quest path and then follow it, because I like just going, what do I feel like doing? And then I go find a quest to do. Electronics for my bedroom. Is my phone living room? Yes. So my phone is my alarm. What I need to do is basically place my phone out of reach, so I have to get up to turn off my alarm. If I get out of bed, I'll be fine. I just have to build up the habit of doing that. Because then also it means I don't use the phone in bed, which is a big one. Except for the third time. Oh, just wait until you get to your like 50th past life. You can do it every time. To be fair, there is Salt Marsh, which gives a ton of XP if you want to do that instead. I just don't want to do Salt Marsh. At the corner, you spot him. Shia LaBeouf. Good old actual cannibal Shia LaBeouf. Salt gives terrible XP? No, Salt Marsh gives great XP. What are you talking about? It's so good. Salt Marsh is like the pinnacle of experience points in Dungeons & Dragons Online. What are you talking about?
Echoes across the high walls. You pull the lever, setting the blue crystal alight.
The problem with Salt Marsh is it's not that it gives bad XP, it's that it's slow because all the monsters have 1 billion hit points and you're level 5 when you do it. I agree. They could probably stand to make some low-level quests. The problem is I just don't really like most of the like really low-level quests they've added. So as a simple example, I am not a big fan of like low-level Salt Marsh. I don't really like that much. I really hate keeping the Borderlands. If low-level quests are just like packs of guys where you need like millions of AoE spells to be able to do anything, I don't love it. Salt Marsh Slayers are also a really good, fast way to get XP. You know what's funny? The Salt Marsh monsters are very overtuned. They have a lot of hit points. That's after they got nerfed. They actually had brought the hit points down by 1/3 already.
Door is marked by a dim.
It used to be way worse when Salt Marsh first came out.
This door needs to be unlocked with a silver key. You unlock the door. In your present, there was nothing in this room but a jumble of bricks. But here, in the past, you find an intact stairwell leading to the upper floor.
No, not the warriors. It's funny, the armor guys, the animated armors, because they look like the skeletons, my brain is like, oh, they're like skeletons. They're not. They're armors. They're constructs. As a artificer, I get extra construct bonuses, but it's just kind of funny. No, we're good. Okay, so it looks like I was supposed to be doing stuff this evening and supposed to be having some plans. But looking out my window, there is a snowstorm going on. And so I think because of the snowstorm, my plans that I was supposed to be enacting involved driving across the entire city. But you know, I'm not feeling it. So I don't think I'm going to do that. Which means I'm probably going to extend the live stream a little bit. Because originally I was going to stop the live stream around 5-ish, but I am currently snowed in, so... Correct, even more stream.
A mass of tiles
Okay.
falls over the floor in this
Don't
room.
screw this up, Stream Tom. It's not that hard. You can do this. This is really easy. Do this quest. Go here, this way, and we hook it around. Yep. And we hook it around. Go this way. That goes nowhere. That also didn't connect. Oh, that only goes in there. Okay, no problem. No problem. That goes there. That goes there. Perfect. Okay, perfect. Easy. Easy game. Easy game. Easy money. Easy life. Here we go.
Lights up, and you hear a click.
24-hour live stream? No. I need to fix my sleep schedule, not ruin it.
You pull the lever, and the yellow crystal lights up.
What's the worst expansion DDO? This one. Times Long Past. Not Times Long Past, Mitronor, in my opinion. I really dislike Mitronor. I understand why some people like Mitronor. I do not like Mitronor. I personally don't like Mitronor at all. I think I forgot to do something in this room. I have a sneaky suspicion I forgot to do something here. Like I didn't click on something. Because I need to find 3 more secrets, and I'm worried I missed a secret, but we'll see. Okay.
2 guards stand in front of this door. There are 3 other.
Yeah, it is snowing out there.
One is marked with a yellow crystal, another is marked by a green one.
The Shindelrin, the navigation is extremely difficult to find quests. Okay, so I actually do agree with you that the Underdark is really annoying to navigate. The problem is I am super biased. The Underdark is a massive, endless labyrinth that you will never find your way through until you know how to get through it really quick, at which point it's so fast to navigate through because all the doors are right next to each other. It's one of those things that feels like it should be or like it feels really huge if you don't know where to go. Once you do know where to go, it's like, oh, you just go from here to here and you skip the entire thing. So in your first playthrough, I actually wholeheartedly agree, but once you know, you can make the return trips much faster, but you can't do that with Mithranor because Mithranor is just massive. Anyone do Menace in the Underdark? I do it. I like Menace in the Underdark. I usually do Menace in the Underdark on every single playthrough I do of Epics, and the main reason I do that is because it gives a ton of favor. So Menace in the Underdark and like that whole quest chain is worth like 400 favor, which is excellent if you're somebody who is interested in earning DDO points whenever you do a past life, which I often am somebody who likes to do get DDO points during my past lives. Oh no. Don't lose the air elementals, dude. Get back up. Goodbye, chaos crawlers, suckers. Complicated is on my poo-poo list. Yeah, I don't dislike this quest. Again, I do understand totally why people dislike it, so I'm not going to be out telling you that you should dislike or you shouldn't. This quest used to have a big problem. It gave me a headache. The frame, when I was doing this quest on the initial beta for Mithranor, I remember I ran this quest, and this quest was so horrible. It was even longer than it is right now. It had more twisting paths, and there was a frame rate bug where there was something in this area that didn't unload. So when you looked around, there was like something that was like here. So your frame rate would constantly jump up and down. So no joke, you would go from like 200 frames down to 10, back to 200, down to 10, back to 200 as you looked around. And I got car sick playing this quest, and I had to stop streaming. Good times.
This door requires a gold key. You unlock the door with a
Where there's a golden door, there must be a golden key. No. There's a golden key, there must be a golden door. Damn it. I did it backwards. It's okay. I'm gonna practice. Free League Thursday. The Just Business. I agree. I would also rather do times long pass than Just Business. I totally agree with that. Outstanding take. Outstanding take. I also hate Just Business, although I hate Just Business less now that there has been like a couple extra shrines added to the quest. It's actually so much more or so much better of a quest. Yeah, the boat from Black Lock. Yeah, you couldn't look at it, or else it would cause your game to crash. I mean, I still think that happens. I just haven't done Black Lock in a while. Yeah, a lot of people do Slayers. I just don't do Slayers.
You hear a soft click.
Did I not collect this?
Fits into the lock. The way to the courtyard has been
Well, good thing it's still here. Sweet. That's funny.
You emerge into the fresh air of a manicured courtyard. There are 2 buildings on either side.
Hello.
But what stands out to you is the tower directly
In the word,
ahead.
Warlord.
The guard tells you that this tower is
It's okay, you'll get there someday, champ.
all but those who have been invited.
I too have tried to spell things and failed. Especially when typing fast, I'm like, when I try to type fast, it's awful. It's brutal. I misspell every single thing. I feel like some people might think if they message me that I'm like a robot when I respond, because I guess not robot, but like it's not really me, because I make typos all the time. So yeah, it's kind of funny.
Tell me,
All the time.
Have you come here?
Lady Echo narrows her eyes. I'll accept your presence here, but should you get in our way, I will not hesitate to force you out of here myself. It turns out that the key to the mythal was not an object, but a man. Sir
Hey Trim, is this build posted anywhere? Technically, yes.
And kept in stasis for all these years, all to protect his great power, the power to control the mythal.
To think that an adventurer from a
Spell nipple as Nin Pels. I mean, they are trying.
If what you say is true, the fate of our city hangs in the balance. We owe it a chance at a new life.
Lord Ongluth nods his head, fidgeting.
What's the best vegetable, and is it onions or garlic? Are onions and garlic vegetables? That's a difficult question. I think onions and garlic are both vegetables, I think. I really wouldn't think of them as vegetables. I would mostly think of them as seasoning.
Fellow casters, we have heard their
Because, like, I would eat a carrot, and I would eat a piece of celery, but I don't think I would eat an onion straight up. It is in a cooking item. Maybe I would eat onion if I, like, slice the onions and then ran it under some water to, like, wash away most of the acid. Oh, I love garlic onions. Absolutely. I don't know if I would consider that my favorite. I don't think of it as a vegetable.
With the ritual complete,
You mean herbs? Are they herbs? I mean, what if they're not dried? Yeah, this is too hard. Hey, look, another one of these dragons. You've already fought one of these. Why don't we fight another one of these? Luck. No, I was blocking, video game. Yeah, buddy.
Despite the centuries I've spent wandering
Humble. I don't want to be slowed by the dragon. What's up, Need More Chai? How are you doing today? I do like red onions.
Now before the red wizards swallow the city whole.
I think if I'm going to be honest with you, my favorite vegetable is probably broccoli. So yeah, 18 minutes for that one. Not terrible. Cloak of the Forest Arrow. Quality double shot, insightful double shot. 10 insights, wind through the trees. It's a cool item if it wasn't the 1 and 2% double shot. It is a good stacking set of stats, but also 1 and 2% are things you can't really feel.
You and the Srinshi complete the reversal ritual, and Sir Ildranath returns to his human form. Now that Sir Ildranath has returned to his original form, he can use his power to help defeat the Red Wizards. Soon they will be driven from the city.
Key to the Mythal. The last quest in Mithranor. This quest, I think, will cameo on XP because it gives quite a lot. This quest also is where one of the special swords drops, and I have farmed this quest millions of times, helping one of my friends attempt to get it. They did not get it, but I have done this quest many times helping with the farm. You come over here and you search, and that reveals a lever. Anyone can do this. The way you know is because there's a big hand statue pointing you to look that way. If you ever got stuck here, you walk up and you go, thingy, and you walk over this way. Oh, you did get it? There you go. Another quest that can be helpful if you have Dimension Door. You guys like going down 4 paths? Mithranor, this should be called 4 Paths to Victory. Just kidding. That's already another quest. 3 Paths to Battle, and it's a quest that's in Vecna Unleashed. Tri-finger butthole, correct. Alright, here there are traps. To get through this, you just tumble. By tumbling, even if you get hit by the traps, you'll be able to add your tumble score to your reflex saves. Reflex saves are 22, which is not bad, and my tumble is +4, which is not a lot, but still plus 28 on reflex saves means I can generally make my saves against traps, which is good enough. That's all I really need. Also, my dog is getting cooked. He has no elemental resistances. Poor boy. I'll just give him some elemental resistances, you know? Help him out. So we can take a little bit less damage. Less healing necessary. Here you go. Hey, look, more spellcasty, boys. Alrighty.
Further down
because we have fun playing it. I do have fun playing DDO. I actually really enjoy just running around and doing quests. It's one of the things like I know about myself. I really enjoy just playing, like running around and exploring and doing things, a lot of games. I do enjoy the hardcore raiding sometimes, but for me, I will admit, the biggest reason why I enjoy hardcore raiding is I like finding a group of people that I enjoy talking to, that I enjoy spending time with, who also want to do the raids. The community aspect of raiding is really, really important to me, and the thing that drives me towards raiding. Completing the raids is kind of a bonus. It's one of the reasons why, like, I'm not the best player of almost any video game. I can confirm that for you. But I'm like not bad. And when I put my mind to it and I really like buckle down, I've got some raiding achievements. You know, I used to be a mythic raider doing server first back in the day in World of Warcraft. Same thing with Lord of the Rings. I just don't do that now because I would rather just play with people that I like. So the guild that I'm in, Forged in Flames in Lord of the Rings Online, it is a raiding guild, but we are not like a top tier raiding guild. We are a good raiding guild. We complete all the raids. You know, we get everyone their set bonuses. We clear through, and it's a lot of fun. But as I said, we are not like the best raiding guild out there. We are just a good raiding guild. And so, as a result of which, you know, there might be situations where even though we've already beaten a raid before, we go back to it, and either people are rusty, we're gonna shake the dust off, or maybe we do a different team comp and we just don't beat the raid that night. I don't mind because I have fun. We're chatting, we're doing things, we're engaging with each other, and I like the people that I play with generally. But when I play an MMORPG, I kind of just like to explore around and hang out, much more so than I do the endgame raiding and the endgame content. And I know this because much more recently, I have been playing a little bit of Guild Wars 2 in my off time, and it's been really fun, honestly, to like not worry about anything, not be like, how am I going to level up and how am I going to get any gear, do whatever. I'm just doing the zone that I'm in. And there's like the little hearts, which are like little quest areas where you clear those off to like make progress doing things. Oh my God. Okay. Which has been good. And there's little jumping puzzles and finding all like the secrets and completing the full clearing the area. And then I've just been enjoying that. I've just had a lot of fun doing like little full clears, and it's been good. And it's been an actual, like a little I just play for a little bit. I go and explore around. I do some things. And in theory, there's probably a part of the game where you get to the end and you do some like big raid where you fight Omega God, the Destroyer, and you do something. But for me, I'm actually really enjoying the like slow, methodical, like, okay, I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna look at my gear. I'm gonna talk to this guy. Okay, there's a quest here. Let's do this. And actually, I really like the fact that Guild Wars basically doesn't have any quests. It has like the main campaign, but outside of that, it's like, yeah, just fuck around. Do you have to do quests? Nah, dude, just go do whatever you want. All right. I don't know why the dog is attacking the thin air, but sure. And that's been really refreshing. Very low stakes gameplay, which has been nice. Yeah, so I've been having a lot of fun with that, and I can confirm I liked it. Again, just low stress. Okay, we go here. That goes here. That connects to here. That connects to there. That's done. That's done. So now we have this area here. Maybe you could call me a casual. I like to play well when I play. So like I want to learn the combos and I want to do the things, but I definitely like don't focus on it nearly as much. It's the main reason like why when I played Elder Scrolls Online, I did some of the trials, which is like the equivalent of raiding in that game, but I didn't do all of it. And I really never stuck with it because I just don't really care that much. Like for me, just running around in the overworld doing quests is the fun part.
With all the rooms lit,
oh, that's what he was attacking. He was attacking the guys that are under the ground. The ghosts. The spooky spellcasting ghosts. Oh. So my knowledge of like a lot of the set bonuses and combo pieces is just kind of lower because I don't know. I don't really care that much. I just want to play the game and have fun. Oh, so the game scratches that itch. I found Final Fantasy XIV does. I think they're both quite good. Yep, I agree. I'm sorry you can't play it. Tried? Yeah, it's fair. Yeah, for me, I don't have any like experience with it. The only thing I don't like about Guild Wars 2, I mentioned this, well, that's not true. There's a lot of things I don't like about Guild Wars 2. That's why I don't play it that often. But one of the major things I don't like about Guild Wars 2 is that inventory sucks ass, and it is the worst inventory of any modern, currently in development MMORPG. No game has a worse inventory than Guild Wars 2. At all. Like, it's not even close. It's such a travesty. I don't even know how they came to like produce an inventory so catastrophically bad. And you might be like, what do you mean, Strip Tom? Just from the most basic thing, I am a consumer, and I don't play the game that much. I don't have an encyclopedic knowledge of every single item that could drop in the entire game and what they actually look like. So, in DDO, how do I know if I can equip an item? If I can equip an item, it has a blue background. All items that are equipable have a blue background on them. Unless you craft them, or they have like some type of background like this. Like this is the fire background as an example, right? They have an identifiable background. If I can't equip an item like this, I cannot equip this. It does not have that background. I can't equip this. I can't equip this. You know you can't equip something because it has an identifiable background. It makes it really quickly at a glance. You can go through your inventory and know, oh, this is an item I can or can't equip. Additionally, if I can't equip an item, let's say it's an item, but it's not designed for my class, I'm not high enough level. In DDO, if you shouldn't equip an item because you're not proficient, it has a yellow icon on it. And if you can't equip an item, let's say it is too high level, it has a red icon on it. So that way you can't, it tells you, like, by the way, you can't do this. In Guild Wars, it has none of that. So every time I go to my inventory, I have to mouse over every single fucking item in my fucking inventory because I have no idea what the fuck is equipable, what's garbage, what's junk, what's heavy armor, what's light armor, because the pictures don't do anything. It's all painted, which I think the painted artwork looks amazing. I think the art is fantastic in that game. I love the fact that everything looks like a painting. You know what sucks with having stuff being a painted look? You can't identify shapes or colors. Every armor piece just kind of blends together. Oh my god, it's so horrible. It's so complexly horrible. Like, I'm looking at a pair of gloves in my inventory, and I'm like, I can identify that it's gloves. What type is it? I don't know. It looks like padding to me. Whoops, it's plate armor. How am I supposed to know? Whoops, I can't equip it. So I guess I had to mouse over to look at it every single time. And it might not sound like a lot, but it is really tedious to have to like individually mouse over every single item. Like I feel like I can't make any progress. It's like this unbelievable wall to me of like, I have no fucking idea what the fuck I'm looking at every fucking moment. It makes me angry. It makes me really angry. I hate it. I hate it so much. It's stupid and dumb, and I just want to get like a UI mod that is just like, hey, idiots, this is how you design something that is easy to look at. Holy moly, it's so stupid. It's the worst inventory UI in the universe. God damn it. Anyway, thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Pedestals in this dim hallway.
Other than that, the game is really cool.
You open the door into a room where more orbs float above pedestals, emitting beams of electricity that shoot up towards the ceiling. The orbs cease their
Also, if you want to know how to do this, you just have to turn all these off, and right in the middle is how you turn this off. So like the game is good, but man, the inventory, and then don't even get me started on the bags within bags within bags within bags. The number of times where I've been playing Guild Wars and you open up a bag that gives you another bag of loot makes me lose my mind. Did you get the 4K UI stuff? I don't. Is the patch today? No, the patch should be. It's like there's either the patch tomorrow or the week after that's going to be coming in with the UI stuff. I have a 1080p monitor because I play old video games, so I actually haven't looked at any of that in great detail, but it does look interesting. There is UI scaling coming to Lord of the Rings Online. His poster review in his bedroom? No. Not my Sunfest poster. In Lord of the Rings Online, yeah, there's a patch coming out. There's like new dungeons and some other stuff. It's either going to be this week or next week, I think. Oh, there's a lot. I forgot that there's a lightning pulse in this room. If you don't make your saves, the lightning pulse can do a lot of damage. Just be mindful of the lightning pulse that can damage you. This is why we have elemental resistances everywhere on this character. Okay. And now everything dies. I get the shrine here. I can pull this. I can be free. I don't really want to have to shrine, but I kind of have to shrine.
Filled with murky water.
Warrior, thief, revenant, elementalist, and necromancer. Yeah.
A group of gargoyles perches on a ledge.
Oh yeah, gargoyles. Forgot.
You spy a large
Oh. Anyway, somebody who plays Guild Wars might disagree with me about the fact that like it's a disorganized, complete mess. The argument I get from when Dorak talks about it, he's like, well, I've just played the game for a while, so I just know what everything looks like. And fair, I haven't played the game for a while, I don't know what everything looks like. But my god, just give me colored, identifiable backgrounds. If I can't equip an item, I shouldn't have to mouse over the item to learn that I can't equip it. I should be able to know that I can't equip it by looking at it in my inventory. Put a little icon, a little red X in the corner that says, by the way, you can't equip it. No, no, no. Be sick. Could you imagine? Using text in your video game to indicate things about your video game? Or symbols? Could you imagine? Hey Stream, I saw an arty duel wielding crossbows with a rune equipped. How and why? They answered that is the Inquisitive. Inquisitive is a universal enhancement tree that allows you to dual wield crossbows, and you can do that with a rune arm. That's it.
You found a dimension door. It will return you to the entrance of the tomb once you have finished exploring this wing. You return to the front hall. The giant door has been opened, revealing a stairwell leading deeper into the tomb. You emerge into a dark hallway.
To be fair, equipment is coded by all that. Oh, so that's why in World of Warcraft doesn't indicate when you can't use an item, right? Oh wait, they do indicate why you can use an item. And they have tiers, just like Guild Wars 2. So to be fair, your argument makes no sense. I will not allow anyone to defend the inventory system in any capacity. It is bad. I am right. Okay, I'm stuck. I have to read the plaque. Sometimes I'd be willing to say, maybe there's something I need to learn. Maybe there's something I don't know. You know what? I need to grow as a person. I am wrong about a lot of things. I make a lot of mistakes. And I'm glad that I have people in chat or the people around me in my life that will correct me when I make mistakes. I overgeneralize things, or I just, I'm not looking at the full picture. I'm not grasping the full underlying story of something. And that's fair. And that's why, it's always good to learn. You never stop learning, never stop growing. And that's important. Except about the Guild Wars 2 inventory. There's no excuse for why it can't be more or easier to read and use. Give me attack. I didn't shrine, and I don't know where the shrine is down here. Or if there is a shrine down here. But I really should have, because I'm almost out of defense. It's a big problem. I am out of time, it's true. Like, I'm somebody who does enjoy inventory management, and I just like, I like having better access to information. That's all. That's all it is. I don't think that's a crazy ask. I think most people can also get behind what I'm saying. Although again, I totally understand the argument of you're an old man who can't learn new things. You're an old dog. Your new tricks are unavailable. Oh shit. I'm getting cooked by this guy. He can just stun me. I hope he can't chain stun me. That'd be bad. Never mind, he's knocked down. See ya. Okay, so I don't have any mana left, and I don't know where a shrine is. So this is going to be a bit of a problem. So I'm going to take this really slow, and hopefully I won't die. If I do die, because I don't know where... I should have shrined a little while ago, because I passed one. There's just no shrine in this lower section. Maybe there is a shrine in this lower section. Again, I'm really not sure. But hopefully there is a shrine down here. If there isn't a shrine down here, then I'm kind of bummed. Okay, there's no shrine there, so that's not good. We're getting closer to the no shrine part. Just knock down the champ. Big scary champ monster. He is down. Just don't get stunned, it's fine. Oh my god, I made my save against the stun, unfortunately. Woo! And is magic card wording? I think it depends on the card, but yeah. It was like, I think this room is really dangerous. I'm gonna go, you know what? I'm so scared of dying because I don't know where a shrine is. I'm going to just go back to the beginning of the quest and sift around the game until I find a shrine. Because I don't know where one is. And I do not want to die. There might be a shrine forward. I actually just don't know. So we're gonna go all the way back and find one somewhere. Okay, we're gonna go to this shrine. And there's, oh wait, there's one here. Can I go back there? No, that's a, is that just a red? I think it's just a red shrine. I don't think it's a whole shrine. We're gonna go this way. If you find an exotic piece of armor for your weight class, you don't have to improve it. And that's probably true, but isn't there like, you know, 100 hours of gameplay between you and getting a better exotic piece of armor? Like, I feel like if your first 100 hours of gameplay, it is more cumbersome to identify pieces of equipment. I think that, and also the first 100 hours of gameplay is like a really important time in like when you're playing a game. Because you kind of need, like, that's when you're getting a player's buy-in, if that makes sense. I think that for me, it's a layer of friction I really struggle to get over top of, or to get around. I wish I could. Again, that's where like UI mods and stuff come in, where maybe you can get things that like categorize for you. Because I don't want to have a situation, and this is where it comes difficult when it comes to players modding that stuff in themselves. If you have players having the ability to modify these things, it becomes very quickly where somebody might just like make a mod, which you can get for like World of Warcraft, which will just inform you of which piece of gear is better or worse for you based on your spec and based on what kind of stat distributions you should have. So that way you don't actually have to read any items. You just mouse over an item. The computer program says, yes, put it on, or don't put it on. Or you can even have it just mark things in your inventory. And then that kind of like overrides everything. And that is like a bridge too far. I wouldn't want that. Yeah, the basics of like not being able to see that would be nice.
The pedestal stands against the back wall, a large peacefully in the center of the room. Your creaking footsteps have awakened the creature. It attacks. You place the icon of the dwarves on the pedestal. You notice a subtle light emanating from the stone.
Yeah. You can buy the gear from the trading post. I mean, sure. Again, and this could just be like a difference of, just straight up a difference of opinion. Ooh, am I too tall to get through this door? Oh, there we go. This could also just be a difference of opinion. I think that the fact that as you get further in the game, you don't have to deal with this problem because you're not changing out your equipment that often anyway, means that we're on the same side. This is something you would also like to see changed because you are happy that you don't have to deal with this problem in the future.
One to your left, the other straight ahead.
That is what I'm getting from this conversation. Because you are right. If it's like, oh, you know, well, once you get your Ascendant gear, you don't have to worry about the actual physical items you pick up in your inventory. Okay, good. So it is an identifiable problem, and we're happy that we can avoid this identifiable problem once we get the right amount of gear and stats.
A wild bear runs out of the room, startled by your intrusion. How strange. Something happens when you touch the artifact. The room shakes.
Again, I just like things that are like easier to interface with and easier to interact with. That's all.
Stone scrapes against stone as the statues take their first steps. Their unseeing faces turn to.
It's actually one of the reasons why I don't love this, the overlay for the Fey event, because the Fey event overlay covers up information. It covers up whether something is a raid item or not by replacing it with a new border. And I actually really dislike it because it now means that if an item is in my inventory, unless I'm familiar with the actual physical icon of the item, I need to check whether it's a raid item or not, or whether it's a named item or not, because sometimes they'll use similar icons. For example, a lot of the newer cloaks will have this new cloak icon, but there are some cloaks, like this yellow cloak, Cloak of Frost Arrow. The red one is the randomly generated one, but there are also some named cloaks that might also use this old cloak icon. So, yeah, just not being able to identify something at a glance is not a good thing, in my opinion.
The stranger laughs. It is a strangled, dusty sound, as if his voice has been worn down over centuries of use.
And I got the Cloak of Sunlight. Heal Lamp, Natural Armor Bonus, Proof of Disease 6, and Lesser Displacement. Cool. Nice, I got quite a few items from this expansion here. And there we go, I'm actually capped on XP from winning Mr. Nor. So that got me from 13, just into 13, all the way through 15. Or sorry, just into 15 all the way through the entirety of 17, which is kind of cool. So it's going to let me skip quite a few levels. I can take this character all the way to 18 right now. Do I take this character all the way to 18? No, I think I'm going to take it to 17, run through some Sharn quests, and then take it to 18. Yeah, being a first life character means you get so much XP so quickly, it's kind of wacky. Oh no, it's just 17, never mind. It's just 17. I'm mixing up my numbers, I'm making a mistake here. Alright, let's see if we can get anything useful. Yes, I do understand that once you get to the end game, or not that, like, you don't have to worry about finding new gear, and I do understand that. It's because the game that I'm playing, I'm currently leveling through on Guild Wars, and I can't just go buy exotic armor. I have to go into my inventory and investigate every item every single time. Again, I do understand that if you just buy level boosts and you skip to the end, or you made a character in 2014 when the game came out and you haven't experienced the leveling process in a long time, or you made a character and then now you do something for leveling where there's like something where like you join a group that does something, or you know, there's like a service where people level you or whatever, you're just used to using that or some quick way to do it. Maybe it's through PvP or whatever, and you just, again, ignore that system. I do understand that there's a bit of a disconnect there in terms of like what the words I am saying and maybe the experience some people have. I'm kind of just treating it like a regular MMO thing where I just like turn the game on and I go for an adventure, and I find sorting out the inventory is like my least favorite part of playing the game. Which, to be fair, you could argue that, well, okay, the inventory is like, you know, your least favorite part. That's good, because the inventory is not supposed to be the fun part. But I like fun parts of my game. Also, these gloves give me reconstruction and resistance, and I'm going to put this on because I get combustion from suppressive fire, and I lose a bit of repair amp, but the reconstruction is nice, and the resistance 4 gives me bonus to all my saves, which is good. I do want that. Tumble of Sheltering. But yeah, also, for the record, I'm not trying to say game is bad, it's just it is an annoying quirk that I would like to do without. Physical resistance of Feycraft. Con 7, reconstruction 88. Again, I like the evocation focus, so I don't replace this. Yeah, I know some people that play backpack battles. I just don't. Why does everything have Symphony of the Fae? Because it's for the Symphony of the Fae event, if you're a hardcore character like myself, you can only wear the Symphony of the Fae. So I have this item, this effect, Vow of Glory, Music of the Fae, and I have to wear Symphony of the Fae equipment, stuff that drops during the event. This is basically a way to make it so hardcore characters, you can't just like gear them up with stuff you have out of your bank. You had to go out and farm new stuff. Now, unfortunately, this doesn't entirely work because you can just like take your high level characters and farm out new gear and then swap that on the character. So it takes more work if you wanted to do that. So it doesn't really stop people from doing that. And like I said, I don't really like the border and how it obscures information. I do wish there was a different way to do that. Like if instead of the whole border, it was just the music note, I would be much happier about it. But it is actually the whole border. All right, so fun fact. So I'm banking 2 levels. A lot of people don't know how experience point banking works, but you can bank all the way up into 1 less experience than 2 levels over. So I'm level 15. But I have experience to be level 17 minus 1 XP. So level 17 is this much XP, and I'm 1 XP away because you can go up to 1 XP less than 2 whole levels. However, we can actually go beyond this. Your daily dice roll XP will go above that cap, which is kind of interesting. But also, if I go over to here and I grab my Heroic Myth Draenor Saga, the reward will be for 46,000 XP, and if I take it, boom, it actually goes above the cap, which is kind of neat. Also, Zybot was slain at level 12 by a Portrait of Strahd. RIP Zybot. Anyway, I'm just going to take 2 levels. Screw it. Intelligence. Jump. Oh, and I have more points. Nice. Okay. And the feat I'm supposed to take here is Maximize. Now, Maximize is not a thing I'm going to be using often. This is just for my rune arms, which will get bonuses later. Okay, so now I want to get some of the spells that you can't learn and that I might cast in the future. Tactical Detonation is a reasonable option for a spell, especially if I can get some ways to give me extra spell points in the future. Anyway, I'm just going to level up again straight up to 17 because I have all of that experience banked, so why not? Right, more points. More repair. Let's go. I'm also going to take Deadly Weapons because, again, this is another rare scroll. So I'm going to grab that. And I have 8 points to spend. Cool. So 8 points is a lot of Renegade Mastermaker. Let's get tankier. So I'm going to grab... I don't need the shielding construct because I already have this effect. So I'm going to take the reinforced armor because it gives me more defense. I'm going to grab the physical magical resistance or physical resistance rating while having adamantine body because I do have adamantine body. And then I guess the shielding construct is a 1-pointer and it does technically give me more defense. I never took Mighty Slam for the stun. I just felt like I didn't need it. And I do agree. I don't think I needed it. Take 1 point in shielding construct, and then I have 1 more point. I can either take curative construct, which gives me 50 life and 30 repair amp on top of the 10 life I get for the core, and +2 max dex bonus, which is quite nice. Or I can get +2 MRR or constitution and +5 MRR. I'm gonna take this. It's more health and more repair amp, and it feels pretty good. Whoosh. So I have 693 health, as well as 63 armor class, and my max dex bonus is 8. So I can get even more bonus if I have some dodge, which I don't currently have. Whoops. And I have shielding construct. That's fun. I'm not going to go up there for Warforged because even though I can get the melee power, which is kind of cool, the problem is I'm a first life character, so I need as much intelligence as possible. So I'm going intelligence, 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 intelligence. Because if I don't have that, I'm not going to be able to hit any DCs and epics. Especially later, and so I want to make sure I'm maximizing my chances to succeed there. Alright, silver weapons is fine. Get another level 4 spell. I don't have one. Whoops. And, sure, enchant armor. I don't know. Need 1 more armor class. So now it's going to be telling me all the time, you have unprepared spell slots, and I'm going to say, I know. Alright, let's sell some garbage. I am hardcore, yep. I wanted to play on hardcore because I feel like it kind of makes it more clear that the build that I am playing is strong enough that it's something that you can personally follow and play through as well. So if you're like worried about it and you're like, oh, I don't know if, you know, is this character good enough? I'm able to solo the game with the hardcore, making sure I'm taking the appropriate precautions all the time. And I do my best to also like talk about the precautions that I'm taking as I go through. So that way you're also informed about the same thing. You as in the person who's viewing this either now or in the future. Not necessarily directly you, Vis. Okay, I'm just gonna do some quick inventory cleanup. Make sure I clean it. Things here. Armor of the Art Blade. Okay, Anger Step I don't need anymore, so I can just delete this now. Oh, it's locked. I can't delete this. I still can't delete this. There we go. The Bug Kickers I'm not using. Let's get those out of my inventory. Cloak of Sunlight I'm not using. Cloak of Forest Arrow I'm not using. These gloves I don't need anymore. I'm going to keep the Feather Falling. This Belt of Shatter I never ended up using, so we'll sell that. The Feather Falling Boots, I'm going to put those on the auction house. So that's good. Everything is fine. Put this sheet music in the bank. And then crafting storage goes here. I'm gonna get rid of Sigil. He did not do what I wanted him to. Did Sigil go in here? You cannot put hirelings in your crafting storage. Are you kidding? Did you guys know that? Amazing. Man, the things you learned when you play this game. I did not know you could do that. That's crazy. I just learned that today. That's awesome. Do they stack? I have no idea. But that is super neato. Oh, general vendor. I'm actually going to buy Artie spell components from this guy. Because I need 6s. And I'm going to buy 5s as well, just in case. Because I don't know if I need any 5s, but I don't have any currently. And I'm going to lock them so they don't show up on my sell list, because I need them. Lock, 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 lock. Oh. Alright, and then auction guy. Where's the auction guy? Auction guy is here. Auction house. We go here. And Dex, Insightful Dex, Feather Falling Boots? That's crazy. You want to get $25,000, everybody. You got the money. Come on now. And then we'll check back later to see if we actually sold that. Yeah, I did not know that. That's wild stuff. Oh, so many stuff or things go into the crafting storage that I am just shocked by it all the time.
The Silver Flame are looking into cult activity in the area. Your help.
All right. So I leveled up twice. My dog leveled up. You'll notice I'm now way eclipsing my dog in terms of health. Also, 672 hit points at level 17. I feel very tanky right now. You can't play someone at partial time? Yeah, that makes sense. That'd be funny if you just had a bunch of hirelings that only had 1 minute left in your shared storage. It's silly. Okay, so I think Sharn is now the best place to go for 2 reasons. One, I can cast Adamantine on my weapons, so I can actually like bypass a lot of the damage reduction on here. On top of that, the gear in Sharn is very good and very powerful for your character. There's a lot of really cool stuff. Additionally, there's actually a specific Artificer set called the Master Maker set. And no, it's not Master Maker. It's the Arc Steel Battle Mage set. And it's quite good. So I want to get one. Also, can I buy this club level there? It's 19. Warforged Hireling. Yo. Marinen. Herta. Slash at 19. Full Metal at 18. Damn. There's no Warforged Hirelings at 17. There's only 18. So we can get Rage. And Norax and Sigil. Wow. It's 14 and then 18. Cool. Well, looks like I'm waiting till 18. So we're going to go into here. And I'm going to buy a couple of... Not slash. We're going to buy a couple of full metals. A living weapon of wood and metal. Full Metal believes a day without blood is like a day without sunshine. One of my favorite descriptions of any hireling ever. Yeah, also club. Built for a single purpose, club is what club does. You want me to go look at the favorite soul? I can't use this yet, unfortunately. It's too high level, but... also, funnily enough, this doesn't have an X on it, even though I can't use it. Which one? Albus? Gladwin? Albus is methodical and takes things in stride, but you'd be hard-pressed to find a more well-prepared healer. Sure. Karaneth Mayar. Karaneth commands fearsome bow energies, laying waste to those who oppose her storms of fire and light. True. And Miranon Lior, a passionate, energetic soul. Miranon is also a highly trained fighter, quite capable of holding his own with blades. Ooh. A good time to switch from Vanguard into Kensai for leveling purposes. I mean, both are pretty strong right now. But the T5 of Kensai is disgusting, and you get access to that at 12. So anytime after 12 is fine. Favorite video? I usually only bother getting Coin Lord or Gnesson. Ignore that. I'd watch that video. I don't have a favorite video because most of the time favorite doesn't really matter that much. You'll notice I haven't collected any of my favorite rewards. I didn't collect the Keepers of Lamortia or the 12 or Barovia. I should probably go collect these because technically this will give me 5 hit points from each one so I can become tankier. So you know what? Good idea. Let's go collect some favor. Where am I close to right now? Barovia? No. Formentor Elves? No. Lamortia? No. I'm close to none of them. Alright, we'll just teleport, I guess. So let's go to Lamortia. We'll just hand it in. It's okay, Lou. Don't worry about it. I also didn't know. All right, and the favor guys are where? I didn't pick up any of these quest rewards. Oops. Where are the favor guys? They're in here somewhere. No, they're not here. They're not out front. Oh, the favor guy's here. Werner Glein. Werner. A. So I get 5% fortification bypass and 5 hit points, and the dark times are even darker without me. Nice. I'm just gonna wait for my next teleport. Is good for better Thieves Tools? It is. I've actually been using that because I have my +4 Thieves Tools here. I haven't found any +5 Thieves Tools yet, so I've just been using the 3 Agent Thieves Tools that I bought. So I highly recommend getting free Agent Favor. It's very good for any type of trapping character if you can't afford to just buy Thieves Tools off of the auction house, which is not that expensive, so most people will just choose to do that. How do you get to Myth Draenor? I don't know if I actually know. Is it the Gatekeeper's Grove to get to Myth Draenor? Talk to this guy, and he gives me Blessing of the Featherfeet, a small augment bag, and Vistani Knife Fighter. Ooh, a small augment bag. This will hold all my augments. I don't have any, but it will hold all of them, which is nice. Evening Star. I see. Gatekeepers. Oh no, I decided to go to the airship. You know what, while I'm here, get some buffs, dog. Did you get to mention or practice? I'm gonna be honest, I've pretty much every single time just always used the teleport. Oh no, am I lagging? Is it not working? Hello? Myth Draenor? Please pick up. But are you on your first life? Yes, this is a first life character. I'm only using items that I pick up. I'm not using any items from my shared bank or anything. I'm not using any gold either, so everything is just stuff that I find on this character. This is for a solo guided playthrough that will be going up on YouTube with the purpose of being able to show how you can play through the entire game with another character in modern times. I'm choosing to do the harder adventures, so like the newer quests, the expansion quests, things like that, so that way people can see how to do those, but you can always choose to do some of the easier things. So for example, I decided to do this instead of do Myth Draenor instead of Giant Hold, even though Giant Hold is markedly easier, much easier. No, I didn't do any of the winter loots. I personally don't like the loot event at all. So this is currently my highest progress, is 1,000 on my loot of Winterflight. I'm halfway there. If I get the wings, that would be very cool. What do I not like about the event? Everything. The event adds challenging monsters, but there's no cool loot reward that you get from it. Also, I'm going to be doing Sharn, so we're working our way this way. Yeah, the event adds more difficult monsters without them giving any immediate loot. The actual benefit you get is a cosmetic, but the amount of work required that goes into it is astronomical in comparison to a lot of other things, as each loot will take you anywhere from like 30 to 40 hours of regular gameplay per loot. So even though you have a couple months, having all of them work like that is a lot of work. The fact there's a hardcore and a softcore version is annoying because it means you have to do it twice. If the hardcore actually gave you access to the softcore cosmetics, I wouldn't mind it as much because you could just play one, but you can't do that. The best way to do it is still just farming, and doing it any other way is just mind-numbing. It's a very, very tedious thing. And on top of that, the overall reward where they were like, oh, by the way, once you help out Fearsome, the entire server gets a reward. I, like many of you, was very excited about this. And the fact that the reward is a minor damage decrease to minor sonic defense buff. So you take slightly less sonic damage, which is only relevant for the actual event and not for the regular game, blows. It blows chunks. And on top of that, just at the end of it, it just isn't fun. Weekly maintenance. Weekly maintenance from 2 to 4. Oh no, you're in the UK. You're in the UK. You're in the UK. So that is, I was like 2 to 6. That's crazy. So that is -5, 9, 2, 1. Yeah, that's standard time.
Containers salvaged from the sunken ships.
I usually have fun DDO until I get to the point where everyone's just zerging the quest, and I do nothing. Nothing basically, and I feel like I don't know what I'm playing anymore. Any advice? Yes, that is a difficult part of this game, is that a lot of people, myself included, do kind of just start zerging after a point. Actually, not after a point. I do that in the entire time I play, because that's kind of how I personally enjoy playing. But I do agree that is an issue. The solutions that people have are finding groups that play slower, like making your own group and say that like you're doing a slow play is what some people will do, because by making your own group, you can guarantee you know the pace of the party. By saying this is how we're going to do it. And for the most part, people that like to do the hyper zerg don't join the slow play groups. They're not going to join your slow play group and then start sprinting through the quest. I'm not going to say that will never happen, but I don't think that's that common. Also, One Day Notice was slain by Lamortia Carrion Crawler. Very funny name. RIP. This guy's a lot of health. Oh my. And there's a purple note in this room. Oh my. Yes, it does suck though that the solution to like, hey, how can I make it so I can enjoy this experience a little bit more is, oh, I don't have my intelligence hat on, that would help. The solution to how can I enjoy this a little bit more is look outside the game and try to find other people to play with, or try to like force people to kind of into this thing as opposed to a general attitude shift of the general player base. That is unfortunate, and I wish there was a better solution to that problem than what we currently have, which is, whoops, guess it sucks. So yeah. You're alive? What do you do once you get all the lives you want? Well, it's just a way to play the game. That's just all it is. It's just a way to play the game. Like, if you can just go quickly and then play through it, it can be fun. Sometimes it's fun to play games quick.
But you've survived it handily.
Like, that's just how I enjoy it. I like the moment-to-moment gameplay. So, oh, Duris has been slain. R.I.P. Duris. Ooh, portable hole. Very cool. I enjoy playing through the game quick, and so I oftentimes do just run through the quests. I don't like ignore the monsters. I like to fight all the monsters. So, you know, if I'm playing the game and I'm playing a group with somebody who is just running through and not killing anything, I personally don't like that much. I am very much a kill all the monsters sort of guy. But even still, you know, like with Lost at Sea, I'm just running from pack to pack. Getting back into combat is the fun part for me. So I want to be in combat as much as possible. My least favorite part of the event is how much durability you need. We can reduce by 1k for summer and winter, so 2k total. Yes. That, and also, at the beginning, I was like, yeah, of course people are going to help you with your loots. But then once I started playing characters where I wasn't using the loot at all, I didn't think about it. And then there'd be somebody who'd be somewhere and they'd be like, oh, loot. And if I didn't see it, I just wouldn't know. So I wouldn't, like, help them with it. Not intentionally, just like, I didn't know. I didn't see it. And so that is also a weird quirk of the system where, if only one person is doing, like, if you're the only person in your group, you might not have anyone stopping to help you with the loot. And they can be kind of hard if you're not ready to do it, especially if you're playing like on Reaper mode. It was me? No, wait, you... Wait. Who was it? That was you? Canicus? Oh, no. Or was that Fire Eater? Wait, what? Or did you kill... Or Canicus, you saying you killed Fire Eater and he was actually One Day Notice? I'm trying to follow the loot. Yeah, it's just sort of the thing where you just kind of get better at it. Like, the way I can think about it is, take any physical craft. So, like, take, like, sewing as an example, or, like, crochet. The first time you get started doing it, when you're following a pattern, you're constantly referencing the pattern, looking at your fingers, 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 and you're going like, doing the thing. But then once you have all of the knowledge and the work and the knowledge base, eventually you'll get to the point where you look at the pattern, and once you learn the weaving, and you understand how your fingers are moving, and now you're going quick. That's just part of the pace is you get faster at something the more you do it, and the better you get at it. Assuming your goal is improving at a craft. Now, to be fair, there are many people that actually play video games not so much with the goal of not with the goal of improving. It's the wrong way to say that. They play games just because it is purely a relaxing thing for them, which is totally fine. But there are people who like don't really get better over time, where the goal is just to experience the thing and not to improve at the thing. This is not me calling anybody out or saying anything bad about anybody. That is just something I have observed. There are just some people that enjoy doing certain tasks without necessarily improving at those tasks. It's sort of like,
now that you have
for me,
arrived in the wondrous
I've,
city of Sharn,
I'm currently a home cook because I'm cooking for myself, and I often cook for me and my girlfriend for dinner, and I am slowly improving over time at cooking. So I'm getting better at different recipes. I'm slicing faster with the knife. I'm learning these skills so I can just get better at it, so I can produce things faster, and also I can make more interesting dishes over time. But I know some people, like my dad, for example, who basically has been making the same food for himself for the past like 30 years and hasn't changed at all. Which you don't have to. Well, he doesn't even try. So you gotta have the desire to do that as well. So yeah, that's pretty much the reason why people will play faster, is because as you get better, you can play faster, so you might just do that. You might just choose, like, this is what I want to do now. I'm going to improve my speed. Yo, what's up, Location? How you doing?
This looks more like an office than a boarding house.
Roll snow.
Vaughn has rented this entire operation and transformed it
Doing all
into a
options.
place of business.
Some folks are just wired to be different and will just hit the end real fast. Again, it depends. Some people also, I will say, some people like to skip past everything and don't really read any of the text or experience any bits of content. I still remember the Destiny 2 expansion, The Edge of Fate, came out, and when that relaunched, I played it and I had a pretty good time. My first time through, it took me like 11 hours to get through like the main campaign and do all the things. And then I would go online and see people where they're like, man, like I played through the whole campaign and like I can't believe they're gonna sell us like a 40 or it's like $30 or $40 or whatever it was for like a 4-hour campaign. And I'm like, 4 hours? Bro, what do you mean? I've gone back and replayed that campaign quickly to just unlock some stuff on another character. I cannot beat it in 4 hours. If you skip all the cutscenes, it's like almost doable at 4 hours. And I'm just like imagining the people who are like buying the game and then they're playing the campaign, skipping all the cutscenes, reading none of the dialogue, talking to none of the characters, and going, eh, game's over. I guess there's nothing to do. I'm like, huh? What? How does this happen? What happened? How? Food is just fuel to some people? Oh, for sure, exactly. Yeah. What music do you like to turn on? I don't think we had that conversation. Oh, I like a lot of different types of music, but I would say that, in general, I like music that is faster. That's a good way to describe it. I don't really like slow music, so anything with a low beats per minute is usually not in my repertoire. And if I had to put anything down into it, I listen to a reasonable mix of like soundtracks. I do play a lot of video games, and a lot of video games have incredible game soundtracks. I listen to a reasonable amount of electronic music. I also listen to a reasonable amount of hip-hop and R&B. I also like to dabble in metal and a few other things. But my playlist, I believe, is actually available. It's below the stream. So if you ever want to just see, there should be a link below the Twitch chat. You can actually just click my playlist of what I listen to while I'm streaming. So you can just breeze through. But do you still enjoy the content even if you were zerging through it? Yeah, absolutely. Well, because for me, playing the game is the fun part. So like, I don't enjoy Sharn on an individual level where I'm like, oh yeah, this quest is so awesome all the time. In fact, I don't do that with most Sharn quests because it's Sharn, and Sharn is not my favorite expansion. I like Sharn from a storytelling standpoint, and I like Sharn because it's an Eberron, but like, it's a lot of golems in Sharn, man, and golems are really annoying. And Forge Wraiths are really annoying monster types. There's a lot of annoying stuff. That being said, I'm having fun playing my character. This character is fun to play. I'm not stopping and going like, look at that. A phoenix? rising. I wonder what that's representative of. And every time I go through this, because I looked at that poster when Sharn came out in 2019, and I went, oh, cool. And then I moved on. So, like, I don't take the slow, methodical approach to this one because I don't have to. So the first time I go through it, I take my time. I'm really slow. I'm really methodical. I'm like, damn, look at this. But then afterwards, I don't go that fast anymore. Or go that slow, sorry. And I kind of pick it up to the regular pace. I'm annoyed that Thief's Acrobat improves defensive roll does not work with stuff like 9 Lives for Tabaxi enhancement or Vile Chemist enhancement. It still took me 130 hours. Yeah, that is also the hard part when you get to the end of the long campaigns. So Baldur's Gate 3 is actually a great example where game good, but game also very long. And so I can totally see somebody like spacing out once you get to Act 3. You find Selimus and Sharn? No.
Don't think for a moment that you can challenge.
First couple times I know it is. Yeah, exactly. But I'm still having fun. I'm having fun with the gameplay, not with the individual quest. Each quest provides a different type of challenge. So, for example, the quest I'm about to do, Red Rain, is just a bunch of guys. So the challenge is not extremely high. I can actually replace my reconstruction ring and get physical sheltering, featherfall, and protection. I actually already have the stats though. Not a bad ring to hold on to. I'm gonna bank this ring. So like this quest doesn't provide a terribly high amount of challenge other than the fact that there's packs of guys in it, but sometimes there are some challenges. For example, in this adventure, one of the things you have to pay attention to is there are going to be these like Dask Artificers where they will craft a exploding spider, and the exploding spider does a hideous amount of fire damage when it goes off. So whenever I enter the room, I have to peel my eyes for where that like monster is, so I can prevent it from either building the spider, or if it does, I can get out of the way so I don't explode and just die. They have killed many people on hardcore, and they are quite dangerous. So I get to engage with the quests in that element, where I'm thinking about the individual creatures that are a part of it. Like this room has nothing dangerous. It's some Dask Poison Slingers, there's a caster around the corner here who runs around. But again, other than that, this room is not dangerous. The monsters have nothing interesting. There's just going to be a big melee ball and they're going to get blown up. But I just don't really care. And so... yeah, that's just kind of how I think about it. I kind of process each quest as I go through it, and then enjoy how my character interacts with it, as opposed to take my time to go like, look at this decor, which I have done in the past.
Your stomach clenches in anticipation as you near.
And some people like that to an even higher degree. Again, this is not me trying to say that like anyone's way that they play the game is bad, but that is personally how I interact with the game in a lot of ways.
At least he died in the black. After examining the corpse, you can see that he was killed by a poisoned crossbow bolt.
This is the part where we fight, right? Plus also there's like fun elements of quests that like just stay forever. A great example is like a lot of the quest dialogue from NPCs is just great and will stay in my mind. You know, Amscar going, do you like my flying glacier? Will like always be funny to me. Another purple. And I missed a oh, there's a gargoyle here. Sick. Give me more purples, dude. Somebody, anybody, please help. Or the line, please and help, are clearly audible. I just love like the shift in tone is so funny to me. Alright. They found another group because he just couldn't slow down for us. Facing a group is very important. Oh yeah, especially if you're gonna play with other people, you gotta do that. Like I said, for me, because I make a lot of my own groups, I don't always have people that are sprinting through quests joining my parties all the time. I don't just I do join parties sometimes, but a lot of times I'll just make my own group. So as a result, I kind of set the pace, and then I'll get through, you know, 1, 2, 3 quests or whatever pace that I have. And if somebody joins my party and they want to go way faster than me and they kill everything before I can even get to there, here's the thing. That's fun. That's called free XP, baby. Sometimes it's nice to just like kind of space out. I too am subject to the, remember I said like, oh, some people, they just don't want to improve. They just want to play the game and have fun and not really have to do a lot of think. You know what? Sometimes I do like to do that too. So if there's some person that wants to like have action boost sprint going all the time, and they've got like 3 different dash moves, and they're just going. And so I'm like, okay, sure, whatever. Sounds good to me. Also, remember why I'm coming over here? All of the breakables in this quest are pretty much all stocked together. And by talking to all the Coggates residents, you get a little bit of XP. So you get the breakable XP and the Cogs Gate resident XP. So it's a good combo. Do you mainly just work better for the Arty with just work better the Arty for Artificer? I have such issue with AoE with Arty. You shouldn't have such an issue with AoE with Arty because Artificers are AoE gods. If you use repeating crossbow or you decide to use inquisitive, if you use repeating crossbow, you get access to the ability shattering shot, which is an AoE attack, which completely cleans rooms. Later on, so that's right here, you get access to thunder shock weapons, which is an AoE attack that completely cleans rooms. And while leveling, if you decide to use the inquisitive tree, you can get access to shoot first, which is an AoE attack which entirely cleans rooms. Between shoot first, shatter shot, and thunder shock weapons, these 3 attacks, all of them being AoE, all of them being on separate and short cooldowns, basically mean that a lot of people are complaining that Artificers are overpowered and they have too much AoE. That you can't even have fun playing with a crossbow Artificer because there's so much AoE, they literally obliterate everything. They just detonate a tactical nuke and take out everything in the quest, and all you hear is explosions from the Artificer. It's actually a huge common complaint. So, if you haven't tried that yet, I would highly recommend you try out those attacks, because that is all I hear about, is how annoying it is. There's an Artificer in my party, and now I can't play the game. He's like, you know what? True. Join my group, run through the entire dungeon, everything, and kill nothing. I agree. I really dislike that. However, I will usually indicate to people that are doing that I would like them to change that play pattern. I'm not afraid to do that. So if somebody joins my party and they're not killing any of the monsters, and to the point where like we're red alerting and nothing is happening, I will let them know. I'll be like, hey, I'd like to kill the monsters, please. Like, we're fighting the monsters in this party. This is what we do here. And if somebody decides they do not want to do that, the best part is in between quests, you just kick them out of your group.
The pawn shop is unlocked.
When you go to town, you just kick them out.
Inside, the shopkeeper's body lies forgotten alongside all the other cast-offs in her shop.
Again, would I rather I didn't have to kick people out of the group because they were just decided they didn't want to do a group activity in a group game where they choose to join a group? Yes. But we all use the internet. We know what it's like. Stand up for 30 minutes?
A shattered pin bearing a pyrotechnic symbol. A closer look at the keg reveals a hidden compartment filled with
static groups? Don't you mean a stable group because you play with horse?
Could have emptied the pawn shop, and yet only Mord's life was taken.
Yeah, see, for example, the trapper here, I'm going to chase it down so it doesn't cast that thing and summon that dangerous spider.
The last of the heavily armed halfling foes.
He dumped me? Oh, damn. Sometimes lucky.
The more questions you have. You can only hope that Zoltus Crowspire holds the answer.
True. He has been standing. I haven't sat once on this character. I should sit next time I step away to like do another activity. Exciting. That's rare. You don't often kill Radiant Corsair.
Before you, with a face you remember from your recent adventures.
Oh right. Bottom.
Despite your own shock at meeting him again, I hope that Zoltus is going to answer your questions about the murders. Zoltus steps through a dimension door, his face glowing with the smug triumph of a man who thinks he's won. Though you're too busy
man, hero souls where dodge and they can't take critical hits is really annoying. Very, very annoying monster type.
Yet another casualty of this bloody night. Now, to meet up with Zealot.
So I like that idea, Julian. If you could do me a solid and purchase the rights to that song and then allow me to use it without copy striking me, that'd be sick. I'll wait.
Zelith shakes her head.
Have good legs. Yeah, man. I want to have legs that are emaciated and can't do anything. Why would I have to use my legs? Oh, so there's a trap here, and I forgot. I didn't even notice. Nobody crosses us. Nobody. The only downside to Sharn is, my god, look at the health bars. This problem will go away when I get to level 20, as I will get a lot of extra damage, but until 20, my damage is pretty flat.
You stoop down to search the contents of Naram's pack. Looks like he was fleeing for his life when the murderer got to him. More slashes on the palm. This time, use the pattern.
Knockdown.
You wonder how you could have
There's another trapper right here that I want to kill. I can't even see it.
literally the killer's signature. Whoever did this wasn't shy about letting people know. You find a security ledger in Avant Arcanotechnics.
Future Life, what is the consensus best quarterstaff build? I don't know.
It's too big of a coincidence to overlook, especially
Probably
since the
not.
note in the margin talked about
I would say the reason why there probably isn't a best quarterstaff build is because quarterstaffs generally are not that good compared to other weapon types, because they do have the cool element of being quarterstaff. So you can do the monk stuff, and you can do the Tabaxi Trailblazer thing. So there's like some stuff you can do, but generally I would say that the issue is that the best quarterstaff in the game is unfortunately still the Staff of Shadow, because it's been left in the past. And the problem with the Staff of Shadow is that the Staff of Shadow is so good because it has +1 critical multi on the staff over every other quarterstaff in the entire game. And it's basically impossible to get a stat better than that. So you're still going to be using the Staff of Shadow in current year. So I don't know how many people are experimenting with quarterstaff builds as a result.
Talking to the residents has given
Well, we
more
did get a
insight
recent
into
Archmage
what
rework, and
a familiar
Archmage is
voice
super
echoes
duper strong.
behind this door.
I love Wizard now. It's very, very good. So I don't think we'll get a Wizard rework anytime soon, because they did do a big pass over Archmage and it made it dramatically better. But I'd be curious to know what type of character you played if you found it was a big struggle. Maybe I can help or give some advice, or somebody in chat can. Because I found Wizard to be very, very strong with Archmage. The reduced mana cost of all your meta magics, so you can basically run around with Maximize, Empower, and Quicken at all times, felt really, really good when I played Wizard. So I enjoyed that element of it quite a bit. On top of that, Arcane Blast is just like a free kill everything in a room button, which is nice. So yeah, I personally found it very, very strong. I did not have the experience where it felt weak. But again, my experiences might differ to yours. I mean, if you compare Sorcerer to Wizard, then... Sorry, Wizard to Sorcerer, then Wizard will, in certain times, feel a little bit worse. And that's just because Sorcerer gets more mana and twice as fast cast time over top of what a Sorcerer would get, or a Wizard would get. And the throughput is really hard to match. But the benefit of Wizard is you get the flexibility. You just get more spells, and being a multi-elemental caster while leveling is a lot easier on Wizard.
The tiefling and the goblin disappear through it.
Yeah, it also makes it easier to play on Eldritch Knight because of the free feats. That being said, not everybody is going to play with the free feats. Ooh, Moon Guard. Really great shield. Really great shield. Terrible for my character. Great shield. But yes, so to answer your question, I do not think they will be doing any buff to the Wizard at any point soon, because I just don't think it is it's really needed. But if that's something you think Wizard should get buffed, I recommend that you make your thoughts known. Go toss up your opinion that Wizard should get a buff on the forums, and let some people know. Because it's not my opinion, so I'm not going to voice that opinion. But
like so many others, begins
yeah.
in a tavern. You're supposed to meet a disgruntled fort employee here.
I try to make sure, as best as possible, I represent me in what I think.
Nearby warehouse. Victor asked you to wait for him outside.
Wizard's biggest problem that they have in the higher levels is because they don't get any elemental bypass, they kind of have to use all the elements, which just makes it a more difficult gearing restriction over what somebody else would have to do.
I'll cough when it's time for us to part ways.
Yeah.
What you do after that is none of my business.
Sounds quite nervous.
What I love is the wolf and bear animation, where the wolf tome animation is that the book is on the ground, they paw at the book, and the bear sits there reading the book. It's fantastic. Wizards should get a buff of the coast. Wizards of the coast should get a buff. I mean, you can help buff Wizards of the Coast by buying another Lorwyn booster box. And then another one. And then another one. Why do the monsters that constantly fly around and don't do anything have so many hit points? Isn't it a buff? I don't know. Need compassion and human decency? I mean, you say that, but if I had a bet, I could ask Wizards, and they probably wouldn't say that that's what they need. I don't know. Two buddies of mine this life. Current is Barb Pala Palemaster. I'm planning on 3 Warforged, 1 Arty, 1 Wizard, 1 Barb. I want to go Archmage. Any advice? Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun. Archmage is pretty straightforward and easy to use. I would highly recommend that you use Eldritch Knight for the first few levels, but once you get to like level 5 or 6 and you have access to the spell-like ability for Chain Missile as well as like Fireball and Lightning Bolt, that's when you can definitely start to go more directly into a lot of the raw evocation damage. But in the beginning, you're probably just going to be like a bad Eldritch Knight for a little bit until you get somewhere. But you can just heal people and kind of support around. So it's not all bad. However, one of the things I do recommend you do, none, is make sure you put points into the efficient metamagic feats, or like, sorry, spell-like abilities. And the reason or enhancements, the efficient metamagic enhancements, come on brain. The reason why I say that is because on most characters, these cost 2 per point. On Archmage, they only cost 1. So if you take the extra spell points out of Archmage in the first tier, and then you take possibly, let's say you have universal points, so you take extra spell points out of Fade Arc Illusionist, and then you take the cost reduction, you can just like run maximize like level 3 and 4 on every spell. And being able to just run maximize without needing spell-like abilities is kind of sick on a wizard.
Let's pick up the pace, shall we? We still have to destroy the lab downstairs.
Get out of here, Technician. I'm jealous. The Technicians are annoying because they actually get access to evasion when Artificers do not get evasion. What is my DC on this anyway? My DC is 41. Okay, that's not bad. My knockdown. Number go up is business as usual. Oh, I guess true. It's not a buff. That's just what normally happens. Okay. But yes, that would be my recommendation if you're going to be doing the Archmage thing. No problem. Yeah, the nice thing is on Twitch, you can actually make little clips and then save them for yourself and be like, I'm going to look at this later. But you can't do that. Can you make YouTube clips? Can you clip on YouTube? I don't know. I assume you can't clip on YouTube. I don't use YouTube streaming. I'd like never watch any streams on YouTube. My god. A lot of melee. I feel like my weapon should break eventually from beating up all these guys.
Victor mashes the button on the magical device in frustration. Nothing happens.
So you want to play Mono Element Wizard? First, get a racial completionist.
Okay, good.
Buy MD Ultimate and use the +3 racial tomb.
Okay.
Last, buy a +1 heart and you're ready. You can now play a Chaos Mancer and heart away the yucky wild mage. Put your racial points into Chaos Mancer into your favorite element and strip it.
I mean, not wrong. How did I miss again? Bro! I used Thundershock weapons. I missed the first guy. I used Thundershock weapons. I missed both of these. I missed both of them. I know how I missed. It's because I'm bad. But how? Oh my lord. Okay, I gotta kill the Forge Wraith. And unfortunately, I can't hit Forge Wraiths very well. So that's really annoying. And they're immune to fire, which is also annoying. Die. Die, bastard. Eventually I will have Strike Through and I'll be able to hit multiple targets. I just don't have Strike Through yet. I get all my Strike Through at level 31, which unfortunately Strike Through is really good for leveling, and I don't get it until 31, which is like, you know, a little early. what we need to do. Life is pain. But, good idea. That is a good idea. Just spend the money and then play the wizard. I like where your head's at, dude. Loot. Alright. Another loot. There's so many goblins. Okay, almost there, almost there. Bugbear. I'm silenced. Good thing I don't need to cast spells, just to hit him. That would maybe be a problem, but... Oh. Is each hardcore a loot fresh character? Are you poor? Don't play wizard? You can play wizard. Forge Wisps are probably the most hated enemies in Shard. There we go. Oh no, 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 no. Trip, trip. Nice. Ah, crap. That one's gonna go. My dog trip doesn't trip for long enough. No. The optional. I actually still get credit for the optional for this. My button. Alright, die, Forge Wraith. Die. I'll hit you eventually. This is why we're not doing the cogs, because there's too many Forge Wraiths in the cogs. I will be getting the hireling Mikhail the Pious for doing the final quest in Sharn, because it is the only sane way to do that quest. And I will show you how to do that yourself. Ah. Trip. Oh, I hit him. Let's go. The DC is high enough that he'll never make his save, but I have to actually hit. I have to beat the armor class, which is the hard part. XP, yes. 3,645. Oh boy.
You hear the ominous hum of a dimensional anchor.
Unfortunately, there's only a few Forge Wraiths at the end. Now, the Forge Wraiths do quite a lot of fire damage. They can be relatively dangerous. So I'm going to be changing up my rune arm here in just a sec. So I can have the my other rune arm that will deal physical damage, the force damage. Force, or the bludgeoning scales off of force spell power, which I do currently still have. Even though I don't have fire spell power equipped, I don't care as much because the Forge Wraiths are immune to fire. And the only reason I would swap to this rune arm is when a monster is immune to fire anyway. I feel very lucky that I got Suppressive Fire. By the way, I'm doing as many quests as possible that can give me rune arms, so that way I can get more rune arms. So this is a constant thing that I'm working on. So if you're like, oh, Strim, you just really don't have that many rune arms. I know. I'm trying my best. Game is hard. I crushed Shanani's. That's good enough. At higher levels, there actually are some rune arms that I can purchase, as some of the rune arms that drop in the Forgotten Realms are actually just unbound. You can trade for them, which is pretty cool.
As this chant continues, Forge Wraiths coalesce
around
Victor. Panic screams and pounding feet indicate.
So now I'm gonna put my Radiant Force Field on here and start blasting. These guys have a damage fire stream that does a lot of evil damage, which will still kill me if I'm not careful. And I have no real way to solve this problem other than this, so I just gotta watch for the fire stream and then move quickly. So there's the one fire stream. If I stand in it, I can die. I'm gonna try not to stand in it so I don't die. That's basically it. Just gonna keep rolling around. Eventually everything will die. Again, no ability to hit coral targets is very frustrating. When I get to 20, I can completely avoid this, as I will have an ethereal weapon at level 20, but not before level 20. Now the trick to him is you always kill him, which spawns a Forge Wraith, but then you click the body and you let him go. By letting him go, it causes the body to slide away, which I find really funny. That's why I do that. And let's raise the dog. Ooh, I got the Sunstone Gauntlets. That's cool. So, remember I said I didn't need stats? Look at that. Wizardry, Devotion, Insightful Sheltering, crazy gear. I would, if I was a healing artificer, or like a human artificer, like a fleshy one, that'd be very, very good. So, yeah. Nice. Physical sheltering 16, light resistance. Ugh. Defensive sheltering 18, resistance 6. Cool helmet. But most of the stuff is bad, so I'm just gonna take this. Although I did just see burglar's gloves of disabled device, and I didn't take them. And so ignore that. Ignore that. Pretend that item didn't exist. You didn't see that. I didn't see that. No one saw it. No one saw it.
The group of thugs suddenly attacks.
So True Seeing doesn't let you hit incorporeal targets, unfortunately. So even if I did have the Cove Spyglass, it wouldn't let me hit the Forge Wraiths. Forge Wraiths are incorporeal. They're ghosts. That means they're half in the regular world where we are, and they're also half in the incorporeal plane, which is a good way to think about the incorporeal plane. It's basically like the ghost world, I guess. I also love that my dog charged out here to fight all these guys on his own. And it's like, yeah, buddy, you do like 40 damage a strike. Get him.
Those Dusk thugs were loitering near Club Clawfoot. But this is Boromar clan territory.
In the future, I will try to get a True Seeing. I will get True Seeing later.
A group of
half spooky, exactly.
In the courtyard.
Ooh, Forge Wraiths. Also love that you can go to that guy. Don't you know who I am? I'm a legend. I'm a hero. And he's like, yeah, and your name's not on the list.
Club Clawfoot. The Dusk thugs lurking.
Get out of here.
The assistant's nerves.
Yeah, my name should be on the list. Very important.
Before he'll let you talk to the manager.
Would ask. All right, here we go. All right. So there's a room here that's full of rats, and it says don't open the door. I'm gonna go open the door and blow up all the rats with my big exploding fireball gun.
Notice a sign on the door.
I am the exterminator. Get out of here, rats. Did you become a champion afterwards? Awesome. Well, I got the trip at least. Oh no, the dog got the trip? I did not get the trip, it looks like. Die, royal rat. Yes. Yep, no rats open inside. Many, many years ago, I was playing the game No More Room in Hell with some friends, and I had not watched Walking Dead, and I was not familiar with the joke. And so there's, of course, a door that says don't open dead inside. There's a direct reference to that. And a friend of mine goes, oh, don't dead open inside. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Huh? So I learned about it backwards, unfortunately.
Nothing terribly unusual. You can tell.
So I find it funny, but not in a haha way. In like a, you know. I'm not even gonna do the green one. Screw it. It's not worth the time. I'm not gonna stop for the green. That's ridiculous. Oh, talk to Regina. Alright, now we get to do this part of the quest. This part of the quest isn't terribly long, or terribly hard. It's just a little bit longer because there's just big piles of monsters. When the monsters just clump up on you, it's not too bad. But when they don't clump up on you, it's really annoying. Like these goblin crossbow guys and the poison slingers are all just standing in different places, so I have to chase them down. Why? Because I have to chase them down, that's why. Did all requests and then whole rooms, then fight the Demon Queen. I got overrun and dotted. Yes. Demon Queen is spooky if you're not prepared for some of what can happen. The overrun mechanic is a fun one because there's no way to avoid it. If a monster overruns you, the monster overruns you. That's just how it works. Also, my rune arm is invaluable. Being able to just like whip out a extra 300 damage every few seconds is super good. I can't wait to get more rune arm charge speed and effect in epics. Because right now I don't have the greatest amount of spell power. However, I will have maximize and empower, and I will get an effect that allows maximize and empower to apply to rune arm shots, which will be great. Adding an extra 225 spell power onto every shot will be good. Boom! 445. Also, letting your rune arm charge up to the highest tier when possible is a good idea, by the way. Yeah, 25% to curse is also nice.
Remember, Bushbird in hand is worth 2 in the A.
Yep, don't forget. What effect is that? It's a rune arm. Rune arms are a Artificer exclusive item that allows you to basically have this arm cannon on your arm, which is why this character is called the Solo Maverick Hunter X, which is based off of the character Mega Man X from the video game Mega Man. And yeah, so I get this like arm cannon that just shoots out stuff. And the rune arm itself, this particular one, the Suppressive Fire, has the effect where it says, at charge tier 3 and higher, opponents within the blast have a 25% chance to have a curse spell cast on them. So I just curse them for free. I don't have to do anything. It's really cool. Oh, gives maximization power to the rune arm. It's in Macro Tech. It is the second core. So the second core of Macro Tech just states that you apply maximize, empower, and intensify to your rune arm if you have intensify as well. As long as you have those, you can. I don't plan on taking intensify, but I will take maximize and empower.
More attacks are on the way, but for now, you have a moment to rest.
So yeah, it'll be good. This character is going to be using a combination of Macro Tech, Primal Avatar, and Fate Singer? I think Fate Singer? I'll have to double check on that. I think Fate Singer? I don't remember where I actually landed up. I did it already. The build's already sorted. I just... Memory bad. Why remember stuff when you could not? Yeah, so it's cool. Macro Tech. Oh, Divine Crusader. Never mind. Divine Crusader. Yeah. And the idea of the Divine or the Macro Tech Epic Strike will be the Epic Strike that I use, which will give me access to an AoE stun, which will be nice. This character is going to be like a hybrid melee spellcaster type character. This will work all the way through the leveling process and all the way up to level 34. It will not work at the level cap of level 34 in the harder content because, one, I'm a first life character and I don't have any of the relevant gear for it, and the amount of work it would take to try to be a hybrid as a first lifer is a little too high, just because you need too many stats. That being said, if I did take the time to like farm out, get the tomes, get all the other stuff, you could probably do something with it, but yeah. But because Artificer is cool and I wanted to use Macro Tech for this character, I am in fact going to be using Macro Tech for this character. Because again, Artificer's cool. And Macro Tech is kind of cool. I wish I could show you in-game, but I can't show you the Epic Destinies in-game, unfortunately. Because I don't have them yet. Oh, but I can actually show you Macro Tech. Really funny. Because it was added later, so you actually can view it at all times. It's not just locked out. Oh, that's really hilarious. Okay, Medusa. Don't look at the Medusa, everybody. Also, block in case they're trying to get in front of you. When you block, you don't get affected by the Medusa's gaze. But don't look at the Medusa when they start doing that. Some people do not realize that's actually how it works, but yes, it is actually how it works. Just don't look at the Medusa and you'll be okay. Also, I kind of love that for this character, I can just like stand in the melee, just the big melee ball. Oh no, there's a bunch of monsters all around me. Ah, it's fine. I'm just gonna stand here and tank them. Yay, then died. Alright, nice. Okay, Renegade gloves. Gloves. Damn, I got the Stygian Wrath. I did get Intelligence 5 for level 50. This can roll Intelligence 8, and it rolled 5. Dang. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. But no, the effect is actually right here. So it is magic capacitors. So your rune arms benefit from maximize empower and intensify meta magics if you own those feats. They don't cost anything, and they just benefit from it. You do not need the feats toggled on. It just is automatically like that. Then you get warding inscriptions, where a blade of armor is now 20 points of damage per cast level with no cap. A blade of armor normally blocks 5 damage per level with a cap of 50. When I get this level 26, that means it will block 520 damage every time I cast it, which is really, really nice. At 26, and it only goes up from there. And then armored augmentation lets your rune arm shots actually include your epic levels in terms of their feat. So instead of rune arms capping at cast level 20, they'll go up to 27 like everything else. On top of that, I can get my stable charge tier to 4. I get faster rune arm charge speed. Here, 15% faster rune arm charge speed. We pick up rune arm DCs as well. Pick up all spell DCs. I'll be grabbing evocation DCs on top of that. And then I don't think I had anything rearm based out of Armor Legends, but yeah. But I'll have Armor Legends as well. This character's gonna be very, very tanky and really cool. But speaking of things that are very tanky and very cool, I gotta eat something and take a bit of a break. So I'm gonna take a slight break here. So I'm gonna put up a little message and then I'm gonna take a break and I'll be back in a little bit, but I gotta get some food. However, as was previously mentioned, my character hasn't been sitting down and that's not fair. So we're gonna do a /sit. So my character actually gets the chance to sit down so you can kind of see him actually relaxing. That is not how you sit, whatever. And if you want to see how my character is doing, here are my stats and the places that I put my enhancement points. Although I'm going to take +6 Constitution because that's good. Get some extra health. These are my stats. This is how my character is doing. First Life Artificer, and I will be back once I've had something to eat. That's it. I shall return in a little bit. BRB. This build specifically is !solo arty. I don't have it on the build repository because I'm not done yet. The build repository is for completed builds that I can confirm are excellent. And this build is fun to play, but I can probably improve it. So, also sorry for stepping away for so long, but I have to step away. With the life increase feats on my Bloodcaster? Yeah, they're pretty slim if you don't do that. How do you figure out Rune Arm DC? Asked G19AMC right before I stepped away and took my break. Unlucky timing, but if you're still here somehow randomly, and all of a sudden you can hear my voice again, the way that you calculate Rune Arm DCs is it tells you on the Rune Arm. So specifically, oh, actually it doesn't tell you on the Rune Arm. It tells you, I think, on the feat. So Rune Arm use. So the Rune Arm DC is 10 plus int modifier, so like a evocation spell, plus Rune Arm's max charge, plus the current charge. So if a Rune Arm is max charge 3 and you fire tier 3, then it's basically a base 16. But if it is a high level Rune Arm, then it goes from 16 to 20 based on the charge of the shot, plus evocation plus Rune Arm DCs. I should end at 5 p.m. We were going to have a live stream end at 5 p.m., but I decided not to end the live stream because it is a snowstorm, and so I was going to travel to spend some time with some friends, but snowstorm. So it's that's why we do this instead. Oh, Steak Hobson, if you want this specific build, it's I don't know if it's going to work if I do this. This. Oh, it does. My bot responds to me now. It didn't used to do that. Wow. Anyway, that's what I'm currently playing. This is a character designed for solo play. So it's designed to be a build that will get you all the way through the entire video game without having to worry about running into any problems, any individual tools you don't have. Because any tools you don't have, you can find somehow. Evocation Focus 3, Natural Armor 8 is actually crazy good. Also, Spell Focus Mastery 3, Search 15 is also really good with Spell Save 7. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh no, I have to make a decision now. This necklace is really good. The reason why Spell Saves is insane is because this stacks with your regular saving throw bonus. So, for example, this would allow me to have a high enough saving throw that unless I roll a 1, I don't die to like any fortitude saves, and it helps me against will saves, which is my biggest problem. I'm taking this. What a crazy item. You may be like, well, what about the impulse spell power? Yeah, the impulse spell power is situational, so I don't necessarily need it all the time. Actually huge. All right. Anyway, we go on.
You arrive in Dava Gate, one of Sharn's many business districts.
This dungeon is guest narrated by Keith Baker, the person who wrote Eberron in the first place. Isn't that cool? Anyway, we cast all our buffs. My heroes and potions last for 10 minutes. It's so cool now.
They've already started. Get on board quick, like,
and then we chill.
Up to their window. Remember, stay quiet as a
This is about your request to join the Platinum Concord?
Yeah. Anyway, so we're just chilling now. Character should be pretty strong. I have 766 health. I have 57 physical resistance rating and 47 magical resistance rating. I have 68 armor class. I have so much armor because I get 34 from just my chest piece alone. Because my chest piece gives me 30. Or it's actually giving me more than 30 because of the effect that I have, which is this one, which I get 50% increased bonus from armor or docents, which is excellent. So again, very, very good on that front. I actually do need to open up my my builder file though, so I'm going to do that while I have a chance. Because once I hit level 20, I would be lying to you if I told you I remembered exactly what I'm taking in epics. So I want to make sure I have the information here. Also, I got myself a coffee with Bailey's because it's snowing outside and it's evening time and I wanted one. And it's the perfect way to go about this. Also, the constructive conduit's really nice. But yeah, this character is going to be using the Macrotech tree, so I will be taking, for example, Sprockets, which gives ramp, as well as the bonus with Construct Exemplar. I will be taking the Epic Strike. The only things I won't be taking is I won't be taking Force Field Generator. I wanted to use this, but the damage that you pick up is not worth the defense, although 20% life is really nice, so it's hard to say. All right, solo Artie. I'm loading it. Perfecto. Made some suggestions for Mithril Body. Okay. Change the formula to 5 plus half character level. So I mean at 34, that would be 22, which is not horrible. That is fair. So that would probably work a lot better. For sure. So yeah, good idea. You know what? Ludicrous. I don't do this that often, but I'm going to be honest with you. I think it's a great idea. I think it's smart. I think you're smart for having this idea. So you know what we're going to do? I'm going to go down here. I'm going to hit like.
You've dispatched Vaught's
I like it. Good idea.
Assassins, but they're surely not the last. Vaught doesn't go.
You're exposed, Mr. Vaught.
Casper wheezes out his words.
Ooh, reminds me of my
Excellent idea.
in the last war, but with more
I thought you were going to end the live stream. I was going to end the live stream, but because of the snow,
talk about Isabeth. She's still alive.
and I'm not actually. I was supposed to be like meeting with friends, but there's a snowstorm, and I live literally on the opposite side of the city, so I have to fight in an hour and a half worth of snow to then go and spend a little bit of time, and then fight an hour and a half worth of snow back, and hopefully not get into an accident with some idiot on the road. So my solution to that problem is not to do that. It solves literally all that problem. Yeah, like and subscribe. Yeah, I am one of those people that does change plans based on the weather, where I'm like, damn, the weather'd be crazy. Maybe we don't go outside right now. I know that is a crazy thing to do. Let me know if you don't change your plans based on the weather. Another green moat? I'm not doing the green moats, dude. I'm skipping them. It's a waste of time.
A strange-looking goblin glides up above the bridge. The limp form of Isabeth.
It's Christmas outside? Is it?
The goblin shouts abuse at his gnoll escort.
Those nobodies
mincemeat out of your it's more like the trees are like really weighed down by all the snow. There's a lot of snow up in those trees.
I'm gonna go beat the hook on
I also like the fact that Gish doesn't wear any clothes. Like these guys are all like armored. They got these like brigandines on. They got these like different scales and stuff. And then Gish is just out here wearing just straight up nothing.
In the distance, you hear the
Kind of love it.
We cannot look.
Oh, by the way, if you are doing this on hardcore and you want to make this easier on yourself, specifically in epic hardcore, because this quest can be dangerous, the way that we make this easier on epic hardcore is you just walk. You don't actually have to use the source sleds, and if you walk, all the monsters on source sleds have to come to you, to the ground. They can't just stay in the air. They are basically mandatory to run to you immediately. So as a result, you don't have to worry about guys getting out of range or getting ambushed by something, or somebody being caught out of position. So that's how you do this one. No, only the weak wear armor. I'm Gish Hellion, and that's what I sound like and say most of the time. You know, Doc Jackal, I got a question for you. You are somebody who obviously does enjoy playing the Artificer every once in a while. I mean, I do know you happen to be a bit of a Sharn liker. So I do have a question for you. What do you think about Mocrotech, Epic Destiny Tree?
A swarm of bats clouds.
Got any quick thoughts, opinions, or a out of 10 rating?
Metal glints on their bodies as they flit about, blocking your path.
Because I've known you to enjoy the Artificer once or twice before.
The door of a nearby bookshop opens, and another cloud of bats.
He's got light armor? Yeah. Light armor isn't not a lot.
Inside the bookstore, goblins release one last clutch of
There's one bomb bat that just didn't come in this room for some reason. Here we go. Come in here, buddy. No, my dog. He died. No. Yep. Go on. Good boy. Come on. Good dog. Still one bomb bat out here. No touch on high pass life main. Yeah, that's kind of where I ended up with it, is that like I won't really use it as a main tree on a main character, but on hardcore it's a beast. Doesn't matter if Child of Summer or Winter toggle as Blightcaster. I assume no. Once you go acid, you want winter.
Shadows move
Other than that,
among
both
the
summer
arches
and
of
winter are
the
the same for the most part.
More Vonk's mercenaries.
For like Thorn, if you're running Thorn stuff. Oh, I should get one of these so I can fly around. Give me this so I can fly around. But yeah, I'm kind of a similar place. I really like it conceptually, but it's really hard for me to be like, this tree doesn't give a lot of damage. And then go like, well, that's mostly what I want, is a lot of damage. But playing hardcore, I remember I did a Archmage after the rework, and I did Archmage where I maxed out the Macrotech tree, and I used a Rune Arm for the extra Rune Arm defenses, because Rune Arms are just generally good, and being an intelligence-based character makes it really easy to use, and also being evocation focused. And I just felt like a god, like I could just solo R4s like it was nothing on hardcore, and that felt really, really good. But like, once you get to the point where, if you're a DPS, you need a DPS, like being tanky is good, but you, realistically, you should do damage, like that should be your primary objective. That's where it starts to slow down a little bit in terms of its value.
The mage fire cannon waits for you near Old Tummy Tower. Goblins swarm over the tower itself.
Die, mage fire cannon. Oh, yeah. Fun fact, actually, the tanks in my guild, they all run it. For those who don't know, it's this ability called Radiant Prison, because the tanks throw it onto Vengeance Reapers. Yeah. You locked out a Vengeance Reaper so it doesn't die, and then that way it doesn't explode and cause damage to everybody. Also, Linguisto, RIP, was slain by a Will-O-Wisp. Goodbye, Linguisto. We hardly knew ye. My pet. He is in pain. I will help you, pet. Also, my damage is low, but that's okay, because we're getting there. The fact that I've got self-healing is fantastic. And once I get into epics, the damage is going to be so much better. We just got to get there. Kind of want a shrine because I used up all my action boosts, but I don't really need to. Maybe I won't. Like, why does this guy have 5,000 life? I don't know. Because he does. Good old Scrappy. Fortunately, he takes extra damage from lightning because he's a stone guard. Usually stone guards are annoying to fight, but as an artificer, he gets to add lightning damage onto all my attacks. Heck yeah! Also, once I get the... I just need a little bit more UMD so I can start using Greater Heroism Scrolls. We're close, but we're not quite there. It's a little tedious to do. Or if I had a Charisma item. And by have a Charisma item, I mean equipped a Charisma item, which is a different story. Because I'm like pretty confident I have a Charisma item. I'm just not equipping any right now. Or like I've seen a couple that would maybe make a good fit. Yeah, so out of theming, I am using Macrotech for this main tree of this character. In reality, it's probably better for me to use something that is not focusing so heavily on the Rune Arm. But Rune Arms are cool, man. Get to feel like I'm a Mega Man's. Go have a blast. I will say, I do appreciate that they've at least experimented with a couple of Rune Arms since. Like, we've gotten the Sonic Rune Arms, which is kind of neat. I remember my brother, he's a big Rune Arm guy, and he loves Artificer, he loves Rune Arms. He was definitely disappointed when Sonic was included as a part of Macrotech. Now, conceptually, it makes sense, like a big machine making a Sonic boom. The problem is, Artificers have literally no Sonic abilities or Sonic references in the entire tree, so it doesn't really fit that well. And I remember him basically having that opinion of like, it doesn't fit, what's the point of this? And so he, but once we got the Sonic Rune Arm, that was a big deal. Also, fun fact, if you can't get into this room, did you know you can use this rest shrine through the wall? Ooh, that's right, you can.
Is it unmanned? Or have the guards inside been given a reason to sit this one out?
Yeah, I got the heroism pot right here.
Casper tells you.
Oh, you could just scale it up because you get the cash levels. So you run the heroism pot into the prayer scroll, into the greater heroism scroll.
The mercenary Gish stands.
Yeah. Now we're cooking.
Says you're strong, but he's just a weakling. Enough waiting. I'll
I'm gonna beat up this caster.
Feast on your flesh and keep all the glory for myself.
Feast on your flesh and keep all the glory for myself, he says as he's reading the script, although his reading comprehension is kind of bad. When I was in school, I was definitely the kid where it would be like, does anyone want to read this out loud? I'd be like, I'll do it. Mostly because there are a number of people who just like didn't want to. That was always my role, was the like, oh, no one else wants to read this? I'll do it. However, as a grown-up, I have learned that there's actually a lot of utility in that lesson, which is that there are a fair number of people who can't really read off of a script. Like, you give them a sheet of paper and you want them to read out loud, and they kind of struggle with that. Most people can communicate with brain to mouth communication, but sometimes the reading of something on a piece of paper and then having to, like, not so much regurgitate, but just kind of like process what you're saying and then say it. That's actually a skill you have to practice. Especially because if you're just used to reading, you might be like many people where you kind of like skip when you read. I know I do this, I'm sure many of you do. Once you get the gist of a sentence, you kind of move on to the next one. You don't like read the whole thing fully, which causes conflicts when I decide, oh, I'm gonna like when somebody like either writes a comment in Twitch chat and I don't fully read it. Now I'm tempted here to use my crossbow to, instead of chasing him down, because chasing down Urk is really annoying. Get him, lads! Right, so Urk can teleport either up here, or he can teleport over there, or he can teleport down here. However, Urk is always going to find you and try to hunt you down. So one of the tricks you can actually do if you want to stay super safe for Hardcore League, I'm going to ignore this bomb, is you can actually just come right here, and Urk has to come right here to shoot you. So if you have aggro on him, he will eventually just charge up to you and you don't have to go chase him down. It is what we used to do for hardcore if we're doing like Reaper mode. It also means that you don't get people going different directions and getting murked by random goblins throughout the area. Yeah, the dyslexia doesn't help with reading. One of my favorite jokes is actually a dyslexia joke. It's, where is he? Where are you, Urk? This attack is also very dangerous if he hits you with it. Where is he? I don't know where he is, so I'm just gonna wait here. He'll eventually run up to me. But one of my favorite jokes is, so a dyslexic guy walks into a bra. And yes, that is the whole joke. It is big funny, yeah. You know what else is big funny? Urk literally just dropping stuff and running away. I'm just gonna shoot him. Screw this. He'll die eventually. Please, Urk, die. I only have 2 minutes on my buffs. Please. I beg of you. Horse is laughing? Ah, that's not a surprise. Die, crossbow. You have 70 life. How am I still missing? Why am I bad at this? Thank you. Woo! Now this quest can also drop a really sick docent, so we'll hopefully get a cool docent or a pair of gloves we can also use on this character. Come on, give me something good, video game. Ooh, 666 healing. That's not good. Not good for the morale, you know? Oh, right, I gotta rescue Isabet. I'm like, why is the quest not ending? It's almost like I'm not doing the thing. As I like to call it, know the angels. Good old know the angels. I've got zilch out of here. Now, there is actually a lot of crafting items you can get out of this quest chain, and you can do some crafting. Unlike when we did Lemortia earlier, where you can do one quest chain and craft like 3 items, 3 whole items. Unfortunately, This crafting system requires a lot more investment into it. So it's items that only have one slot on them and you can add something to them, but actually getting the craft sorted is very time consuming, and I can't super recommend it most of the time. Detected ring of assassinate. Nothing good. So I'm just gonna grab an item and we'll sell it out of the game. Guardian angles. All right, so we're gonna take level 18 here, because level 18 increases my power level. And then I'm gonna finish off the rest of Sharn here. I don't currently plan on doing the cogs. If I decide to do the cogs, I'll do it later, but I don't currently plan on it. One of the hard parts is remembering where the Artie trainer is in this building. Rogue? Aha, with the Ranger trainer on Overwatch. Hey, what's up, buddy? 3 points here. UMD and jump. All right, now I get another feat. The feat here that I'm adding in is Spell Focus Evocation. Another option you can do instead of Spell Focus Evocation is Offhand Versatility. I want Evocation because it will improve my rune arms. However, if you don't care much for the rune arms, you don't like pressing the button, which you should because it's a huge increase in how this character performs. However, there is the feat Offhand Versatility here, which is while you have a rune arm in your offhand, you gain +1 imbue dice, which is basically an extra d6 lightning that scales with spell power. It's not as good as Spell Focus Evocation in my opinion, but it's not like it's a bad feat. No. Here, I want to take Protection from Elements Mass. This is a spell I actually want to cast, so I will take it. Because Protection from Elements is just good. Protection from Elements Mass is also just good. Have I had Protection from Elements this whole time and I haven't been casting it? Amazing. Well, we're just going to cast Protection from Elements Mass instead, because it's the same thing, but it hits my dog as well, which saves me some mana on healing. And also, I'm an idiot. Also, I didn't bank a point to put into Infused Armor to get an extra bit of spell power and 5 more physical resistance rating, and 15 physical and magical resistance rating innately, regardless of armor. Woo, I'm gonna be tanky. Sweet. All right, let's keep going. Sharn. What kind of item would be considered good to keep for Kenneth crafting purposes? Items with augment slots. Oh, and I can now bring my hireling. Ho ho ho! Come to me, full metal. A hireling that has a space in its name. So you can see the name here, full space metal. Cool.
An imposing figure.
And he's got 600 life. And he's got lay on hands. What the hell is this? He casts Zeal on himself?
For your own safety.
Huh. Anyway, talk to the store manager. Let's go. Edward Elric? Yeah. Yeah, this is Edward Elric. In like after the events of the third Full Metal Alchemist movie. If you didn't watch that one, that was a Your Dreams exclusive. Well, you didn't. Did you not watch the part where they did the Freaky Friday and they swapped bodies for a day? I don't know how much damage he's doing, or if he's really doing anything. I'm gonna be honest with you, but whatever. He's here. He's helping me out. I got no complaints. Oh god, I can't see anything. Oh, knockdown. One of the things that's nice about knockdown is light bearers have a cleanse where they can actually cleanse all negative status effects from themselves. However, you can actually ignore that with knockdowns don't get cleansed, so they can't like just get up when they get the cleanse. If they have like a stun, they get unstunned, or if you like reduce their stats, which causes them to be stunned, they can get rid of that. But most of the things they don't have to deal with. My guy found a shield guardian. Get him, Full Metal. Yo, he's tanking. Full Metal's not taking any damage from these guys. What the hell? I love it. Level 18 items. Oh, true. I do have a level 18 item I can put on. I love it. Just me and the Iron Defender and Full Metal, the melee ball, and we're just going, just meleeing everything. Although the dog is taking way more damage, so I should probably heal it. Alright, they're just on an adventure. I'm just gonna let them go. Ooh, purple moat. But yes, my only level 18 item is this necklace that I found of Spell Focus Mastery, and I am actually just going to use this one straight up. So now I have search built into my character. I now no longer need anything else. Okay. Gonna help them with that, and now we're gonna do the purple moat. I do end up healing my dog quite a bit. I might like unsummon the dog because of how much damage he takes, which is not ideal. Because it just kind of runs off and then can't fight a single monster. I mean, he's trying. He's working his best at it. No, Displacer Beast. It's too displaced. Okay, what do we got? Okay, the matron, this whatever. Could be worse. It's not like it's Scath of Warple. I still haven't encountered Scath yet, so I'm curious as to how dangerous it actually is. Many people say that Scath is quite dangerous. However, I haven't experienced it yet. All of the experience I've had with Scath so far has been like, he spawns and then it instantly dies because you're like in epics or whatever. So, I don't know. Matriarch is worse? Okay. Alright, good to know. Hey, the Arcanist is still alive. Nice. Okay. Is one of the things in here. Nope. You can use the backspace key or whatever your find item key is to see if there's a crest through that door. I love that my team just run off. They're like, yeah, let's go on an adventure. Okay, guys. Barbs kind of stupidly durable. Yep. Also, Warforged are so good for hardcore. They get a lot of natural immunities to many different spells and effects, which just makes them like way tankier than you think they should be. So they are very, very good to use. Immunity to energy drain, immunity to paralysis. As long as you have a reasonable fortitude saves, it's immunity to poisons and diseases. It's like how I got that Medusa poison that is literally save or die, but I couldn't fail even if I rolled a 1. Crest of the Snake. Also, if you're playing in a group and you're doing this quest, one of the things you can do is count it out when you find a crest, so that other people in your party know how many crests you are at as a team. A single rust monster stun can end you, yes, but if you know where rust monsters are, you don't have to worry about them. There's not that many in DDO. Can actually do damage. So for hirelings, like melees, in the early levels, yes. In the later levels, I thought this guy was an enemy. In the early levels, yes. In the later levels, not really. But there are ways to change that. And the way in which you change that is I missed a crest somewhere. So that's annoying. Where did I miss a crest? I'm gonna double check. I have a snake. I have a monkey. I don't have a wolf. Where did I miss a wolf crest? It's not upstairs. Oh, it's right here. It's in this corner. But yeah, all the higher level hirelings don't really do a whole lot, and they're not easy to scale. However, you get an effect in Primal Avatar, which allows your pets to basically have the Primal Avatar mantle on them, meaning they deal like thousands of extra damage on hit with elemental damage, and that actually lets them do something. It's not good because it has an internal cooldown, and your pets attack slow, and they don't attack the right targets, and they die. But yeah. Is farming a crisis? Oh, like Dino Crisis? Is like you're asking, is it possible to farm an item from a specific quest? Generally, the answer to that question is kind of. When an item drops from a chest, if you're playing on elite difficulty, it has a 33% chance to drop a named item. So let's say you open up the final chest of Dino Crisis, you have a 33% chance to get any of the named unique items from that chest. And then, when the game does say, oh yeah, you did roll one, it then picks one from the loot list. So let's say there's 8 items on the list. Well, it's a 1 in 3, and now it's a 1 in 8. So you can do that math on the odds there. So it's a 1 in 24. But then the second half of that is that even after you pull an item from the chest, you can only loot a chest 8 times per week. So 7 days after the first time you loot a chest, puts a timer on it, and then after you've looted the chest 8 times, you can't loot it again and get named items from it until 7 days later from the first time you looted it. This is called the ransack penalty. It is my least favorite mechanic in DDO, and if it was gone, the game would be just better. But yes, also during the leveling process, there's a wide variety of hirelings that can actually do some really good stuff. So as an example, Nimeth Celebel and Lara Faye are 2 favorite soul hirelings, a level 8 and a level 15 favorite soul hireling. And those 2 favorite souls will solo quest for you because they don't heal you at all. They don't know any healing spells, but they do know the spell Destroy and Smite and Explode and Ultimate Fire damage. The only downside is, of course, they do run out of mana, obviously, if you're not doing anything, so they can't do everything for you. And as Kentos noted, yeah, on elite difficulty, they'll destroy everything. On higher difficulties, they don't have a lot of health or staying power, so they will get beat up if you're not doing something. Smoke bonus going to be extended? I don't know.
The door is securely locked. You'll need a key to get in.
I was kind of just assuming for the last week they would just like turn it on. Also, fun fact, did you know that if you come over here, you can climb up to this section, and then if I go through this door, there is a chest with some traps, so I can disable some traps. I rolled a 1 and failed. Well, at least I don't critical fail, so that's good. Perfect. Wrong button. And I can loot the chest. So now I got the full trap bonus, and I get the treasure chest. Sweet. I'm doing pretty good, Death Drummer. How are you doing? Yeah, that is the way that DDO works with the ransack penalty. As I previously mentioned, it's one of my least favorite mechanics in the game. Somebody asked me earlier in the day if there's something I would remove from DDO, what would it be that would make the game better? And the answer is ransack penalty. Easy answer, ransack sucks. I don't like it when the game says stop playing. I understand that for some, it's like, well, you know, it's just a reason for you to like take a break from playing the video game. But it's like not a fun kind of take a break. Like, it's not like Nintendo bringing up a message that says, hey, we haven't been outside in 3 weeks. Would you like to turn off your Nintendo Wii for a little bit? That was one thing where they're like encouraging you to just take a break because it's a good idea and it's unhealthy to like sit in your house and play computer games all day or video games all day without actually going and doing other activities. And that's fair. That's fine. The problem I have with it in DDO is it doesn't stop you from playing DDO. It stops you from making progress in DDO. So if you want, you can make an alt. Just make an alt and then keep farming. You do whatever you want. And that's my biggest issue. I can go make another character. In fact, ransack is only per character. So if you have 3 characters, then your other characters can continue to farm. And now you get, let's say I have 2 characters at cap. Well, now I get 16 chances per week. If I have 3 characters, I get 24 chances per week. And so I just don't buy the argument that it's like it's meant to make it so that people don't farm themselves into oblivion, because they can farm themselves into oblivion. All right, there we go. I got another point. Infused armor. So now my physical magical resistance rating is from 59 to 47, 79 to 62. God, I'm so tanky. What the hell? Whoa, enchantment of necromancy focus. Man, if I was like a pale master, that'd be sweet. Ooh, vitality armor. And it's core forged. Look at the armor. 35 armor class on that. You know what? I'm gonna give that to my pet. It gives him some more health. So yeah, you can have that. Is that too high level? Where can I wear it? Core Forged Docent. Also, it just occurred to me my backpack's almost entirely full, so I gotta fix that. Selling. I don't need the Moon Guard, the Stygian Wrath, I already have all these things. It might seem weird to sell items that are like really crazy. I just have them already. And unfortunately, I can't trade them to other players. That's the one downside of playing solo. Well, one of the many downsides is you can't trade with other players. I got 2 dire resonating rings of fire resistance. The odds of that happening are super low. All right. And now, as you can see, I'm up to 78,000, even though I'm burning all my money. So, like, at this point, I can never spend all of it. There's no way. Even buying as many resources as possible and spending it as quickly as I can. I'm gonna sit down. Okay, so this next section is actually quite difficult because it has loads of fire creatures. So it is very, very dangerous. So I'm going to be buffing both of my guys with fire resistance, and hopefully we'll be able to get through it. But there's a lot of fire creatures in this next section, and they are relatively dangerous. So I'm going to be... This is like a very scary spot in hardcore. So giving everybody fire resistance should be okay, but we'll see. Right now, I'm using the suppressive fire. I managed to pull it out of the Wizard of the Wines, which is really nice. I guess Final Vintage from Ravenloft. And then before that, I was using Stronati's hand cannon, although I do still swap to Stronati's when I need it. For example, right now, where the monsters are immune to fire. So this will help me deal damage to them.
And who in Khyber are you? The gnome demands in a pitiless tone.
So like this light bearer is going to be hella dangerous. Oh, but fortunately, fun fact, if an undead is a light bearer, they die instantly because it heals them for their entire health value, meaning they just die because it's positive energy healing, which is really funny. It's a fun quirk of the system. Again, that room might not look that scary. I promise you, if you've played hardcore, you know how dangerous this room is. Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't found a single item that can give me Ghostly. I could, in theory, go and farm out. At any point, I could have gone to Keep on the Borderlands and farm out a ingot. I just really hate heroic Keep on the Borderlands, so I never went back to do it.
This must be the place.
But it's okay. I'll be able to get through. Another thing that's nice is like the fact that this character doesn't really struggle with those types of enemies at all currently. Just shows that if you did better than me and you were to copy in my footsteps and actually use a character that has the ability to bypass that sort of, or to bypass incorporeality, you'd be doing so much better. All right. So fun fact for this section, the way that you spawn the Lady in Black is you run under this construction site, which spawns, you'll hear like a woo 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 sound, which spawns a bunch of these assassins, the mysterious assassins. Now, once all the mysterious assassins, you don't have to kill them, but shortly after they spawn is when the lady spawns. I always try to make sure I take these down sooner rather than later because they just chain cast Dispel Magic and basically nothing else. It's very annoying. So like all my spells are basically gone and I will have to rebuff later. I just need to be mindful of like what they actually rip off of me. Also, I don't have True Seeing, so I can't get rid of the fact that they have displacement. So I'm just going to hope that they all kind of hang out together and I can beat them up. These things aren't terribly dangerous on their own, but the displacement or getting rid of all my buffs is very frustrating. Yotozu, hey, go touch grass? Yeah, probably. I'm going to recast all my buffs just to make sure I have them. I will be fighting more assassins later, but not for a little bit. And then, of course, before I turn this on, we're going to cast this, and pop it. Keep on the Borderlands, just looking forward to it. Oh, yeah, absolutely. So my problem with Keep on the Borderlands is that at a early level in the game, almost the entirety of Keep on the Borderlands is hallways full of guys, which if you have AoE, you can kill all the hallways full of guys all you want, rip them apart, and you'll have a good time. The problem is, if you're level 1 or level 2 or level 3, oftentimes you don't have a lot of AoE. Sure, if you're playing like a certain type of spellcaster, a two-handed barbarian, you'll have AoE. But if you're playing like I do, I sometimes play like a rogue or a single weapon fighter or a character that doesn't have a cleave attack. And it just is so tiresome and exhausting to play through Keep on the Borderlands at low levels with no AoE. I'll do it in epics when I have access to AoE tools, but in heroics, no thanks. Anyway. And now that I've summoned it, I just gotta find the lady. I don't know where she is.
This won't end well for them.
Just
So ranks run sunlight and snowfall 100 times to get a heart set and try to light channel that anger into real life escapades. I don't know. I don't think so. Again, I use the example of like Diablo 2. If you want to get an item, the answer is go kill Mephisto 1,000 times, which is a way worse grind, but at least you can go do it. Whereas in DDO, you can't be like, oh, you want the heart shard? Go run snowfall and sunlight 1,000 times. That's just not an option. She's around here somewhere. I just don't know where. There she is. Hello. All right, I'm going to show you a cool trick with this section. So obviously you want to disable the traps. In here, the amount of traps that you want to disable in total. Oh. Where are my other gloves? No, not these gloves. Oh no. The gloves I was wearing before, I must have accidentally sold them because I wasn't paying attention. Which are my reconstruction gloves. Well, fortunately I still have a reconstruction ring, so I guess it's not the worst. Anyways, I'm an idiot. So long story short, there are 8 traps in this room. So if you want to disable all of them, make sure you go around and disable all 8 traps. So once you see 8, you'll know you're done. Party members do count as AoE tools, yes. If you have a group, keep on the Borderlands and early levels is not too bad. Heartsteel, very different. But now, look at this. 8 traps, which means it is safe if I break all these. However, there might be a circumstance. Let's say you get here and you don't have a +12 disable device item and you're worried. You can't actually disable everything. If the lady in black is here, it is this sewer pipe that activates the traps. So you just break it last. So you break all the other sewer pipes first and you can break them no problem. No traps will activate. Everything is perfectly fine and perfectly safe. And then you break this last and you dive down the hole. Now bear in mind, there are, of course, these spike traps. If you want to stay safe, hug the left wall. There's also a rust monster if you go right, which if you're playing a Warforged character like myself, can be quite spooky. Just want to avoid that. You can talk to this guy for a tiny bit of extra XP, because why not?
Vast sewers that snake beneath the city. If your suspicions are correct, the mysterious Ghost Town is a hideout somewhere nearby.
I think these rats have evasion, even though they're undead. I love when undead creatures have evasion. It's great.
How's the weather topside?
What's Heartsteel? Why am I not able to think about what that is? The name sounds familiar.
Ash the half-orc shouts down the hall. Huh? One of these lights just came on. Nice.
If that is a Diablo 2 item, I'm giga washed. Oh, League of Legends item. Gotcha. All right, not washed. Well, I'm washed up when with regards to League of Legends. You go back in my day when I used to play in Season 5.
Just one more to go.
You know, like when I used to play League of Legends, where the newest hero was Graves. Was it Graves or Riven? I can't remember. They came out right around the same time. It was one of the two. That was the newest hero. And I remember being like not really into Riven. Like I didn't really like the playstyle of it or of Riven as a character. So I just like I tried to like Riven because I'm like, ooh, no mana costs and you get to like kind of move all over the place and it's really fast. So it's like, ooh, Riven could be kind of cool. But like I'm not a Riven player. The micro of in between the attacks, especially where it's like you have to like skill attack, but also some of them are movement skills. I was not very good at. That was just a skill I did not acquire over time, and I didn't put in the effort to try to get better. So there was that. I do own the Battle Bunny Riven skin, which is unrelated, but yeah. Isn't Riven both 15 years old in-game? I don't think Riven's 15 years old in-game. Because if she is, I really got to refund that Battle Bunny Riven skin. Was the best. Give me tank meta in hour plus games. Oh man, dude, that was the best. Where both teams would throw so hard at each other that no one would be able to push for a game. And then you just have like several minutes of both teams fighting off super minions in their base. Those are missing half the time. It depends on the enemy. And also depends on where you are and what expansion piece of content you're in. So as an example, in here, in Sharn, where I'm currently playing, a lot of enemies have improved evasion, which means not only do they have evasion, but they also take half damage even if they fail their save, which makes it really frustrating. These assassins have improved evasion as an example, and the boss of this dungeon has improved evasion. A lot of monsters have improved evasion. Why? In my opinion, no monster should have improved evasion, period. I think it's just a ridiculous thing to give to monsters. But it's just something that happens like pretty frequently. But also depends on like the monster type. The average highest saving throw for monsters is fortitude. A lot of monsters, like basically if your monster can't talk, it has a gigantic fortitude save. So if it's like, you know, an Audiok or some like just giant creature, it's gonna have a big fortitude save because that's what they do. But then outside of that, you have not just like a lot of high fortitude saves on monsters. Sorry, I'm getting distracted because I'm like trying to focus on killing everything here. But not only do you have to deal with like a lot of the higher fortitude saves, a lot of monsters can have really good reflex saves and will saves as well, but it's going to be more dependent on the monster. So for example, not all goblins have high reflex saves, which is weird. Some of them do, some of them don't. It depends on the monster type. Similarly, archers tend to have like really high will saves for some reason. Archers, regardless of the type, have some of the highest will saves in the entire game. Gnolls also have really high will saves for some reason. So as long as you like are attentive to that, you can be good. But yeah, Sharn was kind of the way I described Sharn is it's kind of where spellcasters go to die, because if you're doing Sharn quests like I'm doing right now, and you're playing a character that is a caster and you don't have any way to like ignore evasion, so let's say you don't have like you know, a spell like Magic Missile or something that lets you just bypass evasion in its entirety. Oh my god, this quest chain is so horrible. But if you do have a way to bypass it, it can feel a lot better. Yeah, learning what spells are good against different creatures is a good idea. Another thing you can do, if monsters, let's say you're playing like a wizard or a sorcerer or a warlock or something, if you're playing a character that is an arcane caster, but you have to deal with a lot of monsters with evasion, if you have access to mass hold monster, or hold monster in general, a monster that's stunned or incapacitated can't make a reflex save. They auto-fail. So as a result, if you find monsters happen to have high reflex saves, you can get access to, let's say, a sorcerer, greater shout, as well as mass hold, and then all of a sudden, oh, monsters are making the reflex saves, you shout them or you hold them, and then you get them. So you can hit all three angles at the same time. Okay, burglar's gloves, open lock. Okay, I'm gonna check the shop to see if my gloves that I sold are accidentally there. Buyback step. No, that's not the glove. I did sell that. That's the one. Buyback. Woo! Got him. Into the inventory, baby. Yes, so the iconic Tabaxi is in fact a monk. So I played regular monk, iconic Tabaxi, and then I also played a Tabaxi war priest as well, a trailblazer war priest. I actually quite like Tabaxi, but the problem with liking Tabaxi is I get all my 3 Tabaxi past lives out of the way, and then I don't really play Tabaxi anymore. Because then I've already got the racials.
I wonder why Kol Karan's high priest wants to meet with you after hours. The high priest gestures to the east.
Take the sky coach at the end of the northern.
How do you bypass evasion as a melee? True seeing work. So evasion, none, is a mechanic that makes it so if a monster makes a reflex save, they take 0 damage from like an area of effect ability. So if you fireball them, they take 0. Fighters, if you're a melee, evasion is not a thing.
Beckons you from the main courtyard.
However, if you would like to bypass, let's say if you're attacking a monster that has displacement, so you see it says displaced or blurry, that's where you need true seeing. And if a monster says incorporeal, that's where you need incorporeality yourself. either by having a ghost touch weapon or an item that is like ethereal or incorporeal that makes it so that you can hit them as well. The entire tower. So you can't do it by default, Arcarian, but what people will do is they'll do stuff like do an epic past life, or using a lesser Heart of Wood you can. So let's say you make a brand new character, you can then take that brand new character and use the Heart of Wood that you get for free whenever you make a new character, and immediately turn your character into a Dragon Disciple. Also, the force damage in here is really annoying. Fortunately for me, I'm resistant to it, but... Oh, this is very annoying. When I play, like, AoE type characters in this quest, I almost always just run straight to the bottom and force all the monsters to pull along with me, so I can just kill them in a big AoE ball. But I don't have that much AoE, so I'm gonna take my time. Especially since these, like, more dangerous champs can get a little bit more involved. Get out of here. So I had fun with Blightcaster. True. Yeah, Blightcaster, you can ignore all the saving throws, which is nice. You just poke him. Dodge this. Yeah, that's why evasion, spellcaster thing. You're not a spellcaster, don't worry about evasion. I guess technically if you're like a rogue and you have some of those like rogue bomb attacks, then you can worry about evasion, but it doesn't come up that often. Oh good, I can't go anywhere, so I might as well fight this. Play some music. I might just go buy True Seeing Scrolls at some point, just so I can get access to True Seeing. It's very annoying not being able to hit monsters all the time. The Snow Peaks champs have Displacement, and then the Displacer Beasts have Displacement, and a bunch of monsters cast Displacement. I'm like, my patience is wearing thin. Oh yeah, Tabaxi's great. I love Tabaxi. Plus, also, weirdly enough, they get Vigor as well. So they can actually heal if you have, like, a bunch of racial points. Can farm a Family of Creed Sigil? I could. I'm not going to, but I could. You are correct. I could get a pair of Collective Sights and then craft them. That is true. There is actually a ring that drops out of here. It's the Amethyst ring, Celestial Amethyst, and it has Repair Amplification on it. It is like one of the few rings in the entire game that has that stat. And it has auto repair as well. So when you take damage, the game has a percentage, or the ring gives you a percentage chance to cast a repair spell on you, healing you for a little bit. It's actually a really cool effect, and it's very rare to come by. It's on like almost no items in the whole game. But it is on the Celestial Amethyst ring. A ring so good, I would wear it if I got one. It also has wizardry as well. And it's craftable. And it's also an item I have included in at least one build in the past. Is it a really good ring? No, it's hyper-specific, and it's not amazing, but it's kind of cool. Oh yeah, true, this is the Hammer Fist. Yeah, the other one would be, Either way, I don't really want to farm Charm quests. Like, these already take quite a while per run. So we're just going to move on to Epics as soon as we can. Epics is a massive power boost because I can get a better weapon that lets me Ghost Touch, and I can get a access to epic, some epic abilities that will give me a lot of extra damage for free per hit. Cast Inflict light wounds on yourself when you get hit. Yeah, Inflict is a little bit more common because of the popularity of Pale Master. It's really funny. So almost for the longest time, every single item that had negative spell or negative amplification on it or negative spell power had intelligence, because obviously Pale Masters are wizards and they're the only ones who want them. But then as we got more broad access to like being undead, in the form of like dark apostate that obviously needed to change a little bit. So they started adding a little bit more neutral ones. But it was funny because when Alchemist came out, Alchemist also used negative spell power. And so they could actually still use some of those items without really too much trouble. Okay, so in here, this is the reason why I still have these jump potions. They will come in handy because I can use them here. There are some dangerous and deadly traps in this section, and I want to be able to escape out of here. So these traps activate. What you can do is there's a lightning floor effect that will hurt you if you stand on the floor when you pull this valve. So I'm going to hit it. Instead, I'm going to jump up here, and I'm going to jump up here, and then I can jump onto this little like ledge thing, and I can walk past all the traps. This allows you to get out of here without actually taking any damage from the traps, which is pretty cool. If you didn't know you could do that, now you know. Yeah, it's a cool way to get out of that. Okay, and now I have the last part, which is a room with dangerous, scary elemental traps. Because this room is dangerous and scary, I'm going to equip a shield. So shield gives me a 50% increase. It doubles my physical and magical resistance rating against traps. So in the event that I do get hit by one of these like steam vents or whatever and take some damage, okay, one of these is going to work. There we go. I shouldn't take that much damage.
And the machinery itself begins to shudder.
So just, for example, if I just eat a trap here, 23, 45. So even though I'm failing, I'm only taking like 40 damage from the trap. Unless I don't get up. Oh my god, please get up. I'm getting chain knocked down. I'm gonna be honest, I did have a little bit of a panic there. I did not expect to get chain knocked down. I wasn't taking a lot of damage, but like, I didn't expect the knockdown to keep happening. I guess it's the air vent that's right behind it that was causing the chain knockdown. Not ideal, but you know, it is what it is. So my rune armor wasn't charging, which is weird. There we go. Showing what it's not to do. Yeah, don't be like, yo, on hardcore, check out this cool thing you can do, and then step into a trap. Even if it's like a good lesson, maybe not the best time. Although I'm going to dump this on again to give the elemental resistances. So in this room, don't rush the boss. When the boss gets to hap, he summons a bunch of ads. If you don't pay attention to it, the quest will end. You'll get end quest lag, and then during the end quest lag, you will take too much damage and you will die. I've seen many people die in this quest because champs spawn, and people aren't ready for it. So we go over here and we start working on these guys. Specifically these guys up here, the supporting constructs. These things are very dangerous. Fortunately for me, I was able to trip both of them thanks to strike through. Yay! But yeah, I've seen way too many people die to these. Perfect, all dead. Again, if you're in a group, people are just gonna run through, but if this is, I'm giving advice for the hardcore or people who don't want to have to reset their quest right at the end.
I'm a rogue.
Just like Under the Sea. Under the Sea. Also, Ulbel, thank you so much for getting out 10 subs, dude. That's very kind of you. I really appreciate it. I hope you're doing excellently. Thank you so much for the support, and welcome so many people to the stream team. Welcome, Zach Heraviolo. I got the Sapphire ring. Oh, the Amethyst ring comes from a different quest. This ring is still really good, though, because it gives improved deception, profane well-rounded, and dodge 8. This is still a really good ring. And I'm going to wear it immediately, and you can technically craft on it, but oh my god, it's the wrong ring.
Oh, I'm a rogue.
I'm an idiot. Anyway. Sick.
Oh, I'm a
also,
rogue.
welcome to stream team GML Michael, Logan Black, Tazaki, Silent Girl 2010, Rocket Robin Hood, Migotech, Lornak, Nickel, and Wolfsco Rar. Ubelk, thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate it. We're doing very, very well. It's very kind of you to gift out 10 subs to the community, and I'm grateful that you did that. I hope your day is going good, and I hope you're learning something from the stream, and also that you're just having a good time, because I'm having a great time. All right, so I can go and continue with this last quest. However, I need to go buy a hireling, a very specific hireling, so I'm going to show you. And this come from Just Business? Yeah, I'm not running Just Business again. Yeah, no one wants to farmhouse up in. I'm going to go buy a hireling. A specific hireling. Mikhail the Pious. Were you gone for a while, or was just missing you when you streamed? So a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. In December, I got the coronavirus again, and it kind of took me out. And the biggest problem was that it was the lungs and the inability to speak and talk a lot. So I pretty much just wouldn't be able to get on camera and do anything. So instead, I decided to not stream during that time. So now we are back. But it took me like a month. Because like I could talk, but like my lungs were so tired. So I just didn't have the capacity. So after talking for like a couple minutes, I'd have to like take a break. And it would make for a pretty boring live stream. All right, so we're going to grab the hireling Mikhail the Pious here. And the reason why we're grabbing Mikhail is not just because he's a super cool fighter and he's smart and good looking, but also because Mikhail comes with the Lesser Dragon Mark of Passage. This allows him to cast Dimension Door, which we're going to be taking advantage of. You see, Dimension Door allows us to skip a large portion of the next quest, which is all of the Forge Wraiths. I can't deal with Forge Wraiths very well. You've seen this. I have no way to hit incorporeal targets. My character's bad and I'm bad. I don't want to have to fight millions of those guys. So instead we're going to use Mikhail and he will save the day by allowing us to skip all of them. Now you might be wondering, but Strimdom, you can't cast Dimension Door inside of this quest. I've checked. There's a dimensional lock. How are you going to cast Dimension Door? Is it because you have a hireling? Is it because you're going to cheat at the video game? Well, it's not because I'm going to cheat at the video game, or because I have a hireling. There's actually a trick you can do, which is not cheating. It's totally legal. So I'm going to show you guys how to do this totally legal trick. And you might be like, but Strim, what if the developers patch this out? The developers know about this. They're not patching it out. All right. So I'm going to summon Mikhail the Pious at the beginning because it's an important part of the step. And then we're going to have Mikhail go on passive, and we're going to tell him to stay here. His Dragon Mark will be needed later. The trick is, if you look at the top left corner of my screen, you'll notice I don't have a dimensional lock. The dimensional lock appears when you actually pick up the beacon to escape from this quest. So instead of picking up the beacon, I'm going to cast Dimension Door so the Dimension Door appears, and then after the Dimension Door is on the ground, then I can click the beacon, and then I can click the Dimension Door. Yeah, you can also recall and re-enter, but I don't want to do that.
But that's never stopped you before. Tonight you'll steal the
I don't know if I have the spot for this spot. Hey, I got him. Let's go. All right, I got my ticket. Now for this one, I'm going to ask the guy here to detain the mercenaries. You can have him lead you through the center, but if you do that, you have to fight all of the fallen, the guild, and they have a lot of health, and I don't want to deal with them because they have a lot of health. So instead I'm going to do that, and then we're going to leave. You can actually fight your way through the entire auditorium. Instead of doing that, we're just going to take the back route. This route is very fast and very easy, and once you do it once, you'll be like, wow, why did I ever do it any other way? And the answer is, I don't know.
Quest completed.
Hey, what's up, H46 Aviator? Welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate this program. Fantastic day. 22 months is a long time to tune into the stream, and I'm very grateful. Hope your day is going good. Anyways, we're going to slip and slide up here. Fun fact, if you actually touch the ledge, even though I had the reverse gravity, it stuck me to the ground. It's very familiar. It's very similar to like a ledge grab in Super Metroid, where you like leave the spin. Oh, also instead of taking that jump there, you can just fall and it automatically teleports you up here. Isn't that neat? Look how fast we can go through this quest when we just use all the tricks at our disposal. Also, the healers are really annoying, so try when possible to go after the healers first. Even though I killed this healer last, don't worry about it. On the left here is a technician who will chain cast tactical detonation, so we're going to skip that by running right up to him and trying to kill him as quickly as we can. And we did. Then once he's dead, the only other dangerous stuff is over here on this Exorcist and the Arcanist, so we're going to kill these guys as well. The dogs are like not dangerous at all, so you can just ignore them. The only thing they do is they sometimes grease you, but yeah, the melees and the stuff, they're not dangerous. It's just the spellcasters, which is kind of how it should be. Spellcasters are really dangerous. Some people don't like the fact that spellcasters can be quite good, especially in the endgame of like pen and paper, but that's kind of like the price you pay. Like as a spellcaster, you kind of suck for the majority of the game, and then you get really good later. And so, you know, that's where it's like, okay, now it's protect the spellcasters. And that's kind of what happens here. That's why you carry Death Block, everybody. Prismatic Ray used to bypass Death Block. It no longer does. It used to. All right, so here you climb along this upper section. If you are worried about falling, I would make sure you have Feather Fall. If you fall onto the stage here, if I fall down there with Vaunt, I will be put into jail with a bunch of guys shooting at me through a door. And they'll just kill you and you can't escape. So don't fall on the stage, or you probably die. If you have a teleport spell, you can get out, but if you fall on the stage, you'll probably die. So don't fall. Anyway, hey look, it's a technician. Also, you want magic missile immunity? The security constructs in here cast magic missile, and I came in here with a sacred fist, and I died instantaneously to the security constructs who hit me with magic missile for 500 damage. It was very cool.
The Vaunt Arcane Apprentice has new functionality and new spells.
Who's casting Dispel Magic? What the fuck? Oh my god, these guys are just chain casting Dispel Magic on me? Awesome. I don't even know which one is casting it. And the healer's healing everything, and the Arcanist is healing. Oh my lord. I didn't know they could cast Dispel Magic in this quest, I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't know that. Alright, well, time to recast every single buff. One at a time.
Well, clearly, smashing it is not how you get
Madness.
value for your money. But you'll notice it still casts the spell, even when misused in such a wasteful manner.
Anyway, kill this. And we move on. I seriously didn't know they cast Dispel Magic there. I'm a big anti-Dispel Magic person. I don't really like Dispel Magic as a mechanic in DDO. I don't mind in pen and paper, but in DDO I find it like uniquely infuriating.
New spells included in this version are Locate Object.
Fall into jail practically every time. Yeah, you gotta work on that. Falling into jail is not good. Okay. Kill the technician, knock him down. I'm over here for the exorcist. Then once they're dead, then we just melee the rest of these guys down. Unfortunately for me, this golem is going to be very difficult to take down. So I'm actually going to ignore it. We're going to take down all the dogs first, using my AoE fire spells and stuff, because I don't really have a good way of killing the golem. We're just going to do this, and then pray that we get it eventually. I'm actually going to switch to my shield, because that way I'm not adding fire damage onto my attacks. Eventually all the stuff will die. Very slow process. Yeah, the way I think Dispel Magic would be better if it worked in DDO would be if they made it so Dispel Magic, I'm going to move them away from the moat, because the moat will eat some of my hits, would be if Dispel Magic functioned such that it temporarily removed your debuffs or your buffs without actually taking them away. So let's say you got Dispel Magic and then all your buffs went away for like 5 seconds. And now you have to go without your buffs for 5 seconds, and then they come back. I wouldn't mind that. That's more interesting. I would much prefer that. We have the tech in game. If you ever stepped into a there's like the suppression spheres, or like that you can cast. Spell, boom, instant kill. Yeah. Got a red death block. My god. Biggest first? Yeah, I don't know. When it gains disjunction. Again, like, I just don't like the mechanic. I would get rid of it entirely. Ooh. Yeah, the fact that Quell messes up your screen is very annoying. That's what I said. Sharn is where spellcasters go to die. If you can't do 7,000 damage to a golem as a spellcaster, you just run out of mana and then lose. The best part is I have 2 more of these to kill, and if it's also a guardian, I'm going to lose my mind. Or like a Snow Peaks champ, I'm going to go crazy. Also, what I should have done a while ago was cast adamantine weapon, so I deal full damage with my attacks, but whatever. multiple minutes. Almost here. We almost got it. Get him out of here.
Quest
also,
completed.
Albatza, welcome to the stream team. Hope you're doing very, very good. What's up? Oh my god. We got it. Beautiful. What an adventure. So now, I want to summon Mikhail the Pious. Now that I have Mikhail the Pious here with me, I'm going to have him cast a dimension door. He says, fine. I now take the beacon, which I haven't fully collected it yet. I still have to collect it. And boop, and done. And now I get to skip all the bullshit that happens inside that quest. In fact, I can not only dismiss Mikhail the Pious, I can now summon my other hireling, Full Metal, and now I got the big team! And now we're in here. Now it's me and the boys. Go back to my rune arm. Reset. You can give your cube pet hats? Yeah, you can put hats on almost all your pets. The cube with the top hat looks quite good because it kind of hangs on the corner. I mean, you don't have to buy the hats out of the DDO store, but... Yo, what's up, screen? How you doing? How are you? How was your day? I mean, you don't have the ability to hit corporeal targets. This is just so slow. Don't be me, kids. The real Endgame, yeah. Well, you're right. I don't have to fight these guys, but what if I did? You can't let these forged wraiths attack the innocent citizens of Sharn. Oh, chicken and taters? That sounds good, actually. Also, if you're wondering why am I not floating to the top, I don't know. Sometimes I just do things slightly differently because I can. Citizens of Sharn? Absolutely. Did I name my Iron Defender? No, I forgot. Good idea. All right. Champs, what do we got? We've got regular and no Snow Peaks. No. Oh. Well, I'm gonna drink some more coffee. This one has 1,000 more health too. Unfortunately, Full Metal also, it doesn't have high enough hit chance, so he's getting glancing blows almost every time he attacks. These guys are golems. They do have a lot of armor class. My god, kid, you can't hit me with a troll face in 2026. You guys remember when you used to unironically laugh at a Rage comic every now and then? Yep. That's right. If you used to unironically laugh at Rage comics, it's a good reminder. They should probably get a colonoscopy soon. You're going to be that age. It's a good idea. Call your doctor. Back to work. Rage comics aren't that old? Yeah, I know. I don't like to think about it either. I hate thinking about how old I am. I try to think about how young I would like to be. But unfortunately, the march of time keeps going up. Which I think is unfair. Yeah, me gusta. Alright, quest done. This quest was surprisingly excruciating, but whatever. Get up. Zzz, ow. 34k though on a first lifer, not bad. Anything cool? This quest does drop a super sick rune arm. I'm gonna do one of the other quests that also drops a super sick rune arm, which is roll call, to see if I can actually get it. I probably won't. One of the big problems with running roll call is I have no way to kill the monsters in the first room.
Old or bald? Unfortunately for Cruiser, he is both.
Ah, true. Yeah. Rather be old or bald? Probably old. Sounds really silly to say, but yeah, probably old actually. If I get to pick. Because being bald is coming, you know, it's happening. Okay, so I can grab intelligence and intelligence here. Oh, I also need to take more points in battle engineer, which I didn't even think about. So we can take Sunder DCs, which is actually probably a good idea. I'm gonna take +3 in Sunder DCs. I forgot I need to get 41 points in this tree. Still using Barovian? Oh yeah. Absolutely. Sell some more garbage. Alright. Now we get a Heroic Masterminds of Sharn Saga, so you can pick up some XP. If you want to do the crafting, I recommend you pick either a Caustic or a Stabilizing Compound, because they're the hardest things to craft, as in they take the most materials. But I'm going to go run Scavenger Hunt and see if I can get the thing. What am I going to do for the ooze section? Actually, I'm going to show you guys a cool trick in Scavenger Hunt as well. Roll call is really stingy on loot. I said roll call when I didn't mean to. I meant to say Scavenger Hunt. Alright, so the reason why I'm running Scavenger Hunt on here, it drops an item called the Dumpster Fire. The Dumpster Fire is one of the highest single target damage rune arms in the entire game. It is very good. I was high school Spanish teacher. I printed out the Rage Comics Megusta face. I made a poster out of it. Hell yeah, dude. I love that. Alright, and we go into Scavenger Hunt. Now the opening of this quest is filled with oozes. I think my solution to this problem is I'm just going to use my rune arm and a crossbow and call it a day. Until everything is said. And I'll show you how to do the next room. It's actually really cool. It was a strat I learned from Wrath, actually. He taught me this strat for the next room. So we come in here, it's like a million guys, and there's oozes, you just shoot them. Alright, swap to rune arm. The reason why I'm using a crossbow is because I don't have a way to stop my weapon from breaking. In the future, I will have a way to stop my weapon from breaking. Currently, I don't have one. Also, good job, Snowpeaks champ. Also, they're breaking my bolts. Very annoying. Go, my pets. Slay them. Unfortunately, I don't have any of the sick AoE attacks, because I didn't invest into any of them as a ranged character, because I have to split it. But the damage on my crossbow is not horrible. It's not good. It's not horrible. Yeah, enemy's almost dead. What was there? Oh, my pretties. Alright. So now that everything is dead, we can move on to the next room. Here is the secret strat to this room. Check this out. See all these guys? I'm gonna aggro everything and be like, whoosh, now they all want to fight me. These guys too? Check this out. Duck into this corner, and now everything wants to come around the corner, so it all just groups. I've never seen this strat before. So you don't have to chase everybody around. You just like get them in, all in one spot and you AoE it. Again, something I literally never thought of to do. Is that dead? No? Oh, 1600 life. Oh my god. These goblins are so healthy. How come these little goblins get way more health than I do? You know, I'm a big robot, and I only have 796 hit points. Guy here. I'm gonna do the optional just because it gives me an extra treasure chest, and I like having an extra treasure chest. I still need gear. You still need to wear gear on this character, so we're gonna keep farming stuff. Get knocked down, suck up. I can put these guys on active. How long are they on passive for? Uh-oh. Oh, just that room. Okay, that's fine. Medium-sized robot? I am a medium-sized robot, but I'm like 6 something. That keeps your drinks warm? Yeah, it's a mug that keeps a drink warm. I'm currently drinking a coffee with Bailey's. Because I wanted a coffee and Bailey's. So I have some. It is one of the nice things about being a streamer is you do get to drink on the job. You could argue that's not necessarily a nice thing because it's like not a healthy activity, but you know. Query whether being healthy is also good for marketing. Uh-oh, RP Matriarch. She went up to 5,400 life all of a sudden. They only had 3,000 before in the last quest. Fortunately, somehow doing 5,000 damage is like not that crazy for my build to accomplish, so... Is there a build strategy to restore class? Every class functions the same or similar way. It could be easy. Yes, it's called Inquisitive. Every character class in the entire game can play Inquisitive. For example, you can play a Monk Inquisitive. Monks, while equipping a crossbow, become uncentered, which means they cannot access any of their Monk abilities, all their Monk passives turn off, so they cannot generate ki, and they get nothing. As a result, if you decide to play a Monk Inquisitive, your entire physical base class doesn't do anything. Nothing functions, and you can play a perfectly good Inquisitive as a Monk. Because the Inquisitive tree is really, really good. You don't need anything from any other trees. So that's what people will do. They play Inquisitive. Before Inquisitive, people used to play like 6 Arty, 4 no, it was 4 Arty, 6 Rogue, and then 10 of whatever class they wanted to skip and use repeating crossbow. But ever since Inquisitive came out, you can just play Inquisitive. Another thing you can do as well, if you want to skip past some lives or kind of change it up, is you're capable of doing Acolyte of the Skin. Either 2 or 6 levels of Acolyte of the Skin gives you access to Chain Cone or whatever other ability, or the extra packed dice. And that can be quite good. Alright, come on, Rune Arm. Rune Arm, Rune Arm, Rune Arm, Rune Arm, Rune Arm, Rune Arm. Nothing. I had dreams of Rune Arms. Only has $2,000 in autos boxes to be on sale. I mean, true. You could spend thousands of dollars on autos boxes. How many Dia points? You get like... How many Dia points do you get for $2,000? I don't even know what the point totals are. It's been such a long time since I bought Dia points. Anyway, I have a lot of quest options right now. I need 145,000 experience points. So let's go do some wacky stuff. Let's go do Lower Moorgrave. Lower Moorgrave is fun. 230,000 DDO points. Wow, that's a lot. Well, yeah, but you get when you buy in bulk, you get a better deal. Okay, so I'm going to do the lower quad quests because these quests are kind of interesting. They're reasonably fun, and the items from them are relatively crazy. So we're going to try to do some of these and maybe get something good. Starting with Army of Eternal Night on the Brelish border. Also fun because these are Eberron quests, so they actually take place in Eberron. So you get to see some new stuff like the Brelish border. For example, the border to Breland. I think it's Breland. Some people say Breland, but Breland is what it's called in Lord of the Rings, and it's got 2 E's, so I assume it's Breland. But hey, Keith Baker in here, correct me. Unless, out of nowhere, Keith Baker pops up in the chat. And it's like, actually...
To the man beside her. Mr. Sattler would like a word before you head out.
This quest fortunately doesn't have anything really dangerous. It has a lot of bear traps, but you can see the bear traps, so just don't step on the bear traps that you can see. Again, another place where having extra jump is nice because you can jump over all of the bear traps. The audiobook says Breland. Damn it. Is that narrated by Keith Baker?
Now to find the Sovereign Host Chapel, where the eye is said to be kept. A pack of ravenous wolves springs to attack.
Because if it is, I'm boned. And I have nothing left. And I just got fact-checked back in time by Keith Baker.
Perhaps the Eye of Mebar is still stored inside. Someone carefully removed the wall here, revealing a vault.
This room can also be really dangerous because the ghouls can paralyze you if you're a fleshy. Fortunately for me, I am not a fleshy and I can't get paralyzed by ghouls. It's very handy. I also appreciate that for movement speed, I am still drinking potions of haste. Like a rube.
Perhaps you can learn more in the hamlet.
Yeah, it's bonuses. Yeah, they don't discount the points, they just give you more points for a similar amount. Nearby Baker, there we go. So I could still be right. I'm probably wrong, but I might not be. And that's the type of gray area I like to live inside. Probably incorrect, but not yet proven incorrect yet. So in here, you can see there's these bear traps here. So what you do is you just hop over them. You can disable all the bear traps if you really want. It's not really worth it for the XP. There's way too many traps in this quest, so I'm just not going to do that. By the way, this quest has a lot of cool optionals that are fun to do. So if you've never ran this adventure, there's a lot of good optionals in here. Another reason... Oh my god, I stepped on a bear trap. Oh no. Right after talking about how easy it is to avoid the bear traps. Well, anyway. One of the reasons why this quest is really easy to do for this character is my Barovian weapon. It gives me a whole bunch of extra damage against undead, which is nice. Beefcaker, and I happen to know that Breland is pronounced Brawland, like lingerie. Good to know. I'm learning so much. Thanks, Beefcaker. Cake. Hey, you get tripped, sucker. Yes, I did intentionally step on the bear trap so you guys would be able to see what it looks like when your character steps on a bear trap. You know the appropriate amount of embarrassment to feel, you know? I'm here for the content. That's all I do, is I do things for content purposes. Alright. Go back to enchantment. There is more bear traps here. I think. No, there's not more bear traps. No, I'm paranoid of the bear traps now, man. They're not in this room, they're in the next room. And I know that. I don't know why I'm paranoid of the bear traps. There's a bunch of skeletons in this corner. You just whack them. Give me the old skele-whack. Also, I love all the clanking when you fight like these types of skeletons. It's great. I love that sound. Anyway, so we come down here beneath the well. I really love the design of this weird town where there's like a well and then there's a tunnel that's built around the well. That's just cool. I don't know how to describe it other than just really cool. The design is interesting. I would never think of a design like that myself. Are there real wells that are designed like that, where you have a well that has a surrounding structure? Have blunt, slashing, piercing weapons. Do DR types. Back in the day, it used to be really, really important to have all of those types because, you know, 1,000 generations ago, our damage used to be a lot lower. Now, with a few exceptions, you can just over-damage everything. It's like any monster that is bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing damage reduction, it's usually only like 5 to 10 points of damage. So if you just do more damage, you don't really think about it. It's not a percentage damage reduction. So if you do like 50 damage a strike, you're only losing 5, so who cares? That's the reason why I'm only using a sword. So it used to be relevant to have different weapon types for different damage types, but now you don't have to worry about it anymore. Anyway, ghouls. And then then in here we have a Quell. A Quell is very dangerous for some characters, not for me. Fortunately for me, I don't hit it very well. Get him, Paladin. You can hit him. Oh, like you can't apparently.
Final defiant cry.
Oh, I'm like giga lagging. Hello?
The barrier sealing off.
In your opinion, is that a change for the better? No. The reason why it is like that is it functionally has to be like that. Because right now, the way the game is designed, once you get up into the epic, the legendary levels, you are now required to interact with the legendary sentient weapon system, where you get a sentient jewel and you put it in your weapon. It's a very cool system in which each different sentient jewel is narrated by a different human person. The jewel talks to you and they all have different personalities. There's a lot of really cool ones. Some of them are like annoying to some, like the Hopeful, which is constantly excited about your progress, wanting you to succeed. Another one is the Covetous, which is a jewel that is basically all about kind of taking advantage of things whenever you can, and you know, doing some thieving. Another one is the Whelm, which is all about basically taking down giants. It's like this dwarf that constantly wants to kill giants. All it talks about is killing giants. Or alternatively, you have the Wave, which sings pirate shanties to you all day. Again, a lot of really, really cool ideas. The problem is, maxing out your sentient jewels is a very time-intensive and time-consuming task, which means you're probably only going to use one, and they slot into your main hand weapon. As a result, you don't weapon swap at endgame because there's way too much power in your sentient jewel, and you moving it from one weapon to another is a very lengthy process that is expensive. So as a result, you're never going to weapon swap if you don't have to. So if SSG did design it in such a way where it actually did matter how your weapons worked, people will be really pissed off because you can't just you can get multiple sentient jewels, but I think that is an expectation that's too high for the average player. Like, it's absolute madness. Yeah, so and as a result, they can't enforce that in other places in the game because when you hit in-game, you have to be stuck into one weapon type. Now, who knows? In the future, what I would love to see them do is just have your sentient jewel be a weapon slot, like an item slot on your character, so you can change your weapon. I understand the whole point is sentient weapons, but like mechanically, it's really clunky and it isn't very fun.
Barrington Worthridge's penthouse suite. Apparently, he keeps the Eye of Donvi locked away in a gallery with the rest of his collection of rare artifacts.
All right.
A configuration of gears connected to a power point.
I'm going to teach you guys something cool. Did you know every single time there's a blue and red wheel together in the entire video game, you just set the blue to red, and you set the red to blue. If you see a blue and a red wheel together, you just do this, and it works for every single puzzle in the whole game. I did tell SSG Convallaria this when I was running through Lamortia, and I just ripped it on a wheel, and it worked no problem. And so they're likely to change that for future wheels, so anything post-Lamortia might be off the table. But anything pre-Lamortia, so every single piece of content in the game currently, works. In this quest, all you have to do is collect evidence. You can farm the whole thing. I'm just going to collect 5 pieces of evidence.
Huge sphinx in the back of the room nods its head in greeting. Welcome, stranger, says the
Stream got our wheels nerfed? Yes, it was me. It was me. I was the one who caused SSG to nerf the wheels. I like puzzle solving and figuring out solutions. So when the answer to every puzzle is the same thing, either because everybody has like, the thing is, you might be like, oh, so it's just set up like that, like somebody just imported the thing. Well, no, all the fun fact, all the puzzles actually look different. I think that was just like convergent thinking, where different designers all used those 2 color wheels and all designed them to be like that independently. Hey, dogs. Ruff, ruff. Yelp. Rawr. I love that the dogs all say things. That's funny. So we're looking for evidence. A scorched note. KR. Who could that be? Kathleen Riek? Member of the Gold Concord and leader of the Church of Kol Koran? I don't know about that. Look at a holy man be involved in corruption. That's crazy talk. There's a secret key here. Oop. 20 red and 20 blue wheels. Yeah, I don't know if they would do that, but maybe. Ooh, baby, another moat. All right, let's get him. Moat time. Hey, get knocked down, sucker. And then we got this guy. Grim Muse Bugbear, 5k life. Okay. I love that he just greater shouted my turret instead of me. Very handy. Big fan of that. Love that. I can't wait until I get actual amounts of strike through in epics. Currently, my strike through is general combat. Oh, no, it's melee, I think. 40%. I will get over 200 later. I just don't have over 200 yet. Also, look at Snuggles. He's asleep on the bed. Aww. I need one more piece of evidence and we are all set to go to the end. Also, don't forget to collect these, which I forget all the time apparently. Steal security. I was gonna knock this guy down, probably should. Hey, Lutz, I'm enjoying the event a lot more than I thought I would. That's good! Don't let me discourage you from enjoying the event. While I do have my own opinions about things, and I personally am not having a lot of fun with the Fae event, I don't want that to discourage other people from enjoying it. If you enjoy it, please do. There are a lot of things that I don't enjoy that lots of people do, and I've described myself regularly as a sociopath because of the things that I do that are, I don't know, a little quirky. Or the things I particularly like or dislike. That's awesome, dude. Glad to hear that. Like, there is a fun element to it, for sure. Like, doing the extra little battles can be fun, plus the different types of monsters you encounter. It can be challenging, but engaging. I need my key. Give me the key. Is there any evidence in here? Nope. Oh, yes, there is. Nice. All right, down we go. We're done. There are 9 pieces of evidence you can find. I only need 5 to start the thing, so I'm just going to do the 5. The Ethereal Court. Mikey for Mikhail. I don't need him for anything anymore. Alright, so now we're going to convince the jury with my words. I find this one's the easiest because you just have to click the instructions that sound right. Boom, here's your evidence. Then we go here. So you just got to pretend you're like in a real courtroom, and what would be convincing to say. So you just got to make sure what you're saying is not a logical fallacy. So I go, esteemed jury, can you believe this guy? You know, it must be done. Sure, he sure did, and that would be destroying evidence. Correct. Everyone's like, yeah, dude, you know what's up. This actually is not that convincing, but it doesn't sound as dumb. Who is KR? I don't know. It only affects it when if you have no evidence, you have to engage with what's his face up here. So in conclusion, everyone knows that if you say in conclusion, you sound smart. Although what I would have preferred better to in conclusion is so in summation. Oh, where's my key? Oh god. Okay. Hey buddy, bluff. Crap. So you have to fight some restless jurors who don't like what you're doing. I just wanted the key that can be in that corner. Alright, here we go. Boop, boop, boop. Again, there's just some really bad answers in here. If you can't tell which ones are the bad answers, just go watch some Matlock.
The jury finishes their deliberation and decides to
like,
accept your words.
secret room side secrets. If this money came from work, why would it be secret? Like, not a very compelling argument.
The jury considers you deep in thought.
Oh, did it?
Hope you have impressed the jurors enough to
You have any evidence? Hold on.
Worthridge scowls at the judge.
As I said, I'm just holding on to that.
Unfortunately, I think I am out of evidence. I think I got evidence for the other 2 crimes, but not this one. Yeah, I'm out of evidence already. Okay, I just gotta rip a 20. Rip a 20, rip a 20. Bluff. I didn't roll a 20. I did roll not a 20, which is kind of sick. A 7.
The Sphinx does not react. Jurors accosts you. Now that the jurors have been pummeled into submission, you can continue the trial. You stand before the jury.
Also, I'm no economist. At least I can tell you that you can't make a profit from non-essential funds. No.
Watch for the jury's reactions.
Doesn't work.
The jury finishes their
I'm not very smart, but listen.
To accept your words.
I'm a very convincing lawyer. You can actually fail this, which is fun. If you actually do this wrong enough, you don't have enough of the jury on your side, you actually will fail.
Finishes their deliberation and decides to accept your words.
And then the Sphinx is like, yeah, they're not convinced. You have to do something else.
I never said do it or else.
What? I did fail. I had the entire jury on my side.
The jury with one last statement, delivered with aplomb. You conclude your speech. The jury considers you deep in thought. You hope
I had the entire jury.
To keep them in your favor.
Wow. All right.
The judge finishes questioning the defense.
The entire jury is like guilty, and the judge is like, you know what? I don't know, dude.
You approach the
All right, I guess we do corruption. Is that the dance one or the fighting one? Ah, crap, it's the dance one. This is the worst one. Why did I do this to myself? I don't even remember. I literally don't remember how to do this.
Punish them, Your Honor.
I wasn't sure which the other one is because I never do it.
But a pack of angry jurors accosts you. Now that the jurors have been pummeled into submission, you can continue.
Unbelievable. Dance on the red tiles.
Ready to give your speech.
So we go here, and we go slash dance.
Watch for the jury's reactions.
I never said do it or else. I said do it. I'll help.
The jury finishes their deliberation and decides to accept your words. You may
I don't hate this quest. I can't believe I had the whole jury and the guy said no.
The jury.
That's madness.
The jury finishes their deliberation and decides to accept your words.
And they decide to accept your words. You may continue. Unbelievable.
You appeal to the jury with
this is literally the worst one. The other one is just a combat trial, and the combat trial is pretty fast.
Do it or else.
I just couldn't remember which one was which.
I'll help. You conclude your speech.
Anyway, now we chill.
Considers you deep in
On the plus side, it gives me a time to drink some water because I need to drink some water.
You've impressed the jurors enough to keep them in your favor.
Mm-hmm.
You finished the challenge.
Oh yeah, this takes way longer than you think it's going to take. By the way, this is absurd.
I have reached a verdict. Come, let us talk. You place the evidence.
It's a funny idea if it like activated immediately. Like if upon using the thing it activated, it would be fine. It went to the next step.
Explain yourself.
Down with Worthridge.
Hearsay. Order in the court, says the Sphinx. This is not the time for complaints.
Yeah, but that'd be sick.
State your
This is the best lawyer ever. Well, maybe not the best lawyer ever because they lost your case, but at least it'd be cool.
Jury growing bored and restless.
It's almost faster to restart the entire quest. That's how slow this is.
The judge
These. All right, 1 of 3. Let's go. Oh no! And the thing I had. Okay, so I had all the evidence for the other trial. So if I just chose the combat trial, it would have been done instantly. 5 pieces of evidence, 3 for combat trial.
The Sphinx does not react.
Dance on red, dance 2 on blue. Go to the tile.
The jurors have been pummeled
Dance.
into submission.
I never said do it or else. I said do it. I'll help.
Video games.
The jury cheers at your smooth moves.
We'll go. What a quest, huh? Madness. Although, you know,
The jury cheers at your smooth moves.
The jury cheers at your smooth moves. Hell yeah. Best way to convince the jury ever. Imagine that. You're somebody who like grows up and you're like, you want to become a lawyer for whatever reason. And you're like, yeah, I'm going to be a lawyer when I grow up. It's going to be amazing.
Jury cheers at your smooth moves.
I'm going to be so intelligent and have these like incredible moments in court. And you're stoked to do that. And you find out that actually part of being in court is having intricate dance battles against other attorneys. So he's like the stereotypical bard. I don't know. Good question.
judge finishes questioning.
All right. Oh my God, I actually have evidence. Your Honor, I have evidence.
You place the evidence on the stand. Describe the circumstances surrounding.
So my buffs are gonna expire.
The Sphinx.
All right, what do we got? Oh, I'm out of haste potions. I have to go buy more.
Explain yourself.
Nothing in the rulebook that says a dog can't be a lawyer.
Never heard of that in my life, Your Honor.
He turns to you.
Who do you think you are? Presenting this.
Yeah, there's no romance in DDO.
No one's gonna believe a swindler.
What MMO games let you do a
Order in the
romance?
court, says the Sphinx. This is not the time for complaints, defendant. State your case.
Because I remember when they added companions to Elder Scrolls Online, there was a bunch of people who were upset. They're like, what? I can't romance my companions? And they're like, no, you can't romance your companions. A bunch of people are upset about that. Oh yeah, Star Wars Old Republic has it. I forgot about Old Republic.
Smooth moves.
PvE romance, PvE romance. Asheron's Call lets you get married. You mean engaged? I should be able to engage to Harmon Taft. I mean, when you want to marry somebody for money, right?
Smooth moves.
That's true. Oh yeah, I guess. I'm trying to think of Old Republic. Who would you even romance? I don't know enough of the characters. I don't really play a lot of the storylines. I guess there's like that lady who, if you play, because I only played the Sith for the most part. I'm done. Thank you. Let me out of here. I only really played Sith. There's that lady who you recruit onto your side, who's like a Jedi, and you can like turn her into a Sith. You can probably romance her. All right, there we go. We're done. I hate genies. Romance a Jawa? You probably can. Yeah, and you can have one character get married to another character, once per character, permanent. Yeah, you can do that actually in Elder Scrolls Online. Oddly enough, you can do that. You can get an Amulet of Mara, and if you and another player have an Amulet of Mara, you can like exchange them basically, and then you get an XP bonus when you play together. God, genies are one of the worst enemy types. You know what? Whenever I said I would make the worst enemy type imaginable, instead of making phase bats, I would make phase bats that are also genies. They're djinns, so they can also enter this like air elemental form thing. Just combine it all. I'll defend you, sir, says the guy who is not defending his boss.
Last of the cultists falls, leaving only Worthridge glowering in the corner.
I did not play Ragnarok Online.
You finally got what you
My girlfriend played a lot of Ragnarok Online, and I remember she told me about it, and I had never played it, and I was like, I don't know what that is. And then Cruiser was telling me about like he was playing Anarchy Online, and admittedly at the time when Cruiser was telling me about it, I didn't know. I completely forgot like what was happening, and I thought he was talking about Ragnarok Online when he was like showing off the game. I thought that was like the same thing. Anyway, it's not the same thing if you guys didn't know. Oh sweet, just a straight up upgrade to my boots. Same stats, all higher numbers with the socket. Sick. Alright, I have to go buy haste potions before I continue. That's very important. Yeah, oh, and Warframe does? Wait, isn't it... Okay, I don't know anything about Warframe. Don't you play as a robot? I guess robots can fall in love. Sure, why not? And if you go, no, Strim, you don't play as a robot in Warframe, I'm sorry. It sounds like you play as a robot. That's all I know, man. Gotta play Warframe to understand. I know, I can't get married to a robot unless I play Warframe and understand the robots. Must spend more money on haste potions. Like everything in Warframe is complicated? Okay. gonna be spoilers to say anything. Yeah, I have not played any Warframe. I've only seen Warframe, where it seems like there's a very fast combat pace, which isn't a bad thing, by the way. What am I doing? I can teleport to where I want to go. Ooh, Lower Moorgrave teleport. Not too long of a detour, not too bad. Alright. The growing pains. Canada's greatest export, Warframe. I don't know if Warframe is Canada's greatest export. I'm pretty sure the company that made Bendy and the Ink Machine is also Canadian.
Warforged guarding the farmhouse.
Also isn't Ubisoft Canadian? So, you know, people famously love Ubisoft as a company.
This bizarre event must be related to
Oh, is Ubisoft France? And not Quebecois? Because there is, I know there's a Ubisoft office in Montreal, that's why. Oh, perfect. Whew. Alright, good. Then there's nothing wrong. We're good. Is it acceptable to eat 5 pounds of yellow potatoes in one sitting over the course of 2 hours? Yeah. I don't see why not. What else are you going to do with it? This quest is very straightforward. It's just kill a bunch of guys and get to the end. I don't have a lot to say about this adventure. You just kind of follow the road and run around. Again, like before, a lot of the items that drop in this adventure are quite good, which is why we're running it. And also, it's just fun to do some of the higher level quests. Also, you might be wondering why I'm not leveling up right now. And the answer is, don't ever take level 19. Level 19 basically never gives anything to your character. No characters get anything unique at level 19. And level 19 means that you can no longer do level 16 quests for experience. So I'm just banking all my way up. When you play DDO, don't ever take level 19. I had to double check, yeah. Like there was a time where it was also similarly like a snowstorm outside, like it is right now. This must have been like 7 years ago. And on my phone, I had the McDonald's app, and there was a coupon where it was like, if you spend like $25, you get like $10 off or something. And so I decided to buy 2 20s of chicken nuggets. So I got 40 chicken nuggets because like, why not? And so I got 20 sauces. Was it 20 sauces? No, it wasn't 20 sauces. It was 10 sauces, I think, with my 20 or 40 nuggets. And so I got the nuggets, and then I did, it was 2 barbecue, 4 sweet and sour, and I kept the other 4 sweet and sour. But I did, 2 parts barbecue to 4 parts sweet and sour to 4 parts Frank's Red Hot, where I like filled the containers with Frank's Red Hot and made this big sauce bowl. And then I spent like 2 hours eating all 40 nuggets. And honestly, it was a good time. $5 20 piece? It was not $5. It was like $30 for those 40 nugs. Like, I actually don't know how expensive it is. I haven't been at McDonald's in a while. Great question. How expensive is 6 nuggets right now? Or 20 nuggets in Canada? Great question. Again, I've been really getting into home cooking, and which has been a good alternative to eating fast food because it's significantly cheaper and it's delicious. Let's see here. If I go order, I look. I'm just curious. This is for science. Like, it seems like a lot. Yeah, it's Canadian fast food for you. Chicken nuggets. All right. 20 chicken McNuggets is in Canada $14.89 for just the nugs.
Woodwork stands before a nearby hall that leads deep into the tree. If the woodwork defeated, you can continue your investigation.
Again, there's a reason why fast food is not doing nearly as well as it was previous. The prices of everything has gone up by a lot, so it's hard to justify.
You've entered a Lamania manifest zone, a clear indicator. The eye of Lamania.
What's actually crazy is it's a better deal to get 6. Hold on, 6 nuggets are $6.59, but 20 are, no, it's never 9. It's the other way around. Are $14.89. No, it's better to get the 20. It's 75 cents a nugget ish. Yeah, I was doing the math backwards, dividing the wrong thing. But yeah, as I said, I haven't gotten fast food in a while. I just really struggle with it. It's so expensive now. It's like, it's just like expensive. You know what I mean? Like, the benefit when I was much younger, of fast food is that like, it's cheap and bad for you, but at least it's full of like addictive sugars that make you want to have more of it, and it makes you feel good for a temporary period of time before your stomach hurts. So it's got something going for it, you know? But now it's like literally got nothing. I have no idea. Beats other restaurants? I don't know. Yeah, the Canadian government does have some plans in place to combat the inflation of grocery prices, which is good. And so hopefully there'll be a swing in the other direction. But like right now, especially with the cost of like at-home groceries, and then also the cost of like food that you buy at like restaurants and what have you, it just becomes like too much for the average household. Like most of the people that I know that would like regularly eat out or get food have pretty much all stopped doing it just because the cost of goods has gone up so much. Yeah, and like weird positive Canadian politics news, the federal government is instituting like a bunch of plans to reduce the cost of goods on average. One of which is involving the changing up the allowances for greenhouses in many different areas to add more greenhouses, especially to like outside of like major cities, with the goal of reducing transportation costs for food. So you can literally have more different types of food grown locally, which is a really, really good idea. A lot of restaurants going to close in the near future, yeah. Among other things. Ice cream cake? I do like ice cream cake. It's not my favorite kind of cake. I'm more of a cheesecake sort of guy. But I do like ice cream cake. No complaints about ice cream cake. Well, the problem is, like, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if you told me to get an ice cream cake, my first thought would be like, go to Dairy Queen and buy an ice cream cake. And if I had to buy an ice cream cake from somewhere else or make one, no, I can't make an ice cream cake. I don't know how to do that. I don't understand the process. Buy from Dairy Queen or nothing. Nah, McCain cakes aren't ice cream cakes. It's that's just a regular cake. Oh man, I can eat a whole McCain cake. Actually, I can't really. It's too much sugar. True, it is if you freeze it. Yeah, if you freeze it, it does freeze up pretty tight. It becomes stiff. What? You can get Blizzard flavors as the base ice cream? That's insane.
Gigantic animals will eventually return to their home plane.
Beginner bar build, and I went dwarf. Should I even take anything from the racial tree? No, not really. The dwarf racial tree is really horrible. It's incredibly expensive for everything in the tree, and yeah, you just don't get a whole lot. There's like some niche applications to some things, but nothing really crazy. Wow, I didn't actually know you could do that. I'm gonna be honest, every time I've gone to Dairy Queen ice cream cake, it's always been like I go up and I just get one out of the fridge. And then they're like, do you want something written on it? I'm like, yes. Would like happy birthday to me written on it as I go home and eat the entire ice cream cake alone. I don't think I've ever had an ice cream cake that wasn't at a birthday.
The Arcanoloth Keeper explains that to access the Eye of Shavarath,
Yeah, the free heroism and also curing all poisons and diseases whenever you drink a potion is like nice for sure, but I wouldn't call it like essential. You know what I mean? Should take points instead of half orc points then. Oh, not really. Whatever sounds good to you. Well, an ice cream cake, you should be able to eat a whole ice cream cake by yourself. Not like in one sitting, but like, you know. Oh, you jump down here, by the way, and it's a shortcut. You skip like 3 monster packs. You can just eat a slice and put it back in the freezer. The ice cream cake will last a long time. Have a slice of ice cream cake every day. You have to order ahead. Your group's cake was an ice cream cake? Interesting.
Leave the lava chamber.
That makes sense. Carvel makes ice cream cake with the hardest things on the Mohs scale the planet has. I don't know what the Mohs scale is, and I don't know what Carvel is, but I'm gonna believe you. If you're using a Dragon Disciple? It depends. I would say that hand wraps are excellent, especially if you can pick up any cleaving type ability. But if you want speed leveling, Quarterstaff. Dude, Quarterstaff for the speed leveling, all AoE on the attacks, all AoE on the breaths, and you're able to generate ki faster because you have multiple hits. Very good. Two-handed weapons are great. So Quarterstaff helps you out a lot there. I went with Warhammer. I don't think Warhammer... It depends on what you want to do. If you're doing leveling, you can't really go wrong with either Warhammer or hand wraps. They're both... Or not Warhammer, hammers. Quarterstaff or hand wraps are probably the best options. And then for endgame, I think Warhammer could be a good argument. Outside of that, everything else is kind of just worse. But it could be fun. You could do heavy pick. That's how they rate stone's hardness? Oh. Ah, Mohs scale. Gotcha. Sorry, I'm not an engineer. I'm too stupid. Yeah, Elemental Bloom is insane. Yeah, you can do a light pick and go Shader Kai and go Dragon Disciple. Definitely a good option. Oh no, the boys. They're fighting a different battle at the same time. Oh god, boys. No, boys. Alright. Is it a chain of casual burritos? Oh, burritos. Oh yeah, a buddy of mine was like, this is sort of related because we're talking about burritos. A buddy of mine was like, how come a lot of, because there's like 1 million shawarma places in Ottawa, there's just like 100 million of them. There's so many of them. And they're all so good. Every single one is delicious. But buddy of mine was like, how come there aren't any like drive-through shawarma places, you know? Like, why can't I just like go and drive through? Why do I gotta go inside every time? There should be like a drive-through shawarma place. And I'm like, well, one of the problems is that there's like all the toppings you got to put on something. There's like 1 million things you have to order. Because when you go through, you know, you might want the same thing as somebody else, but almost everybody wants like a slightly different topping if they're going to pick up like a shawarma sandwich. And he's like, sure, but that doesn't mean they can't just have pre-made things. And I'm like, okay, but just imagine, like, have you ever been to the like one like drive-through burrito place? He's like, yeah, the drive-through burrito place, it's horrible. It takes forever to get through because nobody knows their order. And I'm like, uh-huh. And he's like, oh. You mean the one drive-through burrito place is really horrible? And now you want the shawarma place to have a drive-through? Bad idea. Go inside. Get your food. Go home. Fire Rearm doesn't do anything. It's all these demons that are completely immune to fire. Gonna keep meleeing, and everything will die eventually, but I'm just gonna keep meleeing. You should farm that elemental bloom, yeah. It's because I don't have any strike through. If I had strike through, this would be a different story.
This courtyard has been ravaged by
I'm gonna swap my Rearm though.
3 open portals allow the desert troops to stream in.
At least the Shrini's hand cannon is still holding up and still doing some amount of damage. Did Battle Axe on Dragon's Disciples, Uncore's Cleaver, a pretty good effect. Getting Constitution to hit and damage, and also basing your concentration off of Constitution and your health. For those that do not know, Uncore's Cleaver is a weapon that comes out of the Sands of Menectaren. It comes out of the quest Chains of Flame, and it allows you to use your Constitution to hit and damage with it. It is a very rare effect. You cannot use Constitution as your damage effect on almost any items in the entire game or with any builds. And the reason is because scaling health and damage off of the same stat is a very dangerous proposition for an MMORPG, because health is the best defensive stat and damage is the best damage stat, because obviously it's damage. So it's not a good idea to have both those things scale off of the same thing. It's the reason why dwarves get Constitution to damage, but they don't get Constitution to hit, and hit chance is actually a relevant thing in the game. And you don't see anybody playing dwarves stacking Constitution really high and having a really high like health and damage thing. Now, that being said, there's so many ways to get health in DDO outside of just raw Constitution now that you could argue it might be okay to have Constitution to hit and damage built in the game somewhere. But that missing hit chance is actually pretty relevant nowadays, given that monsters, if you go to do like an endgame dungeon or raid, monsters' armor classes are now in 260-270 range.
The sigil glows brightly. Attuning to the celestial ward will help you gain access.
Oh, that to ESO. Well, a lot of the things that scale damage off of health, they're like specific tank abilities you wouldn't want to use on a melee DPS. Now, you might go, yeah, but Strim, those things are good in PvP. Yeah, but it's an MMORPG. The developers don't care about balancing PvP. Boom. Roasted.
To the west stands a closed metal door.
Oh, and the Dynastic Valcata is also awesome. It uses charisma and damage built in, which means you don't have to find another way to get that stat, which is extremely convenient. But most importantly, it also counts as a favorite weapon, which means you can get Kopech as a favorite weapon on Paladin, which is very cool. Fun fact, you might be like, wait a minute, if Uncore's Cleaver is from the desert, can't I just make it legendary and then have crit dex or con to hit and damage at endgame on a legendary weapon? And then there's no, you can't, because Uncore's Cleaver in legendary does not have that effect, specifically because of how powerful it would be. You could argue that having it on Uncore's Cleaver, a weapon that has no other special benefits, would make it not relevant, and you're probably right about that. But still, I think it's just a good idea to not do that in the first place. Again, it really depends. You might have joined a raid at some point and had a rogue or barbarian in your party. Like, some of the rogue health bars, I'll see rogues with like 4,000 hit points. And I'm like, God damn, that's a lot of life on that rogue. That's a lot of life. So would the con to hit and damage really matter? Probably not. But if it's ever the best, it would just bloat health values a lot, which makes it a little more complicated. I don't know. Oh, this quest is exhausting. With all the monsters I can't hit with fire damage. Those blue Abishai? No, I didn't notice there was blue Abishai, dude. Oh, nice. Okay, we're good.
Magical energy surges throughout the fortress as the lever is pulled.
Oops. Oh, one sec. Whoop. Anyway. I'm lost. This way. Oh, yeah. Slamming out con filigrees instead of anything else. Having every build being con-based. And all the dwarves running around. Yeah. Like, I've talked about this before, but one of the reasons why DDO is pretty cool is that the monster type actually matters a lot. Like, if you go to World of Warcraft or Lord of the Rings or Final Fantasy, all the monster types kind of just don't matter. They're all just generic mishmash. Like, if I have an ability that says stun an enemy, I can stun an enemy regardless of what type of enemy that is. Other than, like, obviously bosses you can't stun, but, like, all the regular, like, fodder, it's just, they're all treated as kind of the same generic blob. They might have different attacks, but they're all kind of the same thing. Even modern MMORPGs usually do away with, like, the relevance of damage types, where, like, yes, a fire mage in WoW does fire, but monsters take the same damage from fire or arcane or whatever, regardless of what damage type you're actually doing. It doesn't actually matter. And so, you know, it kind of takes a step away from, or you kind of lose a little bit of the fantasy there. Whereas in DDO, you know, the Abishire Devils, they're entirely immune to fire, because Devils are totally immune to fire. Constructs, or Undead, have no nervous system, so you can't just stun them. They can't become stunned by anything. And so I kind of like those elements. Like, I like that, sort of. Because when it's really annoying and it gets in the way, you're like, damn it! Why is the fire elemental healing when I hit it with fire damage? That's so annoying. Why is the Iron Golem healing when I hit it with fire damage? That's annoying. But also, like, I don't know, storytelling, world building, game feel. Random lightning strikes, no turning that off. Yes, yeah, classic. Yeah, at the very least, if I hit a flesh golem, I can turn off my imbue and stop dealing lightning damage to it.
The Eye of Shavrath awaits you at the entrance. After attuning to all 3 of the wards.
Yay! All right, come on, something good. Ooh, I did. I got the blade. I get something. I got the bladed hand wraps. These hand wraps suck, but I have them, and I am going to sell them to a vendor. Those hand wraps suck because they don't really add any extra damage. They give like some bogus stuff, and oddly enough, they're bladed and they don't do slashing damage. I don't know. Is immune to having emotional damage? Oh no, I'm subject to emotional damage, unfortunately. Oh right, scary beholder quest time. I don't want any of this stuff. Yeah, you give out the lightning strikes to everybody with the song, and then they all have it. Fortunately, most monsters that heal from damage heal at a small percentage. So if you hit a monster for 500 damage, they usually only heal for like a quarter or half of that amount. So it's not as devastating as it would otherwise be. However, there is also the Cinder Spawns, specifically the Cinder Spawn Sinus that is at the end of the quest Inferno of the Damned. That Cinder Spawn heals for like 5 times the damage dealt. It heals for so much that if you have a Barovian weapon equipped, you can't kill it because it heals way more than you can actually deal damage to it. Madness. Oh, the dog? Ah, it doesn't matter. The dog stats don't do anything. I honestly shouldn't summon the dog anymore. I just have it because it's fun. Bone Warden. I actually think the Bone Wardens look so cool. I love the way that they look. Big fan. Good looking undead model. Happy lever puller. True. Hey Giants, what's up? I don't really want to go onto the ice here, but these guys are weak to fire, which means I can kind of beat them up and blast them with fire spells. Get fire spelled, Giants. You like rune arms, Giants? Get knocked down, Giants. Oh, there's a moat here. Alright. I'm gonna cast a thing. Oh. Uh-oh, I'm sliding. Oh god, I'm sliding. Oh god, I'm sliding. Oh jeez, I have too much backwards momentum. I can't stop the slide. Well. Fortunately, it's not that big of a deal. Really quick question. My bard needs a new helmet and neck. It's kind of too wild, too long. What level are you? I do have suggestions, but I need to know your current level. 24. Helm and neck. Head and neck for 24. Ooh. So easy answer is Epic Elder set. The Epic Elder set gives you a set bonus, gives you spell crit and spell crit multi for all spells. And the stats are like, okay, so that's a good option. So those two items, you can actually get them in epics, which is convenient, and they're really easy to get. They come from the Red Fens. There's 2 different quests. When you complete one of the Red Fens quests, there's a 50-50 chance of being in there. I'm trying to remember which quest has which one. Into the Deep has the helmet, I believe. And the Elder's Focus comes from a different one. Let me just double check. DDO Elders set. But it's Red Fence. You can run the epic version and then immediately upgrade it, which is nice. Yes, that is Into the Deep. When you finish the quest, it's a 50-50 chance to be on the end list, so it's pretty easy to come by. And then Last Stand is where the necklace comes from, and then you just use the epic crafting to upgrade them. So while you're doing your farming on epic, you will get the materials to upgrade them both to epic, and you'll be able to make them right away. Yeah, and so the Red Fens, which is in House Gundaric. So you go to House Gundaric, you talk to the guy to take you to the Red Fens, and Last Stand, and then Into the Deep. The unfortunate part of Into the Deep is it is the last quest in the chain, so if you haven't done the other 2, you will have to complete also Fathom the Depths and Claw of Volcour to be able to unlock Into the Deep. But usually not a problem for me, specifically because I always run some of those quests while leveling, so I don't really think about it that much. But those ones are just really easy to come by, and they're really good. Yeah, and you need the mats anyway, so it's not a big deal. Because again, also, any quest, let's say you complete Fathom the Depths, and you get an item, that item that you pick up can be upgraded to Epic or Legendary for super cheap, and the Red Fen sets are actually still used to this day. In a lot of endgame builds. Just because they're so good. Because it's a bunch of 2-piece item sets. The Raven Eye set is another example of a really, really good one, because the Raven Eye items are relatively good on their own, and the set bonus is just great. Yeah, Elder's Focus and Elder's Cap are the 2 items. Elder's Focus from the Last Stand and Elder's Cap from Into the Deep. They're level 7 items, but then you can use the epic crafting system to upgrade them to level 20. Also, in this quest, you're going to notice I'm going above the water. Avoid these fish circles. They'll kill ya. Well, the Raven set also gives Spot. Oh no, Sena died at level 16. No. Oh, that's true. Yeah, if you're playing on hardcore and you have a level 5 item that is not part of the hardcore pool, you can upgrade it and it will become a new item technically. And so, yes, it will get the hardcore tag. It will get the Fey tag. I wonder if they're going to clean the Fey tag off of all the items. Yeah, you don't need the int on the helmet, but the rest of the stats are just good. And then the set bonus, like, kicks ass. Yeah, it's really ugly on all the items. It's also annoying because that means my Warlock, almost all my gear has the tags on it. And I really don't want it because it looks really ugly. It's not the end of the world if it does stick, but I prefer it doesn't stick. I guess the problem is, like, if it does stick, then you can go, oh, I found this item during the event, and it's like a cool memorial thing, or like you remember it. It's hard to say. See, they can talk to, yeah. Oh, you bring it to an NPC and they're like, yes, I'll cleanse that item for you. I don't think they're gonna do that. That'd be amazing. I don't think so though. Also, if I have to talk to an NPC, so much work. I'll just leave it. Also, how do you spread the word about that NPC? Like, how do you tell people about that? Okay, so I'll teach you a trick for this next section right here. So you can talk to the spirits, and you get a spirit point for talking to all the characters. This character has a bonus which requires spot, so you can do the spot check and succeed repeatedly, gaining spirit points, and then get more and more spirit points, and that way you don't have to earn all the ones that you need. So I can talk to the Spirit of Dolar, concentration check, I maxed out my concentration, I can talk to him over and over, and I can keep getting spirit points technically. And now, normally what you're supposed to do is if you have enough spirit points, you can avoid the end fight here, and there's like a bunch of different spirits you can interact with, all to individually earn quantities of points to then kind of hand it in at the end in this section here. But instead, I can now walk over to this guy, and guess what? I have 15 points, and I only needed 6 because there's only 6 here. And now he just teleports away. Yeah, exactly. Do it for me.
As the Marut vanishes, so
clear the border, but keep the Fae tag. Yeah, there's a 0% chance that something like that would be possible.
Overwhelming weariness.
0. Probably -0. Okay. I thought this guy's just running back and forth and not doing anything. He's just like, oh, I don't know what to do. I don't know where to go. They made a change to the AI so that like ranged characters would run away less, and now they run away more, and it's really squirrely when they move around. It's very funny. It's the same thing where they're like, hey, we're gonna make it so scorpions burrow less, and scorpions now burrow way more. You're being so proud of passing multiple checks to get 6 points. Oh, sorry. I am sorry for ruining it for you, H46 Aviator. If it's any consolation, you know what? I got nothing. Yeah, sorry. Hate to strip away the sense of pride and accomplishment, but it happens. Yeah, so there's a thing in DDO called double talking, where you talk to a character more than once to advance something more than once. So for example, if there's a quest where it's like, oh, you got to free 10 slaves, what you could do is if all 6 of the party members all talk to the same slave, and then you all have the dialogue window open, all 6 of you can free the slave at the same time, meaning if you need to free 10, you actually only need to free 2 slaves, then you can move on. It's very good for quests where you have to go to like out of your way to do stuff. Uh-oh. Lag upon monster spawning. And you can do that all over this game. Stop letting devs know this stuff. I have done it with devs in my party. The devs are too busy like making content to fix weird exploits that most people don't know about and don't really cause any harm. Over here soloing all the garbage. Yeah, me too. I'm also soloing all the garbage. Like, I don't know why people get this idea that the developers are out here just to, like, rip away people's fun, when, like, they're making a video game to have fun, and also, like, especially if you're, like, somebody who's doing design for this game, your job is so much more to make new content versus, like, randomly fixing, like, old stuff. They have a very small team, so, like, unless something is destroying the absolute video game, they're not going to change anything. Like, they will nerf stuff every once in a while, but, like, it's the same thing with, like, the monk recall. For those that don't know, monks have the ability to do a fast recall, and you can do the fast recall by basically activating a monk stance and clicking yes on your recall window at this exact same time. It'll instantly teleport you out of a quest. They can fix it. They have the tools. They have the know-how. They know what's wrong with the game and why it's doing what it's doing. But, like, fixing it doesn't serve anything. It doesn't make anybody happy. It won't make the game better, and it just wastes dev time. They fixed the recall with the crossbow because the recall with the crossbow lets you auto-complete anything, which was the bigger problem. Oh, if you're wondering why I'm not using a beholder crystal against this guy, this is a chaos beholder. Chaos beholders aren't real beholders, so they don't have any of the dangerous stuff. So what I mean by this is like, if you went to open a door, you know how there's like that little yellow thing that goes across? Yeah, you could skip that. So you could skip anything with a progress bar, like opening a chest, you could instant open things. And being able to skip every progress bar in the game, which you cannot do with the monk recall, is very different. So that's why they fixed the crossbow recall. Is there any UI window where it's possible to check ransacks per quest? Yes. So what you have to open the chest, unfortunately. So once you run a chest, if you have the chest information toggled, which is in here, so if you go options, you can go into gameplay and then enable detailed chest information. It'll tell you how many times you looted it and when the ransack resets. It was very finicky. Okay, I need 2,800 XP, 28,000 XP. What are we gonna do? I guess I could just go do a couple quests in Vecna, right? 28,000 is not too much. I don't know how long some of the Vecna quests are. The first one's not too bad. I'm gonna take Fred on a date. Where even is Fred's first date? Is it here? Did I do docs yet? No. It's here, but I just don't know what level it is. I'll do Fred's first date. It's a fun quest. I just don't remember where it is. It's here, isn't it? Yeah, I think so. Oh, there he is. Fred. All right, we'll do Fred's first date. Why not? It's level 18 quest. Let's go. I don't remember if this quest is dangerous. If this quest is giga dangerous and I die, I blame whoever brought it up in chat.
You arrive in a bustling market in the upper city.
I can summon my hireling to help me out with this first date shenanigans. I've done this quest, but I can't remember the last time I've done it. It's a level 18 quest, and you just never do the 18s. Yeah, I don't remember it being that dangerous. And this is where you teach Fred how to go on dates.
Fred stands beside a sky coach. He beckons you over.
This quest is very funny. I highly recommend you do it if you haven't done it before, and just read all the dialogue and have fun. It is a good time. I actually like this quest a lot. This quest, as well as the cooking quest, which we'll probably do after this, are both very fun.
Take the sky coach to start your adventure into romance. You step into a green and leafy urban park. Other park goers sit happily gathered around picnic tables, enjoying conversation in the light breeze.
Oh, craft a snack for Fred, right. I have to get the bread, I have to get a tasty brain, I have to get yummy cheese, and I have to create a brain with cheese sandwich. Aw, baby, I love sandwiches. You're the bestest, cutest, sweetest warforged in the whole wide world. No, you're the bestest, cutest, sweetest. I'm so glad you did all this for little me. Bite sandwich. Mmm, so yummy. I love it. God, I love this quest. It's so stupid. Highly recommend. 10 out of 10.
I hope you enjoy them. You pause your conversation with Fred.
Oh yeah, this quest has custom music and everything. It's great.
Adorning the table commands your attention. You make a sandwich with the bread and cheese.
Well, Fred has to emote in the text because he's a mind flayer. He doesn't have the same like facial expressions. Right, it's this way. No, my dorg! Stop killing the dorg! No, he's dead. My boy is dead. Oh, poor dorg.
Fred directs you to the gate at the other side of the room, showing you where to search for the flowers.
That's the dreads. Yeah, unfortunately, you can't get dreads on a regular Warforged. Bladeforged can, but not regular Warforged. I don't love needle blights, but it is what it is. Twig blights, needle blights. One of the worst monsters ever added to DDO. I hate these things. And Ravenloft is full of them. Ravenloft added so many bad monsters. The twig blights and needle blights, the flame skulls. Ugh. God damn it. Change the color of Iron Defender. It's based on the docent they have equipped. Changes the color.
rises from the dirt and lumbers toward you.
Why do moats have health in the loot event? I don't know. Great question. How many lives do you think I've went through? I have been through quite a few. If I had to guess how many I've done, I've been playing this game consistently for 20 years. So think. Probably, I don't know, close to 150, I would say. But good question. How can I spend so much time playing the game? There actually is an answer to that. This game has enough variety in it that I feel like I can always change up my playstyle and do something differently and still have fun every single time. So for example, what I'm doing right here is doing a solo guided playthrough where I'm doing my best to explain my thought process and what I'm actually doing, so I can post this on YouTube, so that way people who are going through the game, maybe if somebody gets stuck at a certain section or a certain level, might be able to go, oh, okay, you know, I'm stuck here. What did Stream Tom do? How do you solve this problem? With this character that has nothing, I'm just starting from zero. The choice to start from zero on a brand new character without all of my past lives and everything, and pull nothing from my shared bank, I don't use any of the tomes that I've got from expansions, I'm just starting the game, just like anybody else would, and picking up my gear, is very fun. It just provides like a new, not really a new challenge, it's a challenge that people get by starting the game, but it just like helps me reinvent the wheel for myself, so I enjoy it. Not 1,000? No, not 1,000. I have Racial Completionist on one of my characters, and another character is close. So 150 might be high, actually. It's probably too high. I don't know. I'd say probably 150. I'd have to count it out. I'm not certain on that. So yeah, that's how I have enjoyed playing the game for such a long time. It's just, you gotta find ways to make it fun for yourself. Like back in the day, I never had like a lot of cashola, you know, being a younger person. And I remember getting one of my first jobs, and I finally could like get a new thing. So I got the PlayStation 3, not when it first came out, because it was like $800 when it first came out, but after the price came down, I bought a PlayStation 3 and I bought Call of Duty. Why? Because my friends played it. We played all the time. But the problem was I didn't have a lot of money to buy like lots of video games. This was like, I saved some of the money because I was also like, some of the money went to the, you know, paying for other stuff. Yeah. So, you know, it is what it is. That happens. So I had to make sure I was like always able to make the game feel fun, even though that was the only game I had at the time, and I wasn't really buying a lot of new ones. And so the solution to that problem was I would still play Call of Duty with my friends, but we would put like self-imposed challenges. So we'd be like, we're only using this specific gun type, or we're only using this specific weapon, or we're not allowing these specific perks when we play online. And it made it, even though we were playing mostly the same game all the time, it allowed it to feel different and to kind of like reinvent some of that experience. And so I like that. Self-limiting challenges is a great way to make a game you've played for a long time feel good. And Dungeons & Dragons Online having as much like customization as it does makes me always want to re-engage with the character building and character customization system. The hard part is like, I like character customization, I like being able to build whatever I want, and a lot of games, especially more modern games, just don't have that as much of an option. What is this puzzle? 3 seconds to hit the kobold. Okay, no problem. Whee! 1.
The kobold flinches beneath your successful
Is that it?
strike, then disappears.
Oh, that counts?
The kobold flinches beneath your successful strike.
Oh, that's it. Okay, I just gotta do this. 3 seconds to hit the kobold.
The kobold flinches beneath your successful strike, then disappears.
What character do you have the most lives on? I think the max lives is something like 210. Yeah, I don't have all of the past lives. I also don't farm it for the past lives. I kind of do it as I go. I'm very much like an incremental person. And so, as an example, when I like play this game, I don't think, oh, I'm gonna farm out this past life. I go, I want to play this. And then I look through and like, can I fit that into something? Can I make a past life work? Some people farm it out one by one. Oh yeah, the test of strength. Should have read what this guy says. Did it do anything to this? No? Yes? I have no idea. I should have been reading the text. Yeah, I don't really like plan it out like some people where they're like, I'm gonna do 3 Tabaxi, I'm gonna do 3 Warforged, I'm gonna do 3 this, or I'm gonna do 3 Paladin or whatever. I just, if I feel like playing something, I just kind of change up what I'm playing. It's a chest here.
Farm animals
It's a dream come true. I can pet all the animals in the zoo. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. You can pet all the animals in the zoo. Which one did I miss? Oh my god, this is a tiny little cat. Oh my god, there's more animals I missed. It's another cat. Another cat.
You pet each of the animals. It is a petting zoo.
It is a dream come true.
You note with satisfaction
And one more carnival challenge.
all the games present at the carnival. You hope Fred had a good time.
And I believe this is the last carnival challenge, is the City Fair Strongman.
The fire giant waves at you cheerfully. He must be the final challenger. The giant.
In person that have had all the past lives, the fact they were their only past lives when I met them, forgot the name, but they were powerful. Oh yeah. When you have all the past lives, you get like super duper powerful. Well, that's one of the reasons why, like, I don't, just also, like, I don't sit on my characters when I have all the past lives. The first thing I did after I got Racial Completionist is I put my character on a build that seemed, like, really cool that I could use for, like, raids and stuff, and then I immediately, like, slammed make new character. Because I just like making new stuff. I like making builds. And be like, I wonder if this thing will work. Like, for example, a build I posted on my channel was, a character build where I wanted to use only the Flame Blade from Druid, where I tried to make sure I could use just the Flame Blades, and using the new Dragon Lord that lets you get fire immunity bypass in heroics for melee characters. I thought, oh, this would be kind of cool. And it was a struggle and a half. It was not always the easiest thing, but it was fun. It made me have to think outside the box and how to problem solve, and that's the good part. So yeah, I don't know. I just like the fact that I get to problem solve in this game. I struggle a lot more with the games that don't have that, like, create that constant level of, like, inventiveness where you can constantly, like, reinvent the wheel a little bit. So for example, a game like World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy XIV. I like Final Fantasy XIV, it's really fun, but because your character doesn't change, it's like you play the same character all the time, I find it much more difficult to play for long periods of time.
Fred sits down, waiting for you to join. Fred nods.
What an inadequately sized table!
What you get for all your past lives, total past life benefits. Ooh.
The waiter places food upon the table.
Oh sweet, delicious pie.
You and Fred pause your conversation.
Your builds helped me learn a lot about this game, very much appreciated. Yeah, like I said, for me, I'm glad I was able to help you with some builds. But like I said, that's another thing. I like that I can share that. I can just make a character and be like, man, this character is kind of mid, but it's fun to play. And then that allows me to share it with somebody else, and they go, wow, that idea looks bad. I'm going to try it. Or I post a build and it kind of sucks. And somebody's like, oh, I can make that better. I can do that.
You and Fred will say goodbye in the courtyard outside.
So yeah.
Exit the restaurant. To your surprise,
I like that. It's a fun element of it.
Adventurers stand before you.
All right, adventurers.
Don't look happy.
Hold on there, Fred. I finally caught up to you.
The Warforged glowers at the Mind Flayer.
But you're right. It is difficult to play a game for such a long time. I feel fortunate that the game that I got suckered into as a young person that I want to play forever is Dungeons & Dragons Online, a game that's still being actively developed, and so there's like new stuff and new features coming in all the time. Versus, for example, what some people might experience where they play like older games. A great example would be I enjoy watching a couple live streamers who stream some older games. So for example, I like watching ZFG, who is a Ocarina of Time live streamer. Ocarina of Time specifically because he is like a world record holder in the 100% category and one of the best Ocarina of Time players of all time. But also, he does like Ocarina of Time randomizers and other things. But like, imagine playing a game like that that doesn't change as like your game forever. Like, he was a live streamer. Does displacement stack? This guy is 100% concealment? Oh my god. Displacement stacks with the concealment from the champion, so it gets 100% concealment. It's literally immune to physical damage unless I'm true seeing. Amazing. Fortunately, I have a rune arm, so this is not a big deal, but that's awesome. Absolutely fantastic. I had no idea that that was going to be a thing.
All right, you won. Fine. I bet you're wondering who I am. I didn't exactly stop to explain.
Yeah, missing out on the 100 slots code is a tough one. I do like 100 slots.
Dating Fred.
Wait, Fred was what? You want to hear
All right, I need
side of the story.
only 5,000 XP, but because it's fun, Fancy Flayer's Date Night Duds, Charisma 9, Enchantment 4, Potency, Exceptional Luring Skills bonus 8, with Date with a Mind Flayer 3-piece set. Mind Flayers have interesting taste.
Jamie says, it's all right.
What game is this? This is Dungeons and Dragons Online, an MMORPG where you get to play Dungeons and Dragons.
The Warforged turns to Fred.
Let's be friends. All right?
Yo, what's up? Thank Fred. Illusory Necklace. Voted Warforged. Some of the quests are very serious. We're going on a very impactful adventure where we're trying to stop a dragon or, you know, prevent an invasion of something or go seeking for treasure. This quest pack that came out was actually called A Slice of Life. And there's 3 quests. There's this one over here, Fred's First Date, and one up there. Fred's First Date is you have to teach Fred, this Mind Flayer, how to do romance by taking him on a date so he can learn how dating works. Great quest, by the way. Big fan. The other quest that's up here, also part of the Slice of Life update, was a quest where you have to partake in a cooking show, which is over here, where you basically take part in a cooking reality show, and which I'm going to do now, called Too Many Cooks. Another great quest, so we're going to run this one because it's lots of fun. So yeah, it's a good time. Whereas surrounding this, in this actual similar area, is the Vecna Unleashed storyline, which is all about how the god Vecna is attempting to basically get control of the entire world of Eberron, all for himself.
You've arrived in the private office of Evander Reddick,
And Fish Swords,
the
yeah.
host of the cooking competition.
Yeah.
He greets
If you like, oh yeah, I forgot, Julius Kidd is my sous chef. Obviously a reference to Julia Child. Let's go with the fish.
in the competition.
You may be like, how are you going to do a cooking show if this is like a combat video game? And the answer is, you win the cooking show by killing everybody. Also, Ram Gordo shows up. I wonder who that's a reference to. I don't know. Could be anybody. I'm not currently reading most of the dialogue because I've played this game many times over. But if you get the chance to come through here, one of the cool things about Dungeons & Dragons Online is all the quests are fully narrated. So you do actually get to experience a Dungeon Master kind of here reading things out for things you might not notice, whether they're acting out as the characters or giving you extra details about what you might need to do in the quest. So very fun. Hey, let's do it in Quid Pro Quo is actually Vecna. Yeah. Well, it's not Quid Pro Quo. It's, you're thinking of the quest Ice Mount Curse. Quid Pro Quo is, the Prince of Frost, and he's fine.
You found Kitchen 2, the location of the first rival.
No zerging here because hardcore? Oh, you don't know me. I always zerg in hardcore. If I was to sell somebody Dungeons & Dragons Online, or try to think of the best way to describe it, Dungeons & Dragons Online is the best analog for pen and paper Dungeons & Dragons Online, or sorry, Dungeons & Dragons that you can get in a 3D action format. This game actually uses the pen and paper rules for Dungeons & Dragons. So if you are familiar with how pen and paper Dungeons & Dragons works, you'll actually have experience with this video game and how to physically play and how to build your character, which is important. And also, this game has more customization than any other MMO I can possibly think of, for better or for worse. On the upside, you can make exactly the type of character you want to make, which is really cool. The downside is, it is possible to make a character that is really horribly bad if you don't know what you're doing. So pen and paper knowledge does come tremendously in handy. So really good for that. Because you get to pick your stats, what your base stats are. What skills do you want to have? What feats are you going to take? What spells would you like to select? Also, there's an enhancement tree, which can have multiple trees, and epic destinies, and all sorts of other stuff. A lot of layers of customization, so you can really build out your character the way you want your character to be. Again, very cool, and it's one of the reasons why there's so much replayability for me. That being said, you know, that's also why a lot of people don't get into Dungeons & Dragons Online, Because if you're somebody that really likes to do build craft and to make characters that can do basically anything, like my character currently is I have a sword as well as a rune arm. A rune arm is an artificer type tool that lets you charge basically energy and shoot a blast. Because I'm trying to make a character that emulates Mega Man X from the video game Mega Man X6. In it, after Zero dies, Mega Man X takes up Zero's sword and then has a rune arm, or has like an arm cannon that he shoots out. So I have an arm cannon, but I don't just have one arm cannon, I have multiple. So I can shoot out my blue fireball here, or I can swap and shoot out a cannonball blast. So it's kind of like Mega Man. The only difference is I don't change color when I activate a different rune arm. But you know, that's we can only do so much, you know? Where am I going? I'm lost. Help. Call the Coast Guard.
This large tower.
You don't get locked into a character? Yes. D&D 3.5, correct. Yeah, if you know D&D 5, the more modern D&D rule system, you will be mystified by this game. It uses some of the same rules, like how you calculate your chance to hit, kind of. But it's based off of 3.5, which is an older system. I'm using Bastard Sword. Artificers get bonuses with Bastard Swords, so I'm using a Bastard Sword. Also, I think Bastard Swords are cooler. Random question, does the Mantle of Nature randomly apply to melee attacks with a spellcasting ability? Because it seems oddly getting a ton of bonus damage from Smack and Training Dummy. The Mantle of Nature applies to melee attacks all the time. That's the reason why it's so powerful on melee characters, is you can use it and apply the damage to all of your attacks. I'm going to be taking the Mantle of Nature on this character because it'll give me a huge amount of extra damage onto all my physical attacks. And each damage type has a internal cooldown of 5 seconds. So you can apply, let's say for me, I'm going to be doing Storm. One hit can apply Lightning, the next can apply Cold, the next can apply Sonic, all doing their individual damage types, and it just cycles through them. No one would play it. I mean, that is the game Neverwinter. Neverwinter was originally based off of 4th edition. It no longer is. It is now very, very, very much just a video game. With the only references being the fact that, like, the character classes are based off of 4th edition stuff. That's not really based off of the rules, but oddly enough, 4th edition would make a pretty good video game. 4th edition is basically Dungeons and Dragons if it was Final Fantasy Tactics. Where they took a bunch of the Final Fantasy Tactics status effects and combat system and were like, hey, what if we made this into tabletop? Which, hey man, it's not a bad idea. Other than calculating CT, you pretty much can do Final Fantasy Tactics with dice, so... It was good. They should have called it D&D. Yeah. The problem is, it just, you didn't have the same tools for anything else. Now to find the final chef. I didn't play a lot of 4th edition, I'm going to be honest with you. Just because at the time, that was kind of a transitionary period for me, where I just didn't have a lot of friends who were into D&D at the time. I did play a little bit with my brother, who had some older friends. And because he's 4 years older than me, and so he was running a campaign that we played in, but I think we only had like, or at least I was only a part of like maybe 4 or 5 sessions. I don't actually know what happened with the campaign. I think the campaign just kind of stopped, but yeah. So I never really got to participate in that. So most of my D&D experience is with 3.5 and with 5. I haven't played a lot of other types of tabletop, exclusively because learning an entire tabletop system is very time consuming, so I just haven't done that. But I currently run a 5th edition game, kind of. It's like a sort of 5th edition game where it's based off of D&D 5, but it's my own custom campaign and world where like I actually wrote all the character classes and stuff. So it's not necessarily, it's not directly 5th edition. And I have quite a lot of house rules. And spell per wrist was a bit bad. Yeah. Whoa! Ogres. I don't want to die on a loading screen. That'd be unfortunate. Fun. As a founder, I haven't played for like 10 years. Yeah. I don't want to talk anything about Neverwinter because I really don't have enough experience about it to know much, or experience with it to know much about it. Did I run Invaders for this build? No, I didn't run Invaders. It's actually not bad for Invaders. I just didn't want to buy a Beholder Crystal.
judges await your arrival.
Mentions attacks. It doesn't bury it. It's just in the text. But you are correct, Bookworm. Literally nobody reads it. For some reason, that sentence is just unreadable. There we go.
You present your cuisine for judgment.
It said, you've won first prize.
You've won first prize. Though that's not surprising, as you were the only one
Oh!
to get a meal.
I got the swordfish. Hell yeah, dude. So for those of you that don't know what the swordfish is, let me show you. This is the swordfish. What a great cosmetic. Great cosmetic. Unfortunately, can't use the swordfish, but I am happy that I have it. And Sonic Blast is more useful. Oh, 100%. I'm not saying smack stuff, but yeah, a lot of people don't read then. Probably 3 months after launch. Don't remember much how generic it was. Yeah. Also, fun fact, there's a set bonus on it, which is cooking by the book. And there's 2 different fish swords you can get, which cover different sets. The cooking by the book set is actually a really good set, if you can fit in the 4 pieces. However, the easiest way to get 4 piece is to dual wield the fish. There's the swordfish and another swordfish. There's 2 of them. This sword seems pretty fishy. Or does this fish seem seamy swordy? What a description. Oh! I like my helmet, but like 10 intelligence, 17 search? You know? That's a pretty good helmet. I like it. All right, I hit level cap. Time to take level 20. Let's go. I gotta get out of here. All right, so now we get level 20. So we're going to do that here. I'm going to talk to Ada Smythe. All the way to 34? You bet. Unless I run out of time before hardcore ends, but we'll see. Oh yes, as a reminder to anyone watching, we are playing on hardcore. If this character dies, it's over. So that would be embarrassing, wouldn't it? I guess I could keep playing, but it would still be embarrassing. Let's take Arcane Tempest, I guess. I don't know. And level as an Artificer. Level 20, baby. Let's go. Oh, what else do I put a point into? Haggle? Spellcraft? Sure, let's do Spellcraft. All right. And my last feat is going to be Empower Spell. Because, as I mentioned before, in Epics, I will be able to apply... take Prepare Critical Mass, sure. In Epics, I will be able to apply Empower and Maximize to my Rune Arm with the Metamagic Capacitor's ability. However, I need to unlock all my Epic Destinies, and when you get to level 20, one of the most important things you should do is head to the Fate Spinner and say, hello, send me to the Junction of the Spheres. By going to the Junction of the Spheres, you can then go into each of these little rooms, and they'll teach you about each of the Epic Destinies. So if I go left into the Divine Sphere here, I can talk to the first character for the Divine Crusader, Kalindar. He teaches you about what the Divine Crusader is and what it's for. So Divine Crusaders use weapons to combat, backed by divine power, and get bonuses with Smite Evil. That's kind of generic and not fully descriptive, but that's how you unlock it. So to unlock each of the Epic Destinies, you just talk to the characters. Exalted Angel excels with fire, light, and healing magic and gains bonuses to turn undead. Again, generally correct. Once you've done this, and you unlock all of them, because you learn what they do, then you can start building with Epic Destinies, which is fantastic. I was 34 days ago, 15 teeth pulled, didn't know it was that bad. As no indication. Oh, geez. Hopefully your dog's okay. Freezing and fried are the rare ones. The common is just plain swordfish. Yeah, oh yeah, I forgot there's rare ones. Yeah. I was taking my past lives for granted. Well, that's one of the things that's always fun about the hardcore in general, is what happens is people go like, they start playing hardcore and they forget about how fragile they are without having all their past lives and their gear and everything else. Am I going for the wings? Currently, yes. I mean, if I had a cone around my neck, I would also be pretty happy with the cone off. But generally. But yeah, we are going for wings. I will get the, I think I will get the hardcore wings. I'm at 1216 on my loot. Okay, so now I have access to all of the epic destinies. Yay! Also, unlocking each epic destiny gives you 1 epic destiny point, so I can spend 13 points right away. Now this character is going to be using a combination of Macrotech, the main tree, Primal Avatar, the secondary tree, and Divine Crusader, the tertiary tree. So out of the Macrotech tree, I want to get access to Rune Arm use, so give me stable charge tier here, as well as my Epic Strike. From Primal Avatar, I want to get access to Mantle of Nature, because it gives me a gigantic amount of damage per hit. And Divine Crusader gives me a massive bonus to my Sundering, as well as later on, immunity to durability damage, so I can beat up enemies without worrying about taking any damage to my weapons, which is just convenient. So we're going to go in order of things that I actually want to get. We're going to start with Primal Avatar, because it's good. And I want the Mantle. It's very, very powerful for my character. Next, we're going to go into Macrotechnic. We're going to pick up the Epic Strike here, which will be Galvanic Blast. So I'll be using this one as kind of like an AoE blast for a little bit of extra electric damage, and then going in and grabbing Tinker Tailoring as well. Now the stunning effect, which I get later, Blast Drive, which will add a stun onto my Epic Strike as well as increasing the damage. And if I'm using my electric Epic Strike, it gives me a action boost bonus to movement speed, which is convenient. So we'll be getting the Rune Arm use there. But now, the reason why we take the Mantle here, this is Mantle of Nature, you think it says your cold, electric, and sonic spells have a chance to blast one target for an additional 1d6 plus 6 damage per character level. The problem is, at the bottom, any melee or range attack can also generate one of these effects. So as long as I click people, we're all set. Click them and you deal huge amounts of damage. So we click them. So we put that there, turn it on. And then I get Galvanic Blast. Galvanic Blast is an AoE attack with the specific goal of dealing damage to my foes. So with this one, I can throw on Empower, Maximize, and Quicken all the time, and we should be in the clear. Now, one of the things I didn't take that I probably will is Evergreen. I didn't take Evergreen in my tree, but I probably will take Evergreen. And the main reason is that this basically gives you infinite spell points. So I will want to have this one later, but we'll see. What Rune Arm did I have when I was 17? This one. It's the Suppressive Fire. It comes from Ravenloft, Final Vintage. Which I had not missed the real hardcore seasons. They probably will do another hardcore season, but as per my bingo card, it'll probably be easier. Yeah, Quick Cutter's insane. Quick Cutter is so good that they nerfed Quick Cutter, and it's still arguably one of the best Epic Strikes. That's how good Quick Cutter is. I was a very big proponent of the Quick Cutter nerf. Also, I have 968 health, and I have points to spend. Let's go. Spend the rest of these points. Take an extra action boost here. Get the Capstone for +4 intelligence, which is sweet, and an additional +1 to hit and damage, which is good. So now it's +3 to hit and damage. And then we can go Harper Agent, grab Int, and this is just an extra +1 to hit and damage, +2 to hit versus evil, +2 to damage versus evil. Almost everything is evil, so this is basically just +3 to hit and damage, which is nice. So now hitting level 20, my character has a 43 intelligence, which, you know what? Not bad for my first life character getting started here. I'm also relatively tanky with 86 physical resistance rating, 65 magical resistance rating, and my reconstruction spell is popping me for 800. And nothing can really kill me in one hit, which is very, very cool. So yeah, level 20. Time to sell some stuff. Is 1 inch really better than 20 repair amp? Yes. In my opinion, yes. I need as much intelligence as I can get because I don't have a lot of room for like moving stuff around. I actually don't want this chest piece, so I'm gonna get rid of it, but I want to keep the fish. I don't have the fish sword. No. No, I don't want that. No. Nope. Nope. More money, dude. Is one of those days pretty cool. It's one time I get a chat with you on. Should be very shy even in text format. Well, glad you're able to find a way to help your barriers get down. I was working the Recon SLA over +1 int. The problem with the Recon SLA is it's a 30-second cooldown. There's no way. I'm never running out of mana. It's so expensive, dude. It's crazy. It's cost 6 points to get it down to 6 seconds. There's no way. I'd rather just pay the mana cost. I've only ran out of mana like twice this entire time while leveling because I've been pretty efficient with shrines. And like I said, if I'm really worried about it, if I just take Evergreen, even if it's just while leveling, I can't run out of spell points with this. Yeah, it's 6 points. It's absolutely absurd. There's no reason it should be that. This should be a 2-pointer that gives you the max effect. This should not cost 6 points. It's crazy. It's one of the reasons why I've said I like Renegade Master Maker and I think it's cool, but this tree is not a substitute. It's not like the repair version of Radiant Servant. This tree is just a different thing entirely. 4? No, it should be 2. Repairing sucks. It's very niche. Not a lot of people play Warforged. Even if you have Converter, it's not that good because Converter has a 3-minute cooldown and a 3-minute duration, which means if you cast Converter and then finish a quest or cast Converter and then rest, the Converter goes away and you can't use it. In a pinch only for hardcore reasons? Nah, I'm just not going to die. If I die here on hardcore, it's not going to be because I ran out of mana. It's going to be because I got one shot. Yeah, if I was to change Renegade Master Maker, I would put a Cure Serious Wounds SLA right here for 3 points. I would reduce this to 2 points instead. I would put this as a multi-selector, so you could also choose Repair Light. So you'd have Repair Light and Repair Serious, and then the Reconstruct SLA. And then I think it would actually be okay as a tree that does that. But because there's the only repair SLA is Reconstruct and it costs 6, that's how I feel about that. Yeah, big sad. I don't like it. But yes. Cool. Right, well, I got to level 20, which is what I wanted to do during today's live stream, so I can break that up. I'm going to start uploading the actual videos soon, so that will be happening shortly. But it's been like 9 hours here, and I'm done. So I think I'm going to end the stream here, because I'm out. Outie. You ever see Tune on server? Oh, nice! Yeah, I'm on Thrain as well, so we're doing good stuff. So yeah, thank you guys for watching. We had a good time. It's been a good 9 hours of stream, so I'm going to take a break. We'll be back tomorrow, and we're going to be working on epics starting tomorrow. I believe, I'm just going to double check here. Actually, before we stop this, there's one thing I want to look at. So let me find the thing. This is going to be for the people that wanted this information, but I haven't talked about it yet. Okay, so the Legacy of Frisia event is happening in Path of Exile starting on January 29th, which is Thursday at 4 p.m. EST. I'm going to be playing this. I'm going to be doing some Legacy of Frisia. So I'll be doing it in the evening. I don't think I'm going to play right away when it first opens up. Maybe, we'll see, but I will be doing some Legacy of Frisia just because it's fun. For those who don't know what Legacy of Frisia is, it's a Path of Exile specific event for the game Path of Exile. If you don't care about that, just tune out. But basically, Legacy of Frisia is, instead of the regular Ascendancy classes that you get for each individual class, each class gets 3 new ones instead, and they're all very different that do really wacky stuff. One of my favorites is the Scion, the Scavenger. The Scavenger just lets you apply uniques to your character without having to wear them. So unique items that have crazy modifiers, instead of having to wear them, you just get to have the effect. Which is kind of neat. So there's a whole bunch of stuff in here that looks really interesting. And last time I played as a Wild Speaker. These are the changes to all of them that are coming out. And they just buffed Wild Speaker, so I probably will play Wild Speaker. Maybe, we'll see. But I did that with Face Breakers, which was fun. But the other effect that's going on during the event is area modifiers. In this version of Legacy of Frisia, every area will have a random number of map modifiers. Below you can see all the modifiers that will be excluded. So map modifiers is once you get to the end game, to make the game harder and to get more loot, there are modifiers that are added to the areas that make it more challenging, but you get more loot. Something as simple as, like, as you can see here, might be less AoE. So, you know, you as players, you do less AoE and what have you. That's not allowable here, but instead there'll be mostly just the damage mods. So every area is going to have, like, monsters are faster, or monsters get physical damage added as lightning, or monsters get physical damage added as fire, things like that. So as a result, it's going to be very hard. Monsters get extra projectiles. Monsters chaining can be on here, which will be very dangerous if you play a minion build. If you play solo, you can ignore chain, which is awesome if you don't have any minions. If you play a minion build, you get chain, and then your minions get hit by everything and you die. So also very cool. So I'm excited to see how this is going to go. So I will be playing it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. So that'll be Thursday. But tomorrow, we're just going to continue on with the solo guided Artificer playthrough stuff, which will hopefully be a lot of fun. So join me on that. But other than that, that's all I got. So it should be a good time. So we'll be doing that Thursday after some DDO stuff. So I'll be here for that whole time as well. Anyways, that's all I have. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you had a good time. If you like what you saw, consider following the channel. If you didn't like what you saw, don't worry about it. You don't have to follow. I won't be offended. What to say? Just got online and saw the stream notification start while at work. Long stream? Yeah, man. It's been 9 old hours. I'm an old man. It's not that bad. It's mostly like, I used to, gotta kill 2 minutes. Okay, I can kill 2 minutes. So, I used to not really take any breaks when I would stream, and it would be really, really exhausting. So I would just like stream and stream and stream all day, and I wouldn't really eat until I was done. And, you know, you only take like quick bathroom breaks, that sort of thing. But it's really unhealthy to do that. And I personally don't really like doing that much. It's just, it's really overwhelming over time. So the solution is now, because I'm like, here in the house and my girlfriend goes out and goes to work and does everything, because she actually like has a real job and does that stuff, because I'm still in the process of searching and I'm in between. I have taken up the duty of doing all the cooking around the house, which has been a lot of fun. I've really enjoyed. I've been getting more creative with recipes and stuff, which she's also really enjoyed as well. But the benefit is now it gives me a good natural breaking point where it's like, okay, I'm going to make her dinner when she comes home from work, which is looking to be me making dinner when I come home, when I'm here. So I take like a good, like 30 to 40 minute break midstream, and it's not good for viewership. People stop watching, obviously, because if you're going to step away for like 30, 40 minutes, like that's not good. But on the plus side for me, oh my God, I feel so much better. Like I can stop, I can drink some water, I can eat something, I can like space out for a couple minutes to like regain composure. It's good. When I first started streaming like full time, which is in 2020, I used to stream like 10 to 12 hours a day, every day, like 7 days a week, which was wild. And then on top of that, I was also making like 2 or 3 videos a week. It was too much. So, you know, the people that can do that, I did that for like 3 years straight, and then I really started to tone it down because I started to burn out a little bit. A lot of respect for the people that can do that every day. But it was also funny. I was also considering like because I'm going to be playing more in the future, or like doing more streaming in the future while I'm still in between jobs. But I was like, how long should I be streaming every day? And it was just funny to look at the fact that like the majority of people that I watch and I find interesting, they stream for like 4 to 6 hours when they stream. I'm like, I don't have to stream for 10 hours. Weird idea, huh? Anyways, I'm still going to take a break now because I killed 2 minutes. Take that. All right. I do? No. Don't make me go back to the streaming mines. Okay, hold on. I still have these cards. Okay, which cards am I adding to my deck? Edge Rover, Beastie Beatdown. You know, the more I read Maelstrider's Resolve, the more I do like it. I probably will add Maelstrider's Resolve. It's a good card. Anyway, we're going to raid. Who's streaming? Same category. Who's streaming? Need to stream Druid's Fire. Oh, Thex is streaming. Yo. It's time to raid Thex. He's a guildie of mine. He says Reaper Time Baby, and he's playing on Cormier. So we're raiding the ex-soloist. Guildie, pretty good computer game player, good with keyboard and mouse. Oh my God, the action bars are so aggressive. I'm like looking at the action bars and it's wild. Like some people look at my action bars and might listen. Some people might look at my action bars and be like, yo, dude, those are kind of crazy. Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet. All right, see you guys in this stream later. And then we turn off the Twitch stream and now it's just you and me, YouTube.
I can't tell if everybody's in.
Anyways, all right, YouTube chat, I'm gonna take off. You guys have a good night. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I will catch you all later. Au revoir. See ya. Bye bye. Au revoir.